Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in our beautiful world. And welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call today, Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. We got a great day of trading lined up ahead for you today. Starting with the opening call, I'm Jay. In the middle, that is John, the GOAT Hoagland, Hollywood Hoag, Hoagie Berra. And to the far right, JD. Hoag, JD, how you guys doing this morning?
Excellent. Excellent, Jay. Thank you. I hope you're feeling well. JD, hope you're feeling well. Good morning, everybody. Happy Turnaround Tuesday.
Turnaround Tuesday,
see.
indeed. Let's see. Morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Happy Tuesday. As Hoag said, it is Turnaround Tuesday. We'll see if we get that turnaround today. I'm looking forward to getting into these markets. Let's hit it.
Absolutely. We already got the NQ making all-time highs. So it is going to be a day for sure. But we're going to take a look at the gold opening range trade. Gold does open up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We'll take a look at the 1 minute opening range trade. It's been a pretty cold trade with gold being so range bound. So Hoag, JD, what are we thinking here? Are we sitting this one out or are we going to take it?
Well, I mean, I don't see that anything has really changed all that much to entice me into getting into the 1 minute opening range trade. We are opening outside of the range from yesterday, regular trading hour range anyways. Overnight inventory is a little bit short. It may increase the probabilities of a successful opening range trade, but again, I would base it on risk. If the opening range is relatively small and we can limit the risk, then I say go ahead and take it. Otherwise, we can size down or take a pass. Really, we've been in the same range for the last 6 sessions. Does that change today? Does it offer early opportunity? Time will tell, but I say we base it on risk.
I like that idea. Yesterday did end up being a trap. If we had gotten into that trade, we would have been stopped in just a couple of minutes, but we held off on it. Instinct took over on that one. Just didn't want to pull the trigger on it, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
JD's
Good call.
spidey
Good call.
sense.
Spidey senses were tingling on that one. Yeah. We'll play it the same way today. Keep an eye on it. I'm in no rush to jump into this trade right now. It's been so off the last month. Just not really paying that well. So I will keep an eye on it. But again, like Hoag, just like you said, yeah. We'll take a look at the amount of risk we're taking on the trade, and we'll assess it from there. We got about 1 minute until gold opens.
If it does trigger a short, I'm looking at, and it's pretty close here, 47.95s to the downside as a target, which is 9 points away. It doesn't sound like a huge target, but we've been talking about a market that's pretty range bound. And I'm looking at the 30-minute candle that set the low of the week so far. That high is 47.9450. Or somewhere around there. So not a ton of room. If we start to get some price acceptance inside that candle, then we could get a nice rotation, but we'll see here. And gold already selling into it. Down 0.5% on the day right now, trading 48.0350. Let's see what we get here. VWAP 48.1330. We just rejected off, and gold is officially open for business.
Here we go.
Yeah, this feels like another trap zone, very similar to where we opened up yesterday.
They all feel like traps now, right?
They really do. Yesterday we were opening up near the highs of that range, and we saw what happened. So maybe it's an opening range fade. If it breaks down, then we buy it instead and take the trade in the opposite direction. But we'll see what happens here. 30 seconds into the opening range, we have a high 48.0360 and a low of 48.90.
It lines up with the bigs.
Okay. Getting wider. Seen some sellers stepping in.
Low of the day in gold, 47.09, 47.90.80. 47.90.80 is the low of the day. And
let's see what it range.
Took out the low.
Break.
It's the break and then the fake Hoag.
Right?
Yeah.
It just
feels like
a head fake is imminent.
Not seeing any kind of sign of any iceberging early in the session today. Every trade, every price in the range for the regular trading hour trade has now traded. Starting to see a little bit more liquidity in this market.
That's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
We take out the high, that invalidates.
Yep. Doing the hard work for us, right? Let's see what it does, though.
Right in the middle
I
of
don't
the
think
range.
we're not getting a signal off that first 1 minute confirmation candle, and we're invalidated. That's it.
And there you go. Thanks, Gold. Thank you, Gold.
Thank you. Doing the heavy lifting for us.
Right. Shout it out in the chat if you've been taking this trade. We've been staying out of it for most of the last 2 weeks or so. But shout it out in the chat. Are you taking gold opening range trades? If so, what time frame are you taking them on? We look at the 1 minute here. It kind of reduces the risk on the trade. If you're taking any gold opening range trades, let us know in the chat. Maybe gold's waiting, JD. We do have some numbers coming out on that eco calendar. What do we have to look out for today?
Yes, there's a couple things coming out. We already had the ADP, the weekly ADP employment change come out. Increased 54.75 thousand private payroll jobs. So a little bit of a boost in ADP. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, though, we've got some market movers. Retail sales coming out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. After that, 9 o'clock, business inventories and pending home sales. We've got Warsh's Senate Banking Committee nomination hearing. That's Kevin Warsh. That's happening at it's going to start around 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We'll be reporting on that throughout the morning also. And then we got a talking Fed later on. Christopher Waller scheduled to speak at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. He's the only talking Fed I see on my calendar right now. That could change at any moment. In fact, it has. President Trump is now scheduled to speak at 3 o'clock p.m. Central Time. That was not on my calendar a little while ago. So new things are always popping up on this eco calendar, but we are here always keeping one eye in the ditch for you. We'll keep you apprised of any changes on the calendar and any releases coming out when they're coming out and the results of those releases. So we got about 6 minutes now until retail sales. We'll see how market moving it is.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. We did have the president earlier, about an hour ago, on Truth Social. Iran has violated the ceasefire numerous times. If you saw a little spike in the Nasdaq to the downside, it completely recovered and made all-time highs. We saw a spike in crude as well there. So keep your Truth Social notifications on or stay tuned in here to Topstep TV. We'll let you know any market moving news. Hogue, let's make sure we go through that checklist. Let's do our homework and make sure we're prepared for the trading day.
Absolutely. If you don't do your homework, you don't get to play. Pre-market research, that's what we're doing here. It's all about context, risk management, and patience. Morning checklist. Do your exercise, get your coffee, get your water, get fed, walk the dog, do your meditation, check. Mindset. It's all about mindset. Mindset, folks. Trading, if you're not in the mood, if you're not feeling good, if things are bothering you outside of trading, can certainly affect your decision-making process. Trade entry checklist. What is going to get you into those trades? You've got a hypothesis or two or three. When one of those comes true, you've got the strategy to trade that hypothesis. Write those down. Do your journaling throughout the day. At the end of the day, review that journal, finish reviewing those trades, and watch at the buzzer at the end of the day with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. You don't do your homework. You don't get to go to the prom, like I said yesterday. We want to go to recess. We got to do the homework.
Absolutely awesome stuff there, Hogue. Hogue, any big earnings that came out today? Anything interesting that you saw?
Yes. We did have a few GE Aerospace beating on both earnings per share and revenues. United Healthcare also beating on both considerably. We did
Makes sense with how much I pay for insurance.
Yes, right. Northrop Grumman, yes, of course they beat on expectations in earnings per share and revenues. 3M beats on earnings per share, but a little bit of a miss on revenues. MSCI beat on both earnings per share and revenues. What are we looking at for later on today? Nothing huge. Capital One, BHP, nothing huge after the close, except, well, maybe United Airlines after the close. We are, looking forward to some bigger earnings later on in the week. We've got, well, tomorrow, Tesla after the close. We've got Intel after the close on Thursday. So we are in the teeth of earnings season, folks. There are going to be a lot of them. And from what I'm seeing so far, I'm seeing a lot of green on the screen. So far, earnings look like they are going very well.
Agreed. 100% there, Hogue. All right, we got numbers coming up in about 3 minutes or so here, and then we're going to take a look at these gold charts. JD, before we do that, we got some news on hiring and the labor market.
We sure do. Several signs point to an improved job market for this year's college grads. Let's take a look. That's right. A National Association of Colleges and Employers survey reveals companies plan to increase new graduate hires by 6% over last year. And a new ZipRecruiter survey finds a third of employers plan to hire more entry-level workers than they did last year. The unemployment rate among 20 to 24-year-olds with bachelor's degrees dropped to 5.3% in March, down from nearly 9% last fall. That's a pretty significant drop in the unemployment rate for 20 to 24-year-olds. 9% down to 5.3%. Things are looking up for new college grads. The job market is loosening up a bit.
A good thing. I saw a couple of people in the chat say they took this gold opening range trade. Shout out to Shubham long from 47.99s. Got about 5 points in the profit there. We're going to take a look at this gold opening range trade in just a bit, but we do have some numbers coming out in about a minute and 40 seconds. Understand that this retail sales number does have the potential to move the markets around. So if you are in a position, understand that slippage is a real thing, even in simulated markets. And if you don't want to be in a position, hit that flatten all button a couple times on your platform. U.S. retail sales month over month forecast is 1.4%. Prior was 0.6%. Core retail sales forecast 1.4%. Prior was 0.5%. So we'll see what we get here. I know Jessica Inskip yesterday, she was saying that consumer confidence, which kind of this retail sales number is baked into that, is
for sure
taking center stage for her. So we'll see how this number does come out.
This is data coming out for the month of March. This is retail sales for the month of March. I believe it was originally scheduled to come out last week, but it was delayed. Does that sound right?
Sounds right. 30 seconds here. Got gold trading right at 4,800s.
Looking at the 5-minute in gold too to see if it triggers a trade on a 5-minute ORB. Maybe I'll paper trade that one. See how it looks. You got some data to share, Hogue, on a 5-minute ORB?
Nope. No, I'm just seeing in the chat my good friend photographer is talking about the 5-year five-minute opening range in gold has worked 11% of the time so far this year. And if you catch the really good ones, it's a profitable trade.
Yep.
Well, that number's out. We're seeing some sellers stepping into gold right now.
Yes, we are. 47.9650 last trade in gold. U.S. retail sales month over month actual came in at 1.7%. Forecast was 1.4, prior 0.6. Core retail sales month over month actual came in at 1.9%. Forecast was 1.4. So a little higher than expected on both of those retail sales numbers. The year over year didn't come out just yet. I don't see a year over year number yet.
Just had a tape bomb in gold.
Yes, we did.
There's some sellers stepping in here.
Those have been getting reversed all month.
Yeah.
That is not financial advice, but those have been getting reversed. If you look at last night or 2 nights ago, we had something very similar. Gold dropped about 40 points in 20 seconds, and that was a low for the day. You said tape bomb, JD. That was 700 contracts traded in a second there.
Yep. Was that a fat finger? I don't know.
So
came right back to where it was,
those
though.
retail sales numbers are pretty good. I mean,
they're fairly good, yeah.
You know, like retail's, consumers are a big part of the economy. And with those numbers, that feels pretty good to me. I'm liking those. I wonder if that means we're going to see anything kind of positive with uh, the Michigan sentiment on Friday.
Hmm.
Uh, we'll see about that, but I think those are some pretty good numbers. If everybody's looking for bad news, I don't see any bad news in those numbers.
Agreed. Agreed.
Not at all. Looking pretty good here. Gold already bouncing 15 points off of that low that it just made. 47.96 last trade there. Let's take a look, Hogue, at this higher time frame chart in gold. Where might we be going today?
All right, so I get my notes. I feel like Ray Rayner here. If you guys know who Ray Rayner was. All right. So on the daily chart, the medium time frame trend to the upside is still, of course, intact. But in the shorter time frame, we've fallen into an area of balance, and we're looking at the sixth day in this area of range. So, and I think that this is generally going to be healthy for the current trend. Instead of a deeper pullback, we're just coming into consolidation, and consolidation does a pretty good job over time of evening out inventories. I'm looking at gold and silver as markets that are largely short time frame controlled. We're still seeing some pretty low volume. We've got the moving average of volume pointing lower. Volume has been holding below that level by and large for a while now, and so we're not seeing any big participants here. We're just seeing probably shorter time frame retail speculators, maybe some longer time frame speculators just adjusting inventories. So we're not seeing any major changes in who is getting involved. I believe again it is still largely short time frame traders. The longer time frame probably sitting pretty much just hedged, looking for new information, waiting for something to change so they'll be forced to adjust their hedges. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily chart?
On the daily, exactly that here, Hogue. It is imbalance pretty much right at 50% between the 50 and 20 moving averages, and very comfortable trading these prices. It is it's a decent range to trade, but gold is not trying to go anywhere on a higher time frame here. Daily ATR is decreasing daily, $137 now. Today so far we're at a $70 range. Yesterday high to low we went $96. So the range is contracting here. Maybe directional opportunities are a lot less. There's opportunities to fade the extremes somewhere up near 4850s. You're selling it somewhere below 4800s. There's been a couple of spikes below 4800. Yesterday we saw us get almost all the way down to 4750s. But a range bound market, Hogue. I was talking to Dakota about this last night. He said, he was trading gold during fast markets, looking for a breakout, and then we had the conversation about how much does the pace on a higher time frame dictate day trades. And right now the pace in gold is in neutral, right? So if I'm looking for breakouts on any time frame, right, in a shorter time frame, breakouts to the downside or the upside, it's just less likely to happen in the environment that we're in right now. So I think it's find opportunities near the extremes, stay out of the middle until gold decides to pick a direction on a higher time frame.
Are you reading my notes on the 30-minute? Can you see them down here?
I can't, Hogue. It's just this market hasn't done anything different in the past 6 days, so we probably have very similar notes.
All right. So overnight inventory, are we sitting on some? Yeah, probably. Where do we start? We started here. We're trading here. So overnight, we do have some selling coming into this market, probably shorter time frame, weaker hands traders holding shorts. Have we opened with a gap? Yes, we have. We have opened with a gap below the session from yesterday. Yesterday's regular trading hour session low 48.1190. So we've left that gap there. At least I believe we have. I can see it a little bit. Yes, we do have a session gap. So we have gap guidelines. gap guidelines will say to us that if we cannot close the session gap again to that 48.1190 area, that we should be looking for opportunities for potential shorts. We've already seen a pretty good push to the downside that has run into some buyers against the lows of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sessions. All right. So we've run into buyers down there. I'm gonna monitor to see if we're gonna miss the best trade location of the day down here. The next thing would be reacceptance of yesterday's range and reacceptance of yesterday's value. Now on this platform, the value low from yesterday comes in at about 48.18 half. TPO profile value is a little bit higher than that, but we're gonna take what we're seeing on these charts, and we're gonna look for reacceptance of value above that level. Again, that level is 48.18 approximately. There's nothing that's finite in trading. Everything is a zone. So if we do start to see acceptance above that price, I can see the market continuing to rotate higher up to 48.40 approximately, which is about value high from yesterday's session. In a bigger picture, if we were to look at naked points of control, we have an unchecked daytime frame naked point of control. Naked point of control is again a comfort level. It's the highest volume on a single price from the 13th here. That has been unchecked in regular trading hours, and then we've got last Friday's look above weekly kickoff high, but rejecting 48 85.90 is that naked point of control. So the market is sitting in the middle of that in a potential area of repair. These are visual targets, and when traders are looking at a specific level, they do have a tendency to bring price there. So, like Jay said, anything in the middle, we're going to try and avoid. Anything on the extremes, we're going to look at better opportunities there because we are in balance to breakout rules. If we see a breakout that fails, we're going to come back into range and possibly rotate. We see a breakout that fails down here, we're probably going to rotate back to the upside. And any breakouts that are deemed successful, you have to try and go with. So in kind of a little bit longer time frame, we're a ways from those levels. So watch what happens today. Trade what happens today. Watch the extremes of the range for today. Initial balance high, initial balance low. Could be interesting areas to look for opportunities because it's probably one of the better areas or better ways to be able to limit risk. So we're watching. If we can't get back inside the range and value from yesterday, we're looking for a potential move down to 47.60. That's the naked point of control below. If we do reaccept inside range and value, first target 48.40. Above that, could we rotate all the way up to weekly kickoff high 48.86? ACH, anything can happen. I would think it would take some sort of news to do that, and there is still a lot of headline risk in these markets. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30-minute chart?
On the 30 here, Hogue, it is kind of messy if you're looking at the moving averages. There's a lot of overlap between them. We've been above the 200 moving average, below the 200 moving average, which is the white line on my chart here. Right now, we are, overnight inventory to the short side, but we are coming into this demand area here, Hogue, this purple box that I have on my charts. That's the low for the week, and this is that area I was talking about. We see the market dip into this zone, and we instantly find some buyers. So range bound market, I am very patient with entries in gold. I am looking at though, and we talked about that tape bomb that we just had. I'm gonna go down to, and I don't normally do this, but I'm gonna go down to a 1 second chart really quick, and you can see that 1 second volume spike that we had. Again, about 650 contracts traded in a second. That range 47.9650 down to 47.8160. So I just have that framed out on my charts here. I want to see how the market responds here. We can see, we're kind of tapping into this area and finding some buyers again. That could be a risk limiter for buyers here in gold. If you're looking for potential longs, again, somebody came in, market order short, maybe some stops going off, but the market respecting this zone for now could be a decent risk limiter depending on how we respond here. Outside of that, Hogue, I think patience is required in gold, and there are not very many breakout opportunities that have been sustaining. So keeping that in mind. Of course, a headline could come out. We do have the president speaking right now saying the U.S. military is ready to go in Iran. We're ready to go militarily. I like this one too. He said, we caught an Iranian ship with gifts from China. I thought I had an understanding with Xi. Why are you giving them gifts? Thought we were friends. But, you know, what we've been seeing is the headlines that are coming out aren't really affecting gold as much. Gold has been pretty stable with all these headlines coming out. So, maybe it is the safe haven asset that everyone thought it was. We're looking at you, Bitcoin, but that's what I have here on gold. Oh.
Thanks, Jay. Yeah, this is a lot of rhetoric coming out from the president of the United States right now. We do see some selling coming into the equities. This is headline risk at its finest, right? That's what we've got for gold.
Awesome stuff. We're going to take a look at the S&P charts in just a little bit. We have the S&P right now trading just over 0.25% on the day to the upside, 71.6625 last trade there in the S&P. JD, any news we got in the overnight before we get into these charts?
Yes, real quick, I just want to give you a heads up. I was thinking of paper trading, that 5-minute opening range breakout trade in gold, but that was also invalidated. So both the 1-minute and 5-minute time frames were invalidated in gold. No trades yet. All right, overnight, what happened? Stocks in Asia closed mostly higher. Hang Seng Index was up 0.48%. The Nikkei closed up 0.89%, and the Shanghai Composite closed up 0.07%. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little bit mixed. The Stock 600 is down 0.01% currently. The DAX is up 0.33%. The FTSE is down 0.24%. And the CAC 40 is also down 0.26% presently. The US dollar index up 0.18% to 98.269. VIX is trading at 18.89, up marginally from yesterday. And yield on the 10-year Treasury note, US 10-year Treasury note, 4.27%, up 2 ticks, up 0.02% this morning. That's what I've got for
Thanks
you.
for that. Thanks for that, JD. Hogue, let's take a look at the S&P. What are we seeing on a higher time frame?
All right. So on the daily, we still have upside structure remaining, even with the pullback yesterday in the extended trading hours. We couldn't trade below Friday's low, so we're still putting in higher lows. We have an inside day yesterday. Volume was still maintaining. We lost about 6,400 in open interest. I would say that was probably some short covering throughout the day yesterday, as the market did close higher than it opened after a little bit of a weekend gap to the downside. So volume is holding up. We got a little bit of a pullback, on Sunday night into Monday. The buyers started coming right back into it. So we're still in, a highly high momentum opportunity to the upside here until we're not, we did see a couple of days last week where we lost open interest at higher pricing. That's some long liquidation. That's some short covering. Short covering temporarily takes buying power out of the market, but with there's so much money out there that these momentum trades can go for an unknown and sometimes an unbelievable amount of time and price range. I'm still giving the auction process a C plus in the ES. I know that it's hard to believe that, but with volume maintaining, that's good. Losing a little bit of open interest here and there, that's the reason I'm saying that the auction isn't really necessarily performing all that well, but it's performing well. And it's hard to say hard to say it's not performing well with as strong as this momentum move has been. But there's always a little, sometimes a little snake in the woodpile. And the snake in the woodpile, I think, is it seems as though we're losing momentum as far as adding to open interest. Again, yesterday we had an estimated loss of 6,400 in open interest as the market continued to try and push higher. This is a very strong market. I'm not suggesting that there's a high in here anytime, and it's going to continue to do this until it doesn't. Jay, what are you thinking here? What are you seeing?
I'm seeing an extremely bullish market, Hogue, that has not taken out a prior day's low in 7 trading sessions. So, this is extremely bullish. Are we getting a little extended up here? Maybe. We do have big fat round number 7,200 right above us. Daily ATR 101 points so far, high to low range. We are at 33 points. To me, I love that, Hogue. That means that there might be some meat left on the bone for us during the New York session. If we've seen the low of the day, which there's no wick on that daily candle so far, if we have seen the low of the day, a daily ATR move to the upside puts us somewhere near 7250s. But we'll see. Again, are we a little extended here? These daily candles, we're starting to see some more consolidated ranges. We had that inside day yesterday. At some point, we're going to need to have a red day, Hogue. And I don't know when that's going to be, but at some point, we're going to need to do it, right? This market is not just going to bid forever on a daily time frame. So there's a pullback coming. I don't know when it is. I don't want to be the first person to call it, but it is starting to show some signs maybe of a little bit of slowing down here. Dopey says never. We're never getting another red day ever. Just buy and go away. But at some point, it's going to happen. I don't want to be the first person to call it, Hogue. And I think it'll be healthy when it does happen. But this upside structure has not broken. Same sentiment as yesterday. If I find myself in a short, it's a see profit, take profit trade. If I find myself in a long with good trade location, I'm more inclined to kind of let that trade work out.
And I don't mean to scare people with that C plus auction grade. One of the things that Jay just said is, it might mean that there's still some more meat on the bone on this. When I start getting into B plus and A auction processes, I always have in the back of my mind what my dear old dad used to tell me. Market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom. A auction processes usually indicates the market is probably in euphoria, and look out. So there's probably still some meat on the bone. So on the 30-minute chart, overnight inventory long till the president started speaking. We opened right around here around 71.51. Early trading 71.64. We have come off that high, starting to unravel some of that overnight inventory. If we were to open now, we'd be opening with a gap, which does put gap guidelines into place. Gap guidelines, if we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would be continuation to the upside. I understand. It's frustrating when I say, if we can't close the gap relatively early, well, what the heck does relatively early mean? And it is very subjective. We'd look for the market to close the gap relatively early, probably within maybe the first hour of trade. And if it can't, and if it doesn't, what doesn't happen can be as important as what does. If we can't close this gap, then we start to look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. It's almost amazing how this market has, really just been in a great little channel to the upside there, and a great little channel to the upside here, and it's just continuing to push to the upside. It's up and to the right until it isn't. Momentary momentum buying has returned, and it's gonna keep going until it doesn't. I gotta keep saying that. Headline risks we all know are out there. People are looking past this geopolitical situation and looking at earnings. And earnings so far have been very, very good. Haven't had the opportunity much to look at forward guidance, but what we're seeing in the numbers so far, things are going pretty well. Does it continue? Of course, geopolitical situation can change everything in a heartbeat, and it's exhausting. I hear that, but it is the truth. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30?
On the 30 here, Hogue, I'm seeing some separation between the 20 and 50 moving averages, which is, a bullish sign. They're both above the 200. But I would welcome a pullback here. Now, there's a comment in the chat from Black Thor Carmes that says we got to have a red day thinking is exactly what's feeding this thing to the upside. I don't disagree, right? And I think the caveat there is I think we need to have a red day, but I don't want to be the first person to sell it, right? Because those sellers that have been getting trapped on the way up have been fueling this rally to the upside. So what I'm looking for is, is there going to be a healthy pullback maybe to 7150s, 7153, this 50 moving average on the 30-minute that gives me a better opportunity to get into a long, depending on the market's reaction there. Like you mentioned, Hogue, overnight inventory was to the long side, did get reconciled here. Here's that first 30-minute open. We did come back and test it. 71.55, 71.53, that kind of zone there is what I'd be looking for a pullback before I'm looking to get in long. Because I want some runway up to 7,200 if I'm getting in long here. If I'm buying at the highs up near 71.80s, there isn't a ton of room before a level of contention, which is the all-time high. Could we break up there? We could, but I want to give myself some space. So to me, this pullback is welcome if I'm looking to get in long. Of course, I still need to have a setup. It's not just blind buy it at that price. But it's going to be an interesting trading day. Another market, Hogue, where and like we said, the daily ATR, there's about 80 points left to a full daily ATR move. So we could have a nice trading session here for the New York session.
Just another example of resilience trumping uncertainties, if you'll pardon the pun.
There you go. There you go. There you go. President is speaking on Anthropic now. Can't tell military how to operate. I had good talks with Anthropic at the White House. It is possible that a deal can be made. He says, I don't want to be rushed by people who are treasonous. He's just going off right now. We got that Red Book number coming out in just a little bit here.
Don't get me started.
We're going to take... On what, Hogue?
Oh, there's so many things we could rant about, but we can't.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So why don't we just rant about crude oil? We got oil opening up in about 6 minutes here. We're going to take a look at the opening range trade. JD, any news we got on oil before we get into these charts?
Yes, investors seem hopeful about a new round of U.S.-Iran negotiations. Let's run it. This almost feels like old news now after what we've seen in the last 20 minutes. Let's go for it.
Gotta be quick around here.
West Texas Intermediate crude is fluctuating roughly in the mid to high 80s. The global benchmark Brent crude is moving around the mid 90s. That's after both posted declines of less than 1% early this morning. AAA reports regular gas is averaging $4.02. That's $4.02 a gallon. That's down about 2 cents from Monday. Global stocks are showing gains, and U.S. pre-market trading was in the green. Sources say Vice President J.D. Vance is set to negotiate with Iranians in Pakistan on Wednesday. We'll see if that plays out. The war in Tehran. Oh, that's it. That's it. So, optimism coming from investors right now. We've got a little more on when we can start expecting to see some bigger declines in gas prices. We'll run that clip towards the end of the segment. More gas price news coming up.
Thanks for that, JD. We got crude oil opening up in 5 minutes here. Crude right now down 0.08% on the day, pretty much flat. 87.36 last trade here. What are you guys thinking for an opening range trade here in crude?
How you feeling, Hogue?
It's idling. I think that's the word I wrote down. I mean, yesterday, smaller range, a lot of big expectations for big moves yesterday. We didn't close the weekend gap. There's a potential island bottom on the chart here, but right now it's pretty much flat. I mean, from the open on Sunday night, we're not far from that. We haven't moved that far. There's a very little change in the perception of value. Traders are idling. Everybody's waiting for new information. I don't see that there is any advantage for us to take the opening range trade today at this time. But you never know. I mean, we skipped one last week, and both of them worked. But
Yep.
it's been so cold lately. I'm
Yeah.
good for either side. We're in range. We're in value. No change in perception. All the moving averages are near. I feel like maybe I'm boring, but I feel like there's no real push to try and get into this right now. I
Yeah.
am probably pretty boring. I get it. But what do you guys think?
I mean, just looking at a chart, just at a glance, it looks like there's opportunity on both sides of this market right now, which is not necessarily a good thing for these opening range breakout trades. We're looking for very one directional moves. So if we were to get on this trade, it would be, I think, a quick see money, take money type of scenario, maybe holding one for a runner. But I agree with you, Hogue. It's been cold and it's been choppy the last couple days. Not the best environment for a breakout trade.
Yeah, and I don't think you're boring, Hogue. I think the markets are kind of boring here. We're just chopping around in this range, and it'll do this until it's doing something else. And for right now, like JD said, there's opportunity on both sides. I can make a case to short this, and I can make a case to get long as well. Probably a little bit more of a case to get short. But with that being said, how much risk do you really want to put behind a coin flip here? We do have the president with some more comments here. He's speaking at CNBC right now. I've been in favor of rate rises to fight inflation. He says interest rate rises to stop inflation are sort of effective. And then, like Dan Emmons said in the chat right after it, he says the U.S. should always have the lowest interest rate in the world.
Well, that's something new. Hasn't he been saying rates should be lower, rates should be lower, rates should be lower for the last year?
It's just a flip flop.
Yeah, and it flip-flopped literally in that comment, right? I've been in favor of rate rises to fight inflation, but then he says the U.S. should always have the lowest interest rates. He did also say he hopes that the new Fed chair does cut rates. So I think that is, yeah, Dolby. He's playing 5D chess.
5D
right
chess.
Now.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff going on here. Shout out to BBC. Who mentioned the elephant in the room. We have oil opening up in about a minute and 15 seconds. We'll take a look at that 1 minute opening range trade, 87.46. Let us know in the chat if you are going to be looking at this opening range trade here in oil. Who's taking it? Who's staying flat? And yes, chat, that is a news source. That is a news source.
These people.
Some of you should tell us real quick where your minds are. That is a news source. 87.40. That was a horn. What did we get the horn for? Was that a new all-time high? 87.42 is here. Yeah, crude is just trading right at settlement right now. This is 87.42 settlement price. You want to, Hogue, you want to take a look at the charts, the higher time frames?
sure.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted on this trade if we get into something.
Yeah.
Crude is about to open, so I'll jump in a couple minutes if we get into a trade.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, JD. Let's look at the charts, Hogue.
So, yeah, I mean, we were just talking about traders kind of idling, waiting for new information. We're in the same range we were 5 days ago. So no real major changes in the perception of value. What's going to happen with the Strait of Hormuz? What is going to happen with the ceasefire news? What is going to happen with all of that? Traders are just kind of waiting on it. We've seen very low volumes. Now, that partially has something to do with the fact that we're just at the end of the rollover from the May contract to the June contract. So we are waiting for new information. Since Sunday night, there have been, I think, a lot of expectations for big changes in price, big changes and big opportunities, and there have been some. But overall, we're in the same general area where we started the week on Sunday night. We lost open interest yesterday, 32,000 contracts. All of that and more in the May contract. That's a function of rollover, and it does make using open interest and volume pretty blurry to look for opportunities or to look for indications of longer time frame involvement in these markets. And we know that for the last week or two, the focus for the longer time frame has been on the rollover, which is coming to an end. Market will be free to move and to bring in the longer time frames and directional markets if that is the case. I can see, we're between the 20 session, the 50 session simple moving average. There's no major changes in the perception of value. Where are we going here? Nobody knows. It's all about the headlines. It's all about geopolitical situations. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily?
On the daily, Hogue, I'm seeing another market that is in balance. Looks very similar to gold between that 20 and 50 moving average here. We do have the April 8th candle that to me kind of broke the structure to the upside that we were having. We're holding near the lower extreme of that candle. 87.50 is the low of that candle. We're holding near that low. But oil, another market that is going to be imbalanced until it's not. There is a headline that's going to come out that's going to move this market around. And until then, if you're going to trade it, I think you have to trade it in balance. We're going to take a look at the 30-minute chart in just a little bit, and there is an interesting area that we're trading against right now. But daily ATR, $7.70 so far, high to low range. We're at just over $2 range. Yesterday's range was about $4, so we are seeing some range contraction, which eventually is going to lead to range expansion, right? If we understand how averages work, you can't continue to have small range days and keep that average where it is. Maybe tomorrow. We know that the deadline is tomorrow. The ceasefire deadline is tomorrow, so maybe we start to see some things pick up from there. But for right now, this is a range-bound market.
Right.
Prepping for the next move.
Yes. Where's that next move going to go? Where is it going to be? If only we knew. Only we knew. So looking at the 30-minute chart here, overnight inventory is by and large relatively flat. I mean, we're still in range. We're still in value from yesterday. Where did we open last night? We opened right about here, right around 86.10. We are trading higher, but we're already seeing a little bit of reconciling coming into this market. And we've got, value high up here. It's 87.75, value low here at 86.50 approximately. We're right in the middle of it. So again, there's no real change in the perception of value. What do? We try and stay patient. We look for better trade locations as the day goes on. We watch for initial balance high and initial balance low, and we protect ourselves from any headline risks with everything that we do in all of these markets. But to me, market is just kind of in a rotation, focus on the extremes. Love to see yesterday's session low. Might be a good opportunity there for us to be able to limit risk. Anything in the middle, I'm out. Anything up higher, anything above value, that is also another opportunity for us to limit risk. Jay, what do you think on this?
So looking at the 30-minute here, Hogue, I know all of the moving averages are within range of price right now. So I took them all off, and I'm just looking at the 200. We've been under this 200 moving average since April 13th, so last Monday. And anytime we get up there, you can see this white line on my chart. Anytime we get up there in that zone, there is somewhat of a rejection. It is starting to kind of flatten out a little bit here. So, the more it flattens out, the higher likelihood that we trade on either side of this 200 moving average. So yesterday, great area to sell against. Last night on the weekly open, we can see we wicked up above that 200 moving average, no volume above it, and we rejected every time we got up there. But again, as we start to flatten out, as we start to see volume trade into this, it's not a level I'm going to use as aggressively. Because again, it's starting to flatten out, which means that we could be seeing a change in the structure here in oil. So pretty tight consolidated range here. Are there opportunities to sell against that 200? Maybe, but I'm not looking for major moves in crude oil right now until a headline comes out that says we need to get directional in either way. I'd be leaning slightly to the downside just because there are mechanisms in place to keep oil prices down. But for right now, I'm probably staying flat here, staying out of the middle, Hogue. At some point, you would think that we get this gap fill, maybe back down to 84s. But for now, I'm going to stay flat.
Yeah. Yep. Profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day. Nothing notable occurred yesterday. All we did was, get rid of a whole bunch of open interest in the May contract. We did add a little bit to the June contract, but that's, that kind of goes with losing the May. You add to the June because a lot of folks still finishing up their roll. It's pretty much over, however, which is always good news for day traders. But yeah, nothing really remarkable happened yesterday. And I think there were, all kinds of expectations yesterday in these markets that just kind of fell flat for a lot of traders. Don't worry. There's a whole lot more stuff coming at you in the future. There's going to be great opportunities. So make sure you stay locked in. JD, I think that's what we've got for crude. We're
Still in that 1 minute opening range.
Still inside that range. No trade signal yet. I've been watching it. It looked a little trappy down towards the lows there. So
it did take out that low, right? So it's either a short or a no trade. But yeah, this is not a lot of conviction from anyone in this market right now.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. Just
that's good.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine doing nothing on this trade. To be honest with you, let's just move on.
Just don't even
blame it on me because I'm boring.
It's going to trigger a short right now as well if we wanted it, but
yeah, that's a short.
Yeah,
my heart's not on it.
Hey, we'll move on. We will move on. We're going to give the people what they want. The Nasdaq made all-time highs this morning. Did pull back from those all-time highs. So we'll take a look at that higher time frame chart in just a little bit. Right now, the Nasdaq trading up about 0.25% on the day. JD, we got some news from Apple before we get into those charts.
Yes, Apple starting another chapter in their book. Apple CEO Tim Cook is stepping down after more than a decade leading the tech giant. His replacement will be John Ternus, the tech giant's senior vice president of hardware engineering. The leadership change happens on September 1st. Apple says Ternus played a major role in new product lines for the Mac, AirPods, and the iPhone. He is a 25-year veteran at Apple. Cook, who followed Steve Jobs in 2011, will hand over the reins since leading Apple to becoming a $4 trillion company. Cook is credited with helping to make Apple a significant player beyond its iconic products into areas including entertainment and health. He will move into the role of executive chairman of Apple's board of directors. Big changes coming to Apple.
That guy was definitely on some of the the keynote events that they had, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember his face. Yeah.
He looks very, very familiar. That's for sure.
Let's see where he takes Apple. And let's see where Apple takes the Nasdaq, Hogue. Let's take a look at the higher time frame chart in the Nasdaq. Right. What are we seeing here?
All right. Like the S&Ps, upside structure remains. We haven't had a lower low in days. It was days before that we did have a lower low, and the buyers came in on that one. That was Monday, October the 13th, a week ago yesterday. We've been continuing this momentum move to the upside. Momentum buyers continue to come after this market. Even yesterday, after the gap lower, buyers came in. We added 6,600 in open interest. So we're still seeing more buying interest in the Nasdaq than we have been in the S&Ps. Therefore, it's going to get an auction grade of a B. It is performing better. Buyers are still continuing to buy at higher pricing. That is a healthy auction. Do not fight a directional market. Headline risks are high. Yes, of course. But this thing is no telling how far these momentum buyers can bring price. Anybody seen any signs of any kind of blow off top yet? I don't think I have. Jay, have you?
I have not, Hogue. I have not. This is a very sustained auction to the upside right now.
All right. So, yes, it is resilience trumping uncertainties and good earnings. Who knows how far this thing can go? Jay, anything you're noticing on the daily?
On the daily, we are getting the 20 moving average to start to cross back above the 50. 20 moving average 25,009. The 50 moving average 25,003. The 20 has been below the 50 since February 5th. We'll call it February 4th. So that's just confirming what we're seeing here. We heard Jessica Inskip on yesterday. She looks at some quarterly moving averages, and she's looking for a very similar cross there, just to kind of confirm this move. But we can see it in the price. This market is pushing higher. Daily ATR is decreasing, which is what we would expect to see in a market that is trending to the upside. Just to remind everybody what happened last April, where we had daily ATRs at almost 900 points in the Nasdaq. And as we rallied through the rest of the year, that daily ATR started to decrease. So we didn't get as extreme this year. We were somewhere up near 560s. But now we're back below 500, daily ATR 460, which is the natural state of the market. Markets are going to trade much quicker to the downside than they are to the upside, but the upside moves have the potential to just sustain over time. So daily ATR so far, 135 points. There is about 300 points on either side of this range. Do we still need a pullback in my opinion? Probably. Is it going to be today? I don't want to be the person to call that. So, if we start to take out a prior day's low, prior day's range, then maybe we can break that structure. But for now, Hogue, this is just a market that is trending to the upside. Daily ATR move from the low puts us somewhere near 27,200 if we see a daily ATR range to the upside, if we think we've seen the low for the day. But ACH.
Yeah, ACH is true. And, Black Thor, he had a comment earlier that you commented on, Jay. I mean, it's buyers pushing shorts, squeezing shorts to get out. Buyers continue to come in. Shorts get short again. They get eaten again. Buyers continue. The shorts come in. They get eaten again. It's just almost seems like a self-fulfilling prophecy when the market gets into this kind of state that it's going to be very difficult to break. And Jessica said yesterday, it's inertia. A body that is in motion tends to stay in motion. It's going to take an equal or opposite or greater force to stop that. We haven't seen that force just yet. Zaza, your question about what is 27,335? That is weekly kickoff high. Those are levels that I calculate on the weekends, where I believe longer time frames will need to, force to, or want to adjust inventory. We know that the longer time frame has been adjusting inventory on the way up here, in certain ways. From what I understand, CTAs have had their biggest buy-in in the equities in quite some time. So this is the next level where we might see some sort of change in that inventory. They may decide anywhere up in this zone that, all right, we've got enough. We're going to lighten up on some of these new longs, or we're going to barrel into some of these new longs. It's this one, because there's no information in the past that I can lean on, is based off of more of a measured move and some math than anything else. But we put those out there because in longer time frame, I believe that they're going to be important to some degree or another. So that's it. There's the 30. What are we looking at? All right. So, we're looking at the market continuing to push higher. We did put a new all-time high in the extended trading hour session. Those of you that have been around know that I don't expect those to be lasting highs. The market does not like to put in new all-time highs or recent highs or lows in the extended trading hour session. The longer time frame wants the ability to participate at those levels, and they're usually going to revisit those levels during regular trading hours. Maybe not today, but at some point in the near future. What are we looking at as far as overnight inventory? Yes, we got a little bit long. Where do we open? We open right about here. Let's just call it 26,752. And we got a little bit long. We have reconciled some of that. We are probably not going to be opening with any kind of gap to the upside, any kind of session gap to the upside. So we just look for opportunities as the market has been continuing to push to the upside. Buyers keep coming in on pullbacks. You know, is it a BTFD kind of day? It's kind of my main hypothesis. Question is where? Where do we get in? And there are a number of areas that interest me to the downside. The 50 session simple moving average, 26,786. How about value high and settlement? Settlement is at 27,748.75. What about value low from yesterday? 26,651 half. Another area of interest, if only to give me the opportunity to limit risk. Jade, what do you think? Is it a BTFD kind of day?
That's kind of what it seems like, Hogue, for now. Again, not a ton of range spent in the overnight, which is, great for us in the New York session if we're going to see an at range day. I do like that 26,786, that 50 moving average. It's 50% of the opening 30-minute candle from last night. So some visual targets there, but I want to see how the market responds to it, right? It's not just a blind buy. What we have seen in the New York session that's been setting up for some great long opportunities is aggressive selling stopping and not gaining any traction. That's been the case for the past 2 weeks or so, right? Where we see some selling coming into that New York session. They don't gain any traction. We get some type of 3-bar reversal. Hogue, you called it out yesterday, the 3-bar reversal at the lows in the equities. So looking for some type of reversal pattern after a failed selling move is what I'm seeing here. So maybe a settlement test. Settlement's right there as well, 26,748. But I would say yes. For right now, the way everything is with all of the headlines and news and everything that we have coming out, it seems like it's still a BTFD environment until that changes. So if I find myself in a short, it's a see profit, take profit trade. Unless we break some of the structure, we start to see some sustained selling. But for now, I agree with you, Hogue. I'm looking for opportunities to buy this. And Nasdaq's only up 0.25% right now. Obviously, I'm going to continue to watch oil. But we have all of the equity markets pretty close to their all-time highs. Nasdaq made an all-time high. The S&P futures did not. We have the Dow making all-time highs. We have the Russell making all-time highs as well. Find something and buy it. Seems like the environment right now, Hogue. Find something, buy it, hold on for the ride.
Yes, it's up and to the right until it isn't. Profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day. One thing I want to point out that the S&Ps did not do, and we did not take out the overnight low yesterday in the regular trading hours. We did not take out the Friday session low in the S&Ps, but the Nasdaq did. I'm going to go to regular trading hours right there. There is the regular trading hours from Friday. There's the regular trading hours from yesterday. If you're looking at regular trading hours only, we did take out the regular trading hour low. The S&Ps did not. It did not in the extended trading hours. Is that a chink in the armor? I don't know. I don't know. Still not seeing evidence of any blow off tops. And right now, we're still in good structure and good standing to the upside in the auction process. We'll see what happens. That's what we got.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. And just a reminder that anything we say here is for educational and information and entertainment purposes only. Should not be considered any type of trading or investment advice. We do share that risk disclosure in the morning, right before the show starts and throughout the show. Take your own trades. There is considerable risk in futures trading. And let's have some fun here. JD, who do we have trading with us on Topstep TV today?
Coming up next in Fast Markets, Andre and Jack are leading the charge. They're going to be joined by Aaron Luce, star of the London Open. Aaron will be here from 8:30 to 9:30. Hoag's going to be dipping his toe in the water in Fast Markets for a little bit. Dakota will be here from 9:30 to 11, and Ted M from 10 to 11. We got some great guests coming up in Fast Markets. Make sure you're here for it. Hoag will be back at 11 for the morning highlights to go over the trades that we did not take here during the opening call and whatever trades we do take during Fast Markets. Coach Jay is going to be back with Diamond Hands, Georgia, and Dolby time at 11:15 for a nice Power Players segment. I will be back for group coaching with Hogan Hoop. In just a little while, we're going to pin a forum to the top of the chat. We're going to put that link in the chat and pin it to the top. If you got a question for one of the coaches here at Topstep, this is your chance. Grab that link, fill it out, click submit, and we will do our best to answer your question live here on Topstep TV. Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock. I'll be back again with Jack and Coach Vince. Then we are closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Mandy, and Dakota. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way here on this Turnaround Tuesday. Make sure you're here because we're going to be here, bell to bell for you all day long.
Thanks for that, JD. Shout out to all of our Russell traders. I've seen there's a bunch of new Russell traders in the chat. Russell made an all-time high as well. We don't have to deep dive into that chart, but 28, 18, 90. New all-time highs there in the Russell. It looks like between the Russell and the Nasdaq, it's going to decide who's the leader for the day. I'm definitely going to keep an eye out there. We got Fast Markets coming up in just a couple minutes here, JD, but we got one more piece of news we can get to if you want to hit that now.
Yep, we can do that. We're going to be talking about gas prices. I had another one I wanted to share. I thought Jack might get a kick out of it. Apparently, The Onion has reached a new deal to take over InfoWars. I couldn't tell if it was a joke or not, though, so I didn't run with it. But let's go with Consumer Watch. Gas prices. When will gas prices be coming back down? Gas prices have soared more than 30% since the war with Iran began. The violence has caused disruption in oil production and shipping, leading to global shortages. But as Jen Sullivan explains in today's Consumer Watch, there is some good news for drivers on the horizon. Let's run it.
Markets opening Monday with oil prices rising, following news that Iran has once again declared the Strait of Hormuz closed. Maritime traffic through this key waterway has virtually halted, further disrupting global oil production.
The longer we wait, the longer flows are restricted from Hormuz, the less supply we have in the market.
Amina Baker, head of Middle East Energy and OPEC Insights at Kepler, says oil traffic will remain impacted.
We are not seeing a resolution to the situation despite all these headlines.
The good news is U.S. gas prices are coming down. As of Monday, the national average for regular gas was $4.04 a gallon, according to AAA. That's already 13 cents below the peak of $4.17 we saw earlier this month.
Prices have likely peaked and they'll start going down.
But before the war began, gas prices were below $3 a gallon. And while President Donald Trump says he believes prices will fall sooner, the Energy Secretary says it could be a while until drivers see those prices at the pump again.
That could happen later this year. That might not happen till next year.
So why does it take so long for prices to drop dramatically?
Refineries still in the Middle East that provide fuel in areas like Europe may still have some delays before they can really resume operations.
Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy says even when the Strait of Hormuz does fully open again, it could take at least several weeks for oil tankers to even get in position to travel through that area. All of that takes time, which is why prices are slowly going to come back down. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
A reprieve at the pump is incoming. Just had a nice little dip and rip in crude right there, too. You guys see that?
Yeah, we did. Yes, we did. Made a low 86.50, 87.36. No, 86.55. We're back up at $87 here. See the team getting ready in the back. We're almost good to go. We are good to go. Hoag, let's do the thing. Take us into Fast Markets.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you, JD. Always a pleasure spending the morning with you. And as of all of you, We thank you for trusting us with your time. The top of the chat, a lot of favorites, a couple of people I haven't seen for a while, and a couple of new ones. Shubham, Trader Hub, Anastasios, Coog, Joseph Francone, photographer, my good friend Nick. It is good to see you back, my friend. I hope things are going well. Dan Trader, Tommy C, Charles Henry, Janine. Folks, when you are sitting down to trade, remain humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Pray for peace every day. Let's head into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go to the market. Let's go.
Good morning, trading buddies. Welcome to Fast Markets here on Topstep TV. Andre, let's get physical, baby. Physical commodities. Because oil is fun again. We closed that gap in the ES. I'm excited for the day. How about you?
Very excited. Warsh, confirmation hearing today, top of the hour. Things will get spicy there. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. To the right, you got the Star of London open here on Topstep TV, 1:30 a.m. Central Time on Topstep TV, Monday through Friday. Aaron trades in the house. Aaron, welcome aboard. Looking at gold. You are the golden boy, original OG gold trader. Thoughts coming in. Starting to see the bulls take over. We thought so, at least.
Absolutely.
However, what's your breakdown of what we've been seeing?
Yep, good to see you guys. This is it's the part of the week I look forward to because Andre calls me Golden Boy every week, so
that's what
what I'm always looking forward to. I appreciate it.
What's up, man?
Good to see you guys. Gold has been it's a little bit tough for me to read today. Actually, we had some nice longs on gold yesterday to fill in that gap, like a lot of these markets. And so far today, you've seen Asia have a pretty decent sell-off of that 48.50 level. And now I'm kind of trying to understand if gold is going to hold this daily support around this 4,800 or we break lower. I am leaning more towards potential buys coming into this New York session with the fact that we're hitting some previous hourly lows and trying to hold support. But with this range, I am neutral today. I am leaning towards longs, but I want to be as reactive in here as I can, to be honest.
I don't blame you. That makes sense. Let's take a look at some of these prices. Last trade in gold, trading 47.90 now. 91's trade. Crude oil trading $87.05. Tighter range overnight, about $2 or so. ES trading 71.62. NQ making new all-time highs about an hour and a half ago, maybe 2 hours ago. That price would be 26,901.75. We're about 100 points lower right now. Trading 26,813. Jack, we got 45 seconds till the opening bell. What are we thinking? What are we looking for?
Well,
we got numbers. Just got Warsh confirmation top.
Yeah, we had some numbers this morning. I'll get into them more in the news. Yesterday we didn't quite fill that settlement gap in the ES before selling off a little. We definitely got there last night. Did not take out the all-time high in the ES. Came suspiciously close within just 2 or 3 points, kind of like the settlement gap yesterday. Let's take a look at the open. There is a lot of fun stuff going on too. There's some really strong parts of this rally with earnings. And then there's some frothy stuff happening. I'm going to talk about Avis. I think I might be getting it.
NQ just sold. Okay. Immediate selling there in the NQ just sold off. Just to see buyers step right back in. Was that market on open orders? That was interesting. NQ absolutely just dropped like a rock, bottoming out session lows 26,774. Right back above 26,820 now. That could be market on open orders to be executed on that opening bell. Wow. And another round of selling. Oh, someone knew something. Looks like they hit the bid in the equities. Equities getting sold. Yeah, in ES, NQ, and the YM. You seen this, Jack?
Yes, I am. We're selling right off, we opened right at that number we were looking for yesterday, the settlement in the ES from Friday. Oh, should probably test down at some point.
Interesting. That was more selling here coming in on the equities. What's going on in gold, Aaron? Is gold catching a bit of
I was really hoping this would open lower, but we're opening higher. So I wouldn't mind getting in these longs. But we're kind of already breaking up higher. But if I want to get long, I want to get long maybe around 47.90. If we can get there before breaking it up into 4,800, then I'd like to see if I can get long.
Okay. There seems they're more selling here. NQ continue to push lower. New session lows down about 70 points here in this for the first 90 seconds. It looks to be like there's some more continuation in the ES as well to the downside. Gold catching a bid right on that bell. Sellers did aggressively sell. Yes, NQ
ES
and
came
the Dow.
close. ES did not take out the lows yet. Very close.
50-50 tilt. Huh. Gold goes right back into up to 4,800. Even couple of bucks to go there. What was that? All right, ES bottomed out at 71.50. We were trading 71.62, call it, right when that bell rang, and they just came in and sold it pretty aggressively. Dow, ES, and NQ all having similar charts right now. Crude not doing too much, $86.85.
Not so fast.
Not so fast. Yeah.
Not so fast, my friend. Off the open, mega caps, Amazon's up 1.5%. Everything else is down besides NVIDIA. What is basically scratch.
Okay. And new session lows continue to see some extension to the downside in the NQ. We're down about 100 points here in this first 5-minute candle. We still got only 3 minutes into the session, in a New York session, and down 100 points in the NQES, looking to pick up perhaps some more steam to the downside. What was that?
Interesting. Crude is not hopping in tandem. Crude's trading below $87.
Okay.
Interesting thing. Bond yields are up a bit.
Okay.
From some of the ADP retail sales numbers, we're up around 4.28, so about 4 bips since yesterday.
Nothing on the tilt. 50-50 cross. Aaron, you got your eyes on prices of interest levels. First of all, how did gold trade overnight or in the London session, European session? What do we see there in terms of price action compared to where we're at right now? Just give us a little context.
Yeah, absolutely. So I did take some longs in London, below London lows yesterday, and a little bit of a bounce back up into VWAP. That was, you see, my $260 here. Not nothing big, but took a little bit of a bounce here. My concern with gold right now, not my concern, but my thing I'm maybe struggling to read is the fact that, yesterday we had this great breakout trade. We hit daily lows, we closed nice and bullish, but instantly today we are holding previous daily highs and selling off. And if I look at, I know we're not swing trading, but to me it's important to look at the higher time frame context, and we can kind of see, we're at that 48.50 big, 47.50 also big support. So my levels of interest, I am trying to see if we can have a retracement of this Asia move, because Asia just had this just clean, just straight rundown. You kind of create a bit of a range, and now I'm trying to see if we could maybe put levels that I am looking for, pullbacks into like 48.20 ish. 48.20, kind of what I'd be intraday. But if I want to get long, to be honest, I really want to see us break back above that 4,800 level, because we could hold it and sell off. So if we break back above 4,800, fantastic, I'll buy. If we hold below it, maybe we could range.
All right,
range.
All right, let's trade 47.88 in gold. Pull back about 10-12 bucks there. More selling in the equities.
Yeah, overnight lows taken out in the ES.
Interesting. What do we got on the schedule? Again, top of the hour, we will have Fed Chair nominee Warsh going through the theatrics of a confirmation hearing. We will be bringing that to you. The first, the opening remarks, the opening questions. I'll bring that in. Those confirmation hearings do tend to go on for hours.
Yeah, there's a lot of grandstanding.
There's a lot of grandstanding. The first 20 minutes, we'll get something, but then there's grandstanding theatrics, to say the least.
We'll turn it off when one of us vomits. Oh, that. Good TV, right?
When it's Senate, correct? Is it Senate, or I believe Senate goes first? So, right? Okay. But we'll all get an idea on how confirmation process does work. All right, we got Dow continuing to sell off here. So what do we do? Sold off. I think Q sold off about 120 points or so in the first 6 minutes of this New York session. ES sold off about almost 20 points to the downside. Gold, about $10, $12 range there. We bottomed out right around 47.88. Interesting price action. The equities, to say the least. What else do we have? We got pending home sales at the top of the hour as well. Waller scheduled to speak this afternoon. President scheduled to speak right around the close of the New York session. Jack, what are you seeing in options? Anything in the options?
Yeah.
Are you looking to get long like me?
Not right away. On the 0 dates, a little bit of positive gamma here. When we go out to all strikes, there's maybe some support. And you could just see us on a, 7,100 is a pretty round number in the SPX. That's about 10 points, 12 points below here in the futures. I have this green line around 71.37 or so. Could be a good place to limit risk if you want to buy the dips, because if it breaks through that, I mean, remember, guys, we're not going to go up, 3% a week forever. That'll bring, the S&P to, 1 million by the end of the year or something. So I'm going to be a little bit cautious getting in here.
So that sounds about right. There goes gold. Gold found the buyers, indeed, closing back in on 4,800. How about that?
Yeah, may get long the closure of the 5 minute here. Gonna watch this 5 closure and then consistent.
47.98 last trade. Yes. Tapping on new session lows. Couple ticks to go.
My bad, guys. Actually, if the ES were to go up 3% a week for the next 50 weeks, we'd actually only be at 31,125 in the S&P 500.
not the Nasdaq, but the SPOOs. Yes,
SPOOs. Yes,
incredible. Oh, new session lows. ES new session lows there. 71.47, 147, 50-50 on the tilt. You heard the guys talking about some levels. Well, pinned to the top of the chat, you see those Topstep daily levels. Click on that link. Those are updated fresh before every New York Open. You want to save some space on the screen. More buying here in gold. Why don't you just click on that indicators tab at the top of Topstep X, type in Topstep daily levels, have them right overlaid, slapped over your charts. Update and refresh before every New York Open. Okay, look. We're holding above 4,800s now in gold.
Yeah, if we can wick back down to it, I'll buy. If we can get back there, I'll buy.
To what? Around what price? Evens? 48 even?
Around 1,400 even. Yeah, around there.
Okay.
If we get there.
If. Emphasis on if. If thens, Aaron. I love it. If thens.
Yep. Absolutely.
The buyer's going to give it a shot. What do we got on tilt? 50-50. Still on the tilt. Upper left-hand corner of the screen. You got the name of the segment. It's called Fast Markets. Why? Because markets are moving fast. That was so corny.
They sure are.
Use the hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at Topstep TV on the X. What's moving fast is this gold rally right now. Topstep TV on the X. Send us some cool content, trader station setups, swag, trader wins, payouts, all that good stuff. We'll turn that around to you well in Power Hour. Hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets at Topstep TV on the X. Well, buyers are going to jump in. Equities, gold, crude selling off just a touch. 20 points off the lows in the NQ. Again, NQ making new all-time highs 2 hours ago. We are down about 170 points lower right now. Yes, not quite there. We got within about 2 points, 2.5 points of those all-time highs. Tilt. Interesting. Again, we will be bringing you the Warsh. What's his name? Kevin? That's his first name? Kevin Warsh?
Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin.
Kevin. Just for some context, Warsh, well, he was a Fed chair. I don't think he was St. Louis. He's St. Louis. I'm not sure. Back during the financial crisis, notable hawk in a previous administration. I will be looking forward to seeing how, I don't know, how he answers. Are you just going to come in and just start slashing rates? Just indiscriminately. We got a pop here. Dow catching a bid. Dow pushing higher here. Yes, and Q follow. You said
Yeah,
10
I mean,
years
the key.
upticking? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the 10-year future was down ticking. Let me see where we're at now. I was saying yields on the 10-year stabilized a little bit higher than yesterday. A lot of the numbers were good this morning. I'll get to them in a little bit. Especially the ADP was a beat on the weekly employment change, 54,000 versus 40,000 expected. You know, that's been growing for a few weeks now. If we're not seeing deterioration in the job market, the PCE, CPI are all running above 2%. We got all-time highs today in the Nasdaq. It's going to be tough to do rate cuts unless something changes. Because remember, ultimately it's a vote. So you need 7 people out of the 12 to actually change the interest rates.
Man, remember when Goolsby said we were going to be able to watch that meeting? I'm still waiting for that.
I'd love it.
I would love that. It would have been amazing.
It's like that scene in Margin Call.
Exactly. We got all right, buyers stepped in the equities, and we're about 8 points off the lows. ES and Q, the buyers stepped in. We're about 40 points off the lows there. And Q trading 26,766. ES trading 71.55. Take a look at the ES ladder using that level 2 data on Topstep X. Not seeing massive orders jumping off the screen right now. Pretty much 50 on the bid, 50 on the ask. All right, let's get your read on gold here, Aaron. Interesting way that we took to get back up to 4,800. Interesting route we took to get to 4,800 there and above.
Yeah, it's really tough because I wanted to buy it, but then I'm like, now that we're back up at the highs, the resistance, I'm like, if I did get the buy, would I be managing my risk here? And I'm like, yeah, I probably would. So does it make sense for me to take new buys here? It's very, very, very tough. Very tough.
Yes.
I want to buy gold, but something tells me don't buy here in the middle of the range because we're right back at the highs, unfortunately. And then if I go back to my hourly, we've got the hourly close going about 15 minutes. You know, you can see you're right back to that resistance. But I mean, if this hourly can hold bullish, I mean, I would anticipate we could still 3 p.m. London time continue pushing up anyway. So I still want to buy. I still just want to see a little bit of a pullback before I buy it. So I don't want to buy this high.
I want to talk about that.
To buy right now.
Something tells you not to. What?
Yep.
That's just screen time. That's just repetition. That's just experience. What you can't. It's hard to put your finger on what that something is. What it's. I call it.
Yeah. It's like whenever I see a decent move on gold, and if I haven't got it for whatever reason, I always kind of ask myself the question of, if I did get this move up, would I enter a new position here? And if the answer is ever no, I'm like, that's probably a good indication just to wait a little bit.
I like that. Intuition. Yes. Andy in the chat. Andy says intuition. Indeed.
Yep.
Sometimes hard to put your finger
Dre,
on it. Yes.
just noticed something that's making me smile. Just saw this for the first time this morning. Shout out to Baron. United Health is up 10% today.
Earnings.
Hello.
Did they crush? Did they crush?
Yeah. Is it shocking that we pay a lot of money for healthcare? No, I thought it was an easy buy.
Up and away. Look at the Dow. Up and away. Buyers jumping in the Dow. Sellers in the NQ. Oil looking to sell off. Dow, how about that? 50,000 even prints. 50,009. New session highs
Bring
there.
back Bondi. We got it.
What do we got? What's all
That's going to
there?
be United Health's in the Dow, by the way.
To the moon. What do we got all-time highs? In the Dow, this contract, almost 51,000. 50,904. 50,904. But we're above 50,000. 50,015. Will the ES follow? ES catching a bid. What's going on in the old NQ? Gold pushing higher here. Interesting.
Breaking high, yep.
Crude selling off. Tech bringing up the rear. What did Apple stock do when Cook announced he was stepping down? Didn't it rally?
I
think it rallied. That's all good. We could look at it, but interesting.
I'd have to see what time they announced it. It was after the bell. It dipped a little bit. Right now, Apple's is down 0.8% on the day. They had really kind of jawboned the fact that Tim Cook would be leaving pretty soon.
Really? I did not know that.
Yeah, they've been talking about it for months.
Did not know that.
Much respect. He's 65 on the dot. I love that dog in you to just, I'm retiring at 65 like an everyman. Apple stock is up 20x since he took over.
Not bad at all. ES pushing higher here. Right back to overnight VWAP, looking about a 15-point recovery off the initial sellers that came in on that bell. There goes the NQ. NQ catching a bid as well. NQ about 60 points off the lows there. Again, Fed Chair nominee will be jumping through the hoops of the nomination hearing, confirmation hearing, call it what you want. Get a load of this if you've never seen something like this before. It's quite the thing. So basically what happens is, I believe it's the Senate, it's the Finance Committee. Basically what happens is they have to grill. They're going to grill this nominee. His name is Kevin Warsh. Will be replacing Powell if all goes according to plan. And they're going to put him through the ringer. The questions can get interesting, to say the least. Look at these buyers.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Andre, I think it's time for me to show the Avis chart because it's going to be hard to cut interest rates when this is going on. Here we go.
Rental car company? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello. These are daily candles.
What are they doing?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 straight days up. It has gone since Monday, March 26th from 100 to it's trading above 700 right now.
Come on.
Started as a massive short squeeze. So much volume is traded at this point that I think this is more of like a gamma retail meme squeeze going on at this point, fueled by some new shorts. But
what's going on?
It's getting a little bit iffy right now. They're up to a $25 billion market cap, which is not nothing. So, hey, by the way, I've just showed you a cursed object. Once again, I've been doing that lately. This is not an invitation to get in there. Although that's what I might do. I'll let you know if I do. I've got about 5 ways I want to play it. I've got like 5 different optioned windows open on Avis right now. We'll see.
I thought if you showed me that chart and didn't tell me what it was, I would have thought you were showing me a gold chart from September of last year. That's incredible. Avis, how about it?
Avis, yeah. There's a few things in this rally. We're getting some of the charitably more speculative names are really getting bid up at this point.
A little pullback. Low pullback in NQ. Dow staying above 50,000 by about 25 points or so. Haven't seen 50,000s. 50,000 even. It's been a minute since we've seen 50,000s in the Dow. How come we don't talk about Dow? We're talking about the Dow right now. 50,029 last trade. What's going on in gold? 4808. Any real clear direction?
Hovering at these highs. Hovering.
Why nobody trade the Dow?
I do think we'll
Go ahead.
I do think we'll get more buying here on gold. What I was a bit skeptical is if this hourly, which we got coming in like 9 minutes, was actually going to break back bullish. But now that we're breaking back above 4,800. To be honest, now I look at this and I go, well, I haven't really missed anything. We're still in the middle of the range, but now we're closing back above 4,800. That kind of gives me more confidence to continue buying for the next hour. So as long as we hold above 4,800 into the next hour, which it looks like we will, I think we can now see the real pullback here. So still on the cards for me.
Right now, for
context, can't get a read right now.
We're trading now. Avis is down to 680. The call option expiring Fridays at the money, like $100.
What's going on?
Madness.
Okay. Again, we got the about 8 minutes, top of the hour. We will get here comes some buyers stepping in gold, ES, NQ, Dow. These are some random moves. I'm not gonna lie, random moves. Again, top of the hour, we will have U.S. pending home sales, business inventories, and also more importantly, Fed Chair nominee Kevin Warsh will testify at the Senate Banking Committee. All right, and well, before we do that, let's get the Delta Don in here. Hogue, talk to me, my man. You've seen a million of these tests, these nomination theatrics. Anyways, let's break it down what we're seeing here. These buyers in the ES and Q. Give me some delta. Give me some opening range. What's up, Hogue? Tuesday.
Tuesday mute day.
Mute day Tuesday. Mute day.
Good morning.
Order filled. What's
Good
up,
morning,
Hogue?
Should be an interesting Warsh day. Initially, the equities left the opening ranges, the 1 minute opening range, 830 to 831 at the all-time at the session high. We just took it out in the S&Ps. Let's get the S&Ps up here. Let's take a look. So, the market's still going up and to the right. It's still in a buy the dip mode, and that has been proven true again today. We talked about this in the opening call. We did open with a little bit of a gap. Okay, we closed the gap relatively early, and we started looking for opportunities or levels to potentially look for longs, and it played out really nicely in the S&Ps. S&Ps traded right down to value high from yesterday, 41.49. Remember, value is where 70% of the volume was traded in yesterday's regular trading hour session, and it also traded right down to settlement, which was 71.48. We didn't see any signs of acceptance inside value, and the market has rejected and is now continuing this push to the upside. Similar situation in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq not presenting as strong as it has been for the past couple of days, but we did see the market open inside the range. We didn't open with a gap in the Nasdaq, so we traded a little bit further, a little bit deeper below the value area high from yesterday, right around 26,751. And settlement price, which was 26,748.75. So a little bit of confluence there, as well as with the 100 session simple moving average. Once we rejected value from yesterday, the market found some buyers and is continuing to try and push higher. It's back inside its 1 minute opening range right now. And if we can take out the high of the session, which is basically equal to the session high from yesterday, let's see if that is correct. 826 and a half, 827 in the orders was the high from yesterday. So we start taking that out. We could see, some more of that momentum buying coming in here. It's all initiative. It's all momentum. We have no idea how far this is going to go, when it's going to stop, or where the high is going to be. And we did put in a new all-time high in the Nasdaq, not in the S&Ps. We did put in a new all-time high in the extended trading hour session. And as we all know, the market tends not to like to leave new all-time highs or recent lows in the extended trading hour session. So I'm looking for this to get taken out at some point, if not today, at some point in the near future. So we're looking at BTFD still in the equities. S&Ps up near session highs as we speak. Gold has been kerfuffling a lot around its initial balance high, 26,827.75. This is the Nasdaq. I apologize. Here's gold. So, and now we've kind of put in a failed upside auction in gold. On the 720 open, we do have a bit of a failed upside auction. It did come back up and take a look up there, but it's rejecting above the initial balance high. So, Aaron, be careful being long at this point. When we do have these failed upside auctions, the tendency is for the market to rotate back to the downside. So be cautious. I know you are an expert at trading gold. Just with this failed upside auction, look for good trade locations for longs if you're going to be looking for longs. That's really what we're seeing in those markets. Not seeing a whole lot, surprisingly, in crude oil. Crude oil, a lot of expectations yesterday. We never did close the weekend gap in crude oil, but we're right in the middle of the range from the regular trading hours yesterday. We're inside range, inside value. Try and stay patient. The opening range, the 1 minute opening range, does remain the high of the session, which has me kind of looking for potential shorts, but we also have in the longer time frame a potential island bottom. Price moved down, ranged, left a gap higher yesterday, and that remains. So that is a reversal pattern, but we're not seeing any really good price action away from that. Be careful today. Oil, it's going to be a highly headline driven, of course, and as things change, so will the change of crude oil, but not a lot of change so far today. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. It's going to be a interesting day.
Good stuff, Hogue. We got NQ continuing to see some buyers. Here goes gold. Gold pulling back to 48.01. 48.01 last trade.
I like what you said there, Hogue, about trade location on gold. That's what I'm kind of struggling with these buys right now. It's like kind of one of them where it's like I ideally would have been buying from back down at 92s and managing back up at these 12. So even though I said if we come back down to that 4,800, I'm interested in buying, but I'm looking at this hourly, which is about to close in 1 minute, and the way this hourly is closing, to be honest, tells me to be very patient. I don't like the look of this hourly.
I like the way you said that, Aaron. Tells you to be very patient, as if there's danger lurking. Danger. I'm with you.
Definitely danger lurking.
I got short the ES. Let's see if we can squeeze one in here. Short from 71.67. We got 30 seconds to the top of the hour. Numbers coming at us, so I'll probably have to get out of these. 75% long tilt in the ES. And Q67. Ominous. Good word, George. Yes, George, that's exactly ominous.
Eerie,
yes. And we got NQ continue to push higher here. Gold selling off. And Dow selling off just a bit. All right, we can't get anything going here. I will exit this. Oh, do we get the number?
Oof.
Pending home sale.
Right,
higher than expected.
Right in the middle of the regular trading hour session range in gold right now. Right in the middle of it.
Right now?
Yeah.
Yes. Trade location, everything.
Seriously.
Is this good? Can you manage risk here?
I don't mean. Oh, we're buying in the NQ. What's your deal, NQ? Go ahead, Aaron.
That's what gold loves to do as well. Is looking like it's what gold loves to do. Last couple of minutes of that hourly candle looking very bullish. Before you know it, last we closed straight back down below that 4,800 level. So that's why I kind of said, if we close above 4,800 in the hourly, I'm interested in longs. But when you're that close to the hourly, you may as well wait because you're not going to miss anything. end up closing straight back down below, right in that middle of that range. Yeah, so it's very, very tough for me to want to risk my money on anything here on gold. Patience will pay. Patience will pay.
Patience will pay indeed. All right, with Dow selling off, Crude catching a bid, NQ catching a bid as well. I'm still short from 67.5.
Yeah. Andre, can I tell you a secret?
Yeah. Yeah.
I sold a cursed object.
Which have 4 letters?
Yeah.
Red cars. Not traded. Not financial advice.
Not financial advice.
Are they in the S&Ps? Is Avis in the S&Ps?
I have no idea. I just sold a 2-month out call for like $250.
This market wants
We'll
to
see what
stay
happens.
Okay, we got Crude catching a bid here. Also, we're waiting for the Fed chair nomination confirmation hearing to begin any moment now. Hogue, what do you got for
Worst
Delta?
party.
Worst party.
Yeah,
Okay.
worst party. You called it.
Which means something totally different in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Right now, the S&P Delta is negative 400. It was as deep as about 3,600 in the negative when we were at the lows. So it was very congruent with direction. And we've been, heading the other direction. We're now still down negative 400 in the S&Ps. Still negative 1,900, however, in the Nasdaq, and I'm kind of viewing that as a little bit of divergence. We should be seeing the negativity, kind of peeling off as we push higher, but it really has not that much.
No.
So we're seeing some bids coming in and underneath the Nasdaq right now.
Sure are. What's going on here? Yes, just stay in bid. Dow stay in bid.
Hey, man.
Crude popping here. We are waiting for Senate confirmation hearing for Fed chair nominee Warsh to begin. Look at this. So what they do is they just light this guy up. Well, it's the people that want, they just light him up.
And then the others kind of stroke the ego.
Yep, they'll ask him about his net worth, I'm sure. They'll ask about...
Is this making you crazy, Aaron?
Yes.
We're just hanging out here.
Definitely. Yep. Trying to get me to jump in, but I'm staying patient. Sticking to the plan.
Yeah, what's up with these shorts? These shorts ain't printing, Hogue. What am I doing, short? Just get out of this nonsense. NQ might be...
What are you doing?
I don't know. I'm short. Well, I do know. I'm short up the top here. Right where we opened up at. Saw crude pop. We saw gold sell off. We saw the exhaustion in that pop in the NQ.
Sellers still kind of aggressive coming at this, and we're negative 2,000 in the Delta in the Nasdaq now, negative 500 in the S&Ps. Let's see if they can get price action their direction. So far, they haven't been successful.
This is I got out of one. Man, you should see these cameras. Do we have that? Do we have the video? They're starting to show. You guys see this what it looks like for this guy. All right, I believe it. We're getting ready to start here. We'll get that video in. Oh my God, these trades. All right, I'm flat. All right. Oh, well, yeah, you got the usual suspects here. We will be bringing that. Hasn't started just yet. Moments away from Senate confirmation here for Fed chair nominee Aaron. Flat, correct? Nothing?
Yep, I'm still flat. Flat for me.
And it's still trading 4,800.
Yep, we're still there.
It's still here.
Still here.
Yeah, the volume point of control in gold for the regular trading hour session is 47,982. It's, to me, that's just a toxic area to try and take a trade.
Good morning to everyone.
All right, here we go. Again,
here we go. Thank you for being with us today. We're excited
to roll this for a little bit, so hang in there.
Discuss America's economy with you. This is really about the kitchen table. People across our country want to have confidence in our institutions, that your nomination goes in the direction of reinforcing why they should have confidence in the institutions. You've been nominated by the president to be the chairman of the Federal Reserve System. The Federal Reserve plays a powerful role in our economy. Monetary policy choices made at the Federal Reserve can affect the Americans' ability to buy groceries, whether or not they can afford a home, how far their paycheck goes, especially at the end of the month. And in South Carolina, I hear all the time how families are working hard, doing everything right, and still feeling squeezed. Bidenomics made prices go up, and paychecks have not kept pace. Too many parents are stretching every single dollar they have just to cover the basics. And too many workers are wondering when the economy will start to feel stronger at their kitchen table, not just on paper. Congress, President Trump, and his administration are focusing on fixing the disastrous mistakes of Bidenomics to restore Americans' confidence in our economy. Through efforts like the Working Families Tax Cut bill, we are helping Americans keep more of their hard-earned money. Compared to the average tax return under President Biden over 4 years, the average return is up 24% since then. Just in the last year, the average tax return is now around $3,400, an 11% increase, because President Trump and his leadership decided to focus on hardworking Americans who are struggling to make ends meet, paycheck to paycheck. Nearly half the country, half the returns filed in 2026 claimed either deduction for.
You're already. We'll keep the video on, and we'll. This is already off to a strong start. Already doing a little grandstanding there, but when Kevin Warsh will have some prepared remarks, and we'll definitely tune in for that. We'll keep that on as well. But this is the Fed Chair nomination hearing from the Senate Banking Committee, Finance Committee, whatever they call it. Anyways, we are. Hey, James back there. If we'll keep it on, but once Warsh starts speaking, we'll bring that audio in. So, all right, let's get back to the markets for now. But all right, we're catching a bid here. We got what's going on in gold. Gold,
not much.
48.01.
Trying to get back higher.
Okay.
Good job so far. Nobody's feeling queasy just yet.
From the hearing,
the grandstanding.
Oh, I already did. Once I mean, that took no time.
Yeah, the system with all these things is designed for like they all get time, and they're all looking for video clips that they can put in emails to get money from their mailing list, and then maybe they ask a question or two.
Yeah, let's tune in. See, or by all means, Aaron, if you take a trade, by all means, let us know. But
absolutely,
let's bring in the audio. Let's see if just doing the old grandstanding still.
And weaponizing one of the most powerful weapons we have for good economically, the entire Federal Reserve System. For example, under the Biden administration, the Fed pushed climate-focused initiatives only to reverse that climate agenda as soon as President Trump took office. When actions appear to shift with changing political priorities, it can
we'll see what
undermine
Warsh
confidence.
has to say, but yeah, everyone's got they get 5 minutes. I believe every committee member gets 5 minutes or so. Look at Crude catching a bid here. Bottom of the hour, we will get initial balance high, initial balance low prices, or lows, simply the highest and lowest price traded in the first hour of the New York session. All right, Aaron, hold back beneath 4,800.
Yep, straight back down, which even if gold does break lower here, to be honest, I don't really like selling gold today. I don't like where I'm shorting into on the higher time frame. So even if we break lower, it does sell off. I'm happy to miss it, to be honest.
Well, I mean, Crude's up about $1 here. Crude's up about $1 in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, something's changing there. That's a good thing for traders.
Yeah. Oh, while we're at it, we got thousands of people watching us all around the globe right now. Click like, click subscribe, click notify if you'd be so kind. We'll be tuning back into the Fed chair nominee confirmation process. Again, these are some of the senators. They like to talk just to hear their own voice. Like Jack said, get clip a moment. They can send to their constituents, fundraise, all the song and dance. Chat, I got to ask the chat. Chat, do you love it when we bring in... First of all, how many people in the chat are actually familiar with how this process works? One, if you are familiar. Two, if you've never really seen this process happen. I think there is some value to that. One, if you know how this works. Two, if you're not familiar how this does indeed work. This guy's going to replace, likely going to replace Powell. So, okay, so people are... All right, well, we're learning. All right, good.
Right. And to be clear, one sort of uncertainty that's kind of out there is that he's replacing Powell as the chairman of the board. Whatever he wants to do, Powell can stick around for 2 more years, I believe, as just a regular old governor if he chooses to. He has declined to answer that question.
Again, the last FOMC policy meeting is next week, a week from tomorrow. I do believe the 29th. All right. Here's another one. Bring this one in. This will get the people riled up. This is
probably will.
To the safety and the security and the health
we know how
of
to
our
push
families.
buttons.
I know we are as one, and we are praying for them.
And Ranking Member,
Thank you.
I think it'd be appropriate for us to take a few seconds of silence on his behalf. 36 years old. One thing you don't want to do as a parent.
Okay. All right. Well, the nominee has yet to say a word. It's been going on for 13 minutes. The actual nominee has yet to say a word. This is there goes the chat fired up. All right, Aaron. This is what do we got? Market's even come to a standstill to watch this. No trades yet. Are you up? Oh, you're up today. Okay, good job.
Yeah, I'm up today yet. Up 260.
All right. 79% long tilt in the ES right now. 79%, 71% long tilt in the NQ. 79% long tilt in the ES. You know what I'm going to do?
Mm-hmm.
Delta in the ES, flat. Delta in the Nasdaq, negative 1,600.
Negative 1,600. All right.
Gold, still trading 4,800.
Right. Yep. All right.
Yep.
Did you see that one?
Andre, stop forcing Aaron to take trades.
I literally asked him if he's up or down on the.
Andre, he's trying to work out how much you can force me to risk before I go back to break even. You're like, yeah, you can risk that 260.
Literally, no, yeah. I mean, what? Oh, LOL. You're just messing with me, 79. I see what you're doing there. Oh, there goes Crude. Continue to push higher here. Short on one lot in the ES. Trying to get short 2. All right, now short 2. Short 2 from 71.70 in the orders. Bottom of the hour, we will get initial balance high, initial balance low prices.
Thrive for life. Delta is basically just a number. It's an order flow tool that tells you how many more contracts traded on the offer minus how many contracts traded on the bid. It's an order flow tool. Sometimes you'll get a divergence. Price will move higher and Delta will be increasingly negative. That's a divergence. Tells you there may be longer time frame buyers just placing bids and just scooping up whatever they can scoop up. And it can tell you that your shorter time frame traders may be the wrong way,
Bids?
too short or too long, and you can find sometimes some good opportunities on that. A lot of times it doesn't mean much.
Yeah, we'll be waiting for Kevin Warsh to. The chat is absolutely fire. At least we got some twos in there. I've never really seen this process. Real trades. These are right around.
Nate trades.
Yeah.
Some platforms let you choose the time that your delta begins. Like what I'm giving everybody is regular trading hours only delta. There's cumulative delta that can keep track of delta over days, weeks, and months. But what I'm talking about is regular trading hours, 8:30 on only in the equities, 8 o'clock on in the crude oil, 7:20 on in gold when we do talk about those delta numbers. But yeah, certain platforms, there's nothing like precise or perfect in electronic trading. There's usually going to be some slight differences between different platforms.
Was it perfect and precise in the pits, Hogue? Was that just a swipe?
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely nothing was precise in the trading pit.
Sounds like you took a swipe at electronic trading there. I'm just messing with you. ES, holding bid. And Q definitely got your bid closing back in on new all-time highs, about 230 points to go or so. These markets, man, I'm telling you what. NQ 77% long tilt in the ES, 69% long tilt NQ.
Well, Elizabeth Warren has apparently set the price for gold.
Yeah.
48s.
Yep.
All
right. Look. All right. Still going. Will they ask a question? Will a question be asked? Or these are just the prepared remarks from committee members? And then, sounds like she's being a little bit more animated with whatever she may be saying. It's like her colleague, as they like to say. Colleague.
Do you think that they even want to hear what Warsh has to say?
I don't think they even wrote these
what
questions. The clerks wrote this for him. Like Jack was saying, this is a lot of theatrics, grandstanding. But this is the process.
Yeah. So it's the banking committee in the Senate. I think there's 13 people on it. The idea is they vote at the end. Simple majority moves on. Because the Republicans control the Senate, they have the chair, so they have the numbers, except Tom Tillis has said that he's not going to give a vote on this until they stop the investigation into Powell, which would leave it, I think, deadlocked and would not be able to move on. So that's sort of the backstory of what's going on here.
Interesting. No tiebreaker. Correct? On the vote?
Well, there's 13, so usually there would be, but Tillis is a Republican, so it's 7 and 6.
All right, back to the committee chair. Let's bring in the audio. Let's see what seems as though they're talking to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Warren, distinguished
Here
colleagues.
we go.
It's really a great honor to introduce my friend Kevin Warsh and welcome him and Jane here today. Kevin has been a friend for many years. Winston Churchill observed that for great leaders there comes, and I quote, a special moment where they are figuratively tapped on the shoulder and offered the chance to do a very special thing. What a tragedy, he warned, if that moment finds them unprepared for that which would have been their finest hour. Colleagues, I'm here today to assure you, as someone who knows Kevin and who knows this institution, that Kevin Warsh could not be more prepared for this, his finest hour. There's no one more fitting, no one more qualified to face this consequential moment as the 17th chair of the Federal Reserve. Now, I'm not going to belabor Kevin's academic and professional record. They speak for themselves. Instead, I'd like to tell you about a man who Dina and I worked with decades ago, and who has been someone I've called a friend for almost 30 years. President George W. Bush famously appointed Kevin to the Federal Reserve in 2006 when Kevin was just 35.
Yeah. All right,
he was the youngest appointed board member in history.
Who's this gentleman
but
speaking?
President Bush saw in Kevin what I believe you will see in him with your questions today. Wisdom that belied his age, now deepened by experience. A moral clarity even in the most turbulent of times. A sharp and independent intellect, further strengthened by decades immersed in unforgiving global financial markets. And a deep, honest understanding of how the decisions made in the marble hallways of Washington affect the lives of hardworking Americans. Now, I, unlike many on this committee, have seen these virtues on display across decades of friendship. I first met Kevin in the late 1990s when he and my younger brother were junior associates on Wall Street.
All right, we're getting closer.
And a decade later, we served together.
We're getting closer. Aaron, thoughts? Have you seen this process before? Is it fascinating or just like, what is this?
Whilst gold's doing nothing, it's better than watching gold. I'll say that much.
They're all watching this. They're all watching this. That's the thing. Everyone's watching this.
Yeah.
Well, again, get those initial balance high, initial balance low.
I think that's Kevin's agent.
Hype man. He's better hype man than I am. Man, that was impressive.
He's bringing the quad.
Let's take a look at the ES. ES trading 71.66. We'll get those initial balance high, initial balance low price. I've said that about 1 million times. Let's take a look at somebody. You got the ES chart up right now. Let's take a look at the NQ chart. Go full screen of that. NQ trading 26,820. Looks like something. I saw some sellers come in there. Made all-time highs about 3 hours ago. They priced 26,901. Will we see 27,000s by end of day? 27,000s end of day.
A little turnaround there. Right back to the Friday settlement, the ES.
All right, we all saw it, but hey, let's get the Topstep TV tip of the week in here real quick. There it is. Cut losses quickly. I love this one. Exit losing trades fast. Don't hope for reversals. Follow your stop loss rules. Preserve capital for tomorrow. Aaron, of those, which one do you do the best? Which one do you need work on? Do you exit losing trades fast? Do you hope? Do you ever catch yourself hoping for reversals? Follow the rules. You're very disciplined. Which one do you do the best, and which one could you use work?
I try to be good at cutting my trades fast, but not too fast. Whenever I feel like I'm hoping in a trade, I just get out straight away and just wait. But for me, I try and close my trades on gold at the candle closures. If ever I'm hopeful in a trade, like that's my past experience to get out the markets. Because if gold's selling off and you're hoping for it to reverse, it can just keep going. Keep going and going.
Yep. All right. I do believe War should be raising his hand and getting ready to. There we go.
I will now swear in the nominee. Will you please stand and rise? Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Do you agree to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of the Senate? You may sit down. Your written statement will be made part of the record in its entirety. Please keep your oral comments to 5 minutes. Mr. Warsh, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your consideration today. I've known you for quite a while, and I certainly appreciate the many courtesies you've given me, not just since the president's nomination, but long before. It's an honor to be with you, with Ranking Member Warren, and with the entire committee. I'm deeply grateful to President Trump for asking me to take on this public trust, because that's what it is, a public trust. The president believes that real economic growth in the U.S. and real take-home pay will accelerate. I share the president's confidence in our country and its people. America's economic growth potential is rising as we sit here today. I'm also especially happy that my wife Jane is here. She's been with me for many of the most important moments in my life. I'm grateful for her love and her personal accomplishments. I reciprocate that with somewhat of my own love, though I'm a little more stoic than she. And about every 20 years, I reintroduce her to this committee. She sat behind me 20 years ago, and it was almost 20 years ago to the day. And so let me offer today what I said then. Jane, happy anniversary. I'm also thinking of my late mom and dad. They were paying great attention to this hearing 20 years ago. They're no longer with us, but I was always proud of them and the values they taught me, and I hope they'd be proud of me today. We start today with a note of broad agreement, even though we might have heard different narratives at the outset of this hearing. This is a time of great consequence for the nation's economy. As a former Fed governor and friend or colleague of the last 5 Fed chiefs, from whom I've learned plenty of lessons, I'm particularly alert to the challenges and opportunities confronting the institution that I cherish, the Federal Reserve. To the president, to the Congress, the nation, I owe my best judgment and my most faithful efforts in serving the mission that you and Congress assigned to the Federal Reserve, including full employment and stable prices. The American people are counting on the Fed to deliver on its commitments, perhaps now more than ever. The real highlights of my life are not on my resume, as Senator McCormick said. They include the individuals with whom I worked and from whom I learned. I graduated from high school in upstate New York. I had some exceptional teachers there and some brilliant classmates. I've learned we're lucky in life if we start out with good influences in learning and in character. A public school education gave me both of these, and I'm grateful. I made my way to Stanford and found myself in the company of some of the most highly accomplished economists and policymakers. George Shultz, former Secretary of State and Treasury, was among the great patriots at the Hoover Institution, who I came to know as a teacher, mentor, and friend. He passed away right after COVID at age 100, but I still feel him with me. I could not have imagined a better form.
All right, bottom of the hour coming in. Kevin Warsh starting with the opening prepared remarks at the nomination confirmation hearing, I should say. Aaron, that came and went. Fascinating stuff in the markets and here in Washington, D.C. Some thoughts before you get out of here, and we'll get back to Warsh. But thanks for joining us, Aaron. We're going to give us a couple of thoughts.
I appreciate it, guys. I appreciate it. Remember, guys, if you don't, some days you jump on, we got clear direction, clear levels. Today, jumping on gold, not really sure what's going to happen. I always remind myself that, that's okay. You react to the fact the markets are ranging. So I'm going to lock myself out here for the rest of the day, and everyone trade safe. Gold's ranging. So I'll talk to you guys soon.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you, Aaron. Check out Aaron Trades, 1:30 a.m. Central Time on Topstep TV. We can go back to Mr. Warsh.
My friend, and I should say my boss at the Hoover Institution. I doubt I would be sitting before you today as the president's Fed chairman nominee. But I'm certain of one thing. Absent their tutelage, absent their example, I would not be as prepared for the urgent, mission-critical task at hand. In between these bookend experiences, I served quite a while ago as a governor at the Federal Reserve. At the onset of the financial crisis, As Senator Warren said, our central bank played an indispensable role, and we benefited enormously from the credibility that our predecessors had built up and passed down to us, governors of the Fed at the time. In these unusual and exigent circumstances, I saw the Fed and its people at their very best. But I also witnessed an institution that was tempted to play a larger role in the economy and society. So let me be very clear.
Oh, wow. We got, is that Warsh? It's Warsh here. Oh, it's even better. We got Dakota. What's up, Dakota? Start of slow markets, lower left-hand corner. What's happening, man? Markets are kind of a bit of a standstill with this hearing going on. What's going on? Thoughts?
Oh man, how are you guys? It's always a good market to be in. Man, yeah, Coach Jay. I hope my friends talk about me like that. What an interesting thing. I'm watching these markets, a little bit of a consolidation. I'm very neutral. Nothing really is going on. Same like last night, very slow, very choppy. We're near the session highs, near all-time highs, and I think we can continue to see some consolidation. Just some consolidation, waiting for news, waiting for headlines. Not much. How much else is going on?
All right, well, sounds good. Well, we got a lot going on right now. We got the Fed chair nominee.
Always
Let's
worried
get back
about
to the audio.
government officials that lured and hung around with what he called the tyranny of the status quo. Status quo practices and policies are especially harmful when the world is changing this fast. If confirmed as chairman, I will be faithful to the Constitution, to the Federal Reserve Act, and to the very best of the Fed's traditions. I believe a reform-oriented Fed can make a real difference to the American people. And if confirmed, I will seek to create an environment in which the best people do their best work. Candor and goodwill will go a long way in pursuing those objectives. And I suspect this hearing, Mr. Chairman, will put us to the test. It's a real privilege to be here.
Thank you, sir. I will say that we typically stick to a 5-minute opening comments. I would encourage all of us to stick with our 5 minutes as it relates to our question and answers. We have full attendance today, and it's going to be really important for us to stick as closely to the 5 minutes as possible. If we go over by much, you'll hear me, which is an indication that you're already over. And I'll do my very best to keep us on time. Kevin, there are so many questions to talk to you about, to ask you about, to be honest with you. And I just want to name a couple of them, and we'll look forward to hearing more on these topics. I will not have enough time to delve into some of the most important issues facing our country. I'll take 2 of those issues and focus my time. I'm sure my colleagues on either side will have a conversation with you and ask questions about AI. The AI future is going to have massive impact on where we go as a nation. It's got a massive impact on your dual mandate as it relates to full employment. Our production may go up while our employment stays flat. So this is a really important question that at some point we should delve into. I also think that someone should spend some time talking about our balance sheet. We have nearly a $7 trillion balance sheet at the Federal Reserve. Too much attention has been paid to your balance sheet, and not enough attention has been paid to the nation's balance sheet. And I think it's really important for us to dig into that issue as well. Digital assets, the future of finance in the world seems to have a major component of it being digital assets. The market structure legislation, we don't want your comment on, but the important role of the blockchain in the future is another really important part of the future of our economy. I will spend some time talking about affordability and the importance of the independence of the Fed. One of the things I've appreciated about your previous comments is the importance that you have placed on the dual mandate, stable prices, which typically comes through the form of interest rate changes, as well as promoting maximum employment. I think those two will become more challenging in the current environment. One, obviously, the second one being the AI and the future of full employment. You've criticized the Federal Reserve for getting too big, mismanaging inflation. I'm sure you know the definition of transitory, so I won't ask you, but I got a feeling you know, and some of your predecessors did not. Compromising the independence of the Fed. I think we should spend more time on finance, less time on climate change, on politics, on
I ran
who
into
is or
Tim
who's
Scott
not in
once
charge.
on a
I think you would
ghost
agree
tour
on those
in
issues, though I will not ask you.
Charleston.
I will ask you, however,
True
under
story.
your leadership, how would you
Incredible.
steer the Federal Reserve to address the real life issues of affordability is my first question. And my second question will be about how do you make sure that the Federal Reserve stays out of the lane of external influences?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's probably no more pressing question than the cost of living. We know at the Federal Reserve that price stability was an objective that you and your colleagues gave to the Fed. So when over the course of the last several years, especially after COVID, when prices went up to the tune of 25 to 35% for virtually all deciles of the American people, that's an indication that the Fed missed its mark. And we are still dealing with the legacy of the policy errors in 2021 and 2022. Once you let inflation take hold in the economy, it's more expensive and harder to bring it down. And so the fatal policy error going back 4 or 5 years is still a legacy that we're dealing with. We need, in my judgment, fundamental policy reforms to fix it. And while it's true that inflation is less problematic, meaning the rate of change in prices is less severe than it was some years ago, hardworking Americans are no doubt feeling it. I think that means a regime change in the conduct of policy. I think that means a different new inflation framework. I look forward to working with my colleagues at the Fed, if confirmed, to achieve that. I think it means, as you suggested, using tools differently. The Fed has an interest rate tool and a balance sheet tool. My view is the interest rate tool gets in the cracks. It's fairer. The balance sheet tool disproportionately helps those with financial assets. The interest rate tool hits the entire economy. So we need a new framework, new tools, and I'd also say, Mr. Chairman, new communications.
Yes.
I think part of the reason why, after making a mistake in 2021 and 22, the mistake was compounded is the Fed gives its forward guidance. The Fed tells the whole world what their dots are going to be, what their forecasts are going to be. Well, the Fed's human. Then they hold on to those forecasts longer than they should. I think if the Fed were to wait until it gets into a meeting before making a decision, that incremental deliberation can keep the central bank from compounding its errors. I think these are big changes that are needed, and if confirmed, I look forward to doing it.
Thank you very much.
Interesting.
Ranking Member Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Fed has been plagued by deeply disturbing ethics scandals in recent years involving at least 6 Fed officials. So it's critical that the next chair have no financial conflicts, none. You have more than $100 million in investments that you have refused to disclose to ethics officials and to the public. So let me ask, do the Juggernaut Fund or the THSDFS LLC invest in any companies affiliated with President Trump or his family, companies that have facilitated money laundering, Chinese-controlled companies, or financing vehicles established by Jeffrey Epstein?
Senator Warren, thank you. So let me first share a point of agreement with you. The Fed has 2 tools. One is its monetary policy, and the second is its credibility. And the scandals that you talked about, the ethics
Mr.
problems
Rush,
you
I
talked
appreciate
about,
that, but I have
went to
very
the core of the
limited
credibility
time.
that has hurt the
Could you
Fed.
answer my question, please? I asked. You have $100 million in undisclosed assets. And what I'm asking is, are any of those with this outfit that invests in companies affiliated with President Trump or his family, companies that have facilitated money laundering, Chinese-controlled companies, or financing vehicles set up by Jeffrey Epstein? It's a yes or no question.
Senator, I've worked tirelessly with the ethics officials at the Office of Government
Yes,
Ethics.
and you have not
Come to an
revealed
ethics agreement
$100
with
million
them and
in
have
assets.
agreed, Senator, to sell all of
That's
my
not
financial
my
assets,
question. Mr.
including
Walsh, are
the
you
Duquesne
refusing
assets.
to tell us if you have investments, for example, in vehicle setup
coming in
to
Nasdaq.
advance Jeffrey Epstein? Is that what you're telling us?
continue
You
to
just
sell
won't
off.
tell us?
Senator, what I'm telling you is that those assets that you represent as Juggernaut will be sold if I'm
All right,
confirmed
let me
before I take
follow up.
office and sign the oath of office.
Let me follow up on that. Will you at least disclose how you plan to disclose and divest these secret assets? I'm sure you understand that the public might question your motives if, for example, billionaire Stanley Druckenmiller, who you honored in your opening statement, and who makes a living guessing what the Fed will do next, cuts you a massive check for $100 million as you take the oath of office to become the new Federal Reserve Chair.
Senator, as you know, it sounds like your fight might not be with me, but the Office of Government Ethics. I have come to full agreement with them and have agreed to divest all of those assets.
I'm asking
especially
you a very
those that you
straightforward
referenced
question,
before
Mr.
I take
Warsh,
the oath of office.
and that is,
Tape bomb.
will you disclose how you divest those
Volatility.
assets, or will you just collect a check for $100 million from someone whose whole business is betting on what the Fed will do?
As I said to the ethics officials at the Federal Reserve and the Office of Government Ethics,
I'll
they agreed
take that as a
I would
no
be
as well.
redeeming my
So
assets
Donald
before
Trump
I take
has
office.
made clear that he does not want an independent Fed. In fact, he has said, and I quote, "Anybody that disagrees with me will never be Fed chairman." And he's made clear that you are his sock puppets, saying last week that interest rates will drop, quote, "when Kevin gets in." Yeah, I think they do. Not when economic conditions change, we'll get lower rates. Not when the economy needs it. Nope. He said, when my guy, Kevin Warsh, is in there, we'll get the interest rates that I, Donald Trump, wants. So independence takes courage. Let's check out your independence and your courage. We'll start easy. Mr. Warsh, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
We try to keep politics, if I'm confirmed, out of the Federal
I'm just
Reserve.
asking a factual question. I need to know, I need to measure your independence and your courage.
Senator, I believe that this body certified that election many years ago.
That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking, did Donald Trump lose in 2020?
And I'm suggesting you in 2020, the Fed made a huge inflation problem, and you certified the election.
So
We
let
need
me
to keep
ask you
politics
another
out of
question.
monetary policy.
In our meeting,
monetary
you said
policy out
you
of
would
politics.
be independent because you're, quote, a tough guy. Those were your words, tough guy. And you will be able to stand up to President Trump. So let's try it again. Name one aspect of President Trump's economic agenda with which you disagree.
Well, Senator, the Federal Reserve in recent years has wandered outside of its remit, wandered into other
I'm
areas.
asking for something
That's
you
not something
disagree
I'm
with
prepared
Donald
to do.
Trump on.
If I'm
Just
confirmed,
one
the Federal
one
Reserve should stay in
economic
its
issue.
lane.
Just one little place where you disagree with Donald
Well, I
Trump.
do have a disagreement, actually, Senator, with the president. I think even this morning, he said that he thought I was out of central casting. I think central casting, I'd look older, grayer, and maybe show up here with a cigar of sorts.
Quite adorable. But you know, we need a Fed chair who is independent. That's the only way we preserve the independence of the Federal Reserve. If you can't answer these questions, you don't have the courage and you don't have the independence.
I agree with you on independence, Senator.
Senator Rounds.
Wow. Getting spicy. Getting spicy in
Mr.
DC.
Chairman.
New lows, gold.
Mr. Warsh, first of all,
right.
welcome. And I appreciated the opportunity to visit with you personally within the office. I agree with you, and I think Fed independence is critical. And I think that's an item that you and I agree on wholeheartedly. I want to take an opportunity just to kind of perhaps give you an opportunity to respond. I know that the ranking member had a number of items that she expressed concerns with. I'd like to give you an opportunity to just kind of work this way through. And let me just ask you a few questions, and I'll allow you to take the time to fully answer the questions. As I understand, Mr. Warsh, you worked with the career ethics professionals at the Office of Government Ethics and at the Fed to come to an agreement in terms of your dissolution of some of the assets
Nasdaq
that you
selling off
as a
now.
businessman
Is it
have.
gold selling off?
Is
What's the
that
10-year doing,
correct?
Jack? 10-year selling off?
Yes, Senator, that is correct. I worked with the Fed ethics officials first, answered all of their questions.
Yeah.
Then with the career professionals,
bit.
the Office of Government
Ended up
Ethics,
4.5,
answered all of their questions. And then they
Question
drafted,
higher,
wrote up an
10-year
ethics
selling off.
agreement, which
10-year
is part of
selling
the public
off.
record.
Yields going
because I
higher.
agree
We're starting
with
to see
Senator
Yeah.
it's going to bring
Warren,
strength
turn it
into the
down
dollar.
for a little moment. I think what some of that reaction is there is
so that there's no question.
Warsh is a smart guy. He's qualified. I think it would behoove, you know, he's the master politician, but behoove Trump in some ways to just let people answer some of those questions like it's okay, like the 2020 question, followed by like that answer was not what was needed, like the central casting thing, like name one thing. They gotta let Warsh work a little bit. There's got to be at least a few things that he disagrees with Trump on. They should probably just let him be honest with it, and it'll make this all a lot easier.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's not surprised. They prep him. He knows what's coming his way. But right now, what we're seeing. All right, look, let's get this started. We're seeing gold selling off. We're seeing crude popping. We're seeing equity selling off as well. 10-year prices selling off, which means yields are going higher. So the Fed, the markets are moving right now. Should I pull up? I'll go back. I'll pull up NQ. Let's go back to.
Had sent your signed paperwork to this committee's chief clerk. I really question whether or not they would have done that if they did not come to the ethics agreement with you in the first place, correct?
Yes, I presume that's right. We had a very good working relationship, and I'm happy to be sitting after the divestiture and cash or T-bills or whatever is the permitted asset so we can get back to the business of fixing the Fed, reforming an institution that has lost its way a bit, that has missed the mark. As Chairman Scott said at the outset, this inflation risk is still something that's being talked about around kitchen tables and boardrooms. My preferred definition of stable prices is a little different than most academics. I believe that price stability should be a change in prices such that no one's talking about it. That's an old-fashioned definition, but I think it's still valid. And the sooner that we can reform the institution with my colleagues, if confirmed, the sooner we can ensure price stability, and we can have a new set of leaders atop the institution with high, credible, ethical standards to return the Fed to what it should be. The independence that both Chairman Scott and Senator Warren mentioned, critically important. But independence has to be earned. And it's earned by delivering on the promises, the commitments that the Fed has made.
10-year rates.
And as the Fed hasn't delivered on those promises, we shouldn't be surprised that we hear politics that are entering the room at the Fed.
We turn down for
get
1
the
second.
politics out of it. So the
10
Fed
years
can
absolutely
focus.
getting clobbered price-wise.
Yeah, because they don't like those. Like, this is going. Guys, he's going to get confirmed at the end of the day.
Yes,
He's going to be
yes.
the next Fed chair. That's not the point. But the point is that the type of answers he's giving right now really sound like someone that, like, I don't know what he truly feels about it. But what we can infer is that the administration really does not want him to toe a certain line. And if he does that,
Right. Good stuff, Jack.
that's why yields are going up. That's not my opinion. Yields are going up right now.
Yep, 100%. 100%, Jack. Crude spiking right now. 10-year prices going lower. Yields going higher. Here's a 10-year chart. Chart of 10, ZN. Again, price goes down. Yields go up. Yields go up. Price goes down. Oh, we're seeing this. This is a direct effect of what we're seeing here. Washington, D.C. Watching the process. Watching the process in real time here. Hogue, fascinating stuff, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. And when he said he's going to be divesting $100 million in investments, that's when everything turned. Warsh did it.
Right. Top of the hour coming here in about 10 minutes. This is going to go on for hours, by the way. So we're going to kind of work in and out of this. Let's bring this in. I know the chat really love this. Let's bring this one in.
Without objection, I will note, however, that what has been clearly articulated is that he will, according to his agreement with OGE, do what many others have done as well. Within 90 days, be not only in compliance, but to have divested himself from any assets that are in question.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask? I don't think we've had other nominees who are out of compliance and not disclosing at the time they come before the hearing.
Not on this committee, that's correct.
Not in this committee.
Before we, here's what we're not gonna do.
Fair enough.
We're not gonna have two chairmen, for sure.
Just asking.
Number one. Number two, what we're also not gonna do is debate what we're putting into the record. And finally, what we are going to do is have a conversation about America's economy. And frankly, we all deserve the opportunity to ask our questions. We don't get to figure out the answers, but we do get to ask our questions. And I hope that we are able to continue in that direction. As long as we are, we're gonna have a very good hearing. And if we're not, then I will find a way to help us expedite getting back on track. Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Walsh. Until you dispose of all the assets you've identified to the Office of Government Ethics, you will not be in compliance. Is that correct?
That's not my understanding. Excuse me, sir. My understanding is that a signed ethics agreement provides duties and responsibilities on me and duties and responsibilities on the government. And that's what the nature of the ethics agreement is.
You have an agreement that within 90 days, you will dispose of all your assets. All your assets, is that correct?
Senator, I have an agreement within 90 days so that there is no appearance of anything inappropriate, that I would divest all of my assets, the majority of which before sworn in. What I've disclosed, Senator, is all the information that is mine to disclose. I've shared all information about assets that I control and that I can share, which I did much to the satisfaction of the Government Ethics Office.
Excuse me. What you've said is that you will take the oath, if confirmed as chairman, with assets that have already been identified as presenting potential conflicts of interest. Will you agree to not take the oath until you have fully disposed all the assets that you've been identified?
Senator, I'll agree to take the oath pursuant to the terms of the ethics agreement that I struck with the Office of Government Ethics. I don't think anyone could do more than that. Other than me, I've agreed to divest even more assets so that I will have virtually no financial assets.
The divestiture is totally up to you. You can select what assets you're disposing of, what assets you keep. Is that correct? And then still be sworn in as chairman.
The divestiture is up to the agreement that I struck with the Office of Government Ethics.
Who makes the decision as to what assets are divested, you or the Office of Government Ethics?
Both of us. That's why it's an agreement.
Excuse me. I must commend you on the way you can circularly go around questions and not answer them. It's a skill. Unfortunately, it's not a good skill for the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board. We typically ask questions and expect to get direct, faithful answers. You haven't given them to the ranking member, and you're not giving them to me. So again, you feel you will not be, you will be compliant if after 90 days you still have a significant number of assets that have been identified as presenting conflicts of interest. Is that your view?
No, Senator. If I were to violate the ethics agreement, I would not be in compliance. If I follow the agreement, I will be.
Well, that's your position. I think others would differ. When you sell all your assets, where are you going to place the proceeds of those sales? I believe that Chairman Powell has placed them in sort of funds which are very difficult to individually influence. Do you propose to do that?
Yeah, I propose to put them in permissible assets that are as close to cash or treasury bills as I possibly can. I haven't selected anything, but it will be as plain vanilla as possible so that there would be no appearance or reality of having any influence. We'll be sitting in something like cash.
Okay. Now, the question of independence is just one that I think will dominate these proceedings. This morning, President Trump was asked on CNBC, will you be disappointed if your new Fed chair doesn't cut rates right away? And President Trump answered, I would. It's very hard to separate President Trump's obsession with rate cuts, his attacks on the Federal Reserve, on Chairman Powell particularly, and your nomination. So this
4.3 in the
independence
10
thing
year.
seems to have evaporated quite quickly between President Trump's statements and your positions. Again, you maintain you'll be independent of President Trump?
Yes, Senator, I do.
Well, President Trump constantly maintains that nobody's independent of him, that it's his morality that guides the whole United States government, including the Federal Reserve, and that you will be someone who will carry out his wishes. Frankly, do you suspect that he chose you because you indicated to him that you want to cut rates?
Senator, I don't know the reason for the president's choice, but I can tell you what I've been writing about for 15 years and what I said to the president, which is
you're going to cut. I'll cut rates if you give me the job.
No, that's not what I said, Senator. Now, the president, as you might know, much like virtually all presidents I've either known or studied, presidents tend to be for cutting rates. I think the difference is President Trump expresses it quite publicly without surrogates or subterfuge, but presidents want lower rates. But Fed independence is up to the Fed. Fed
That's
leadership
nonsense.
has to make a decision about what's the right thing to do.
No.
In my judgment,
You're a leader. You're the leader. You establish the moral and ethical standards and economic principles of the Fed. And you just pass it off to, well, it's not my job, it's everybody's job. That means it's nobody's job. Thank you.
All right, let's turn it down for a few seconds just to take a look around the markets here. As you heard me say in the background, a little bit off the high yields, but 4.3 in the 10-year right now. The 30-year is up to just above 4.9, 4.91. The VIX is at 19.3 at the moment. Dakota, anything you're seeing? You in a position right now, or are you flat?
No, I'm flat. I did like a breakdown here in the Nasdaq before I came on. We've been trying to hold these, 26,820s.
Yes.
Yeah, we broke down that, and there's a lot of, like I said, it's heavy, very heavy. Nasdaq headed towards settlement. We're just about at settlement here at these lower 760s. Like you guys said, crude oils can continue to catch a bid. Gold's been selling off, but yeah, lots of pressure in these equities consolidating. I think this is a good example that we're starting to consolidate after such a extended rally. Maybe we could head back down to 26,600s.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on it. We're getting close to 7,100 in the SPX, the line I have there. The options for the 0 dates look like an absolute mess right now. I'm not seeing anything I want to trade off of that. But 7,100 is a big round number. But this is looking pretty heavy at the moment. Hogue, anything that you're seeing right now?
Yeah, the S&Ps have really started to lead the equities to the downside, I believe. We're back inside range and inside value from yesterday. So I can certainly see S&Ps rolling down to about 71.30. Loved Dakota's look down to 26,650. That's value low from yesterday. We're right at value high in the NASDAQ. So starting to show some signs of reacceptance of value from yesterday. We've been there once. We're back there now. I can see this rolling over to the downside for a little bit. We've almost finished the value acceptance play in the S&Ps. Again, we've got to get down to what, 71.34, and that would complete that. So definitely seeing some changes in these markets. Gold heading to the downside, crude heading to the upside, and so showing some weakness. A little bit of snake in the woodpile in these equities, folks.
Yeah, remember, we are only down 0.2% in the ES. We are down, we're just basically scratching the NQ. Russell, just down a little bit as well. And we'll check back in with the hearing to see if there's any more fireworks coming. Welcome back, Dre.
Hey, selling off. Continue to sell off here.
Yeah, new lows, 7,100 in the SPX.
Senator
All
Kennedy
right.
does raise a good point. We are going to stick to our timeline, and I appreciate you raising the point of how long an inquiry can go on, and that does not buy you more time unless, of course, we all decide we want more time, and then I would rule on that, and I would rule against it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Warsh, congratulations. You can't count this as a date with Jane, particularly this one. I think probably the first hearing was a little less acrimonious. I'm not going to ask you anything. You can take a break and get ready for the bludgeoning on the other side. They're going to beat you till you bleed, and then they're going to beat you for bleeding. I'm going to talk about what's preventing me from being in a position to vote for you.
This is important.
Until we've spent time together in my office. You have extraordinary credentials. They're impeccable. I think the way you're dealing with the ethics issue is strong. Problem I have is where we are right now. And I start by saying I loved your opening statement. I love your focus on the independence of the Fed. I love the idea of Fed independence with respect to achieving the dual mandate, but Fed transparency on so many other things that the Fed does that, frankly, we're all frustrated with, bank examination, supervision being some among them that I think we should have more insight into. Mr. Chair, I'd like to submit for the record 2 executive orders under President Trump, and one in 2020 and one in 2025, talking about making federal architecture beautiful again, and focusing on trying to preserve the integrity of old buildings.
Without objection.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I will be submitting an analysis, but if we can go to slide 2 and turn it up right. Much has been made about the building project that has Chair Powell under investigation. I'm not going to get into the details except to say that I used to work for a firm that did audit and compliance. So I'm naturally wired to go back from the ground up and figure out what the deal is. Here's what I know. The Martin building has been conflated into this project to make it a $4 billion building. Even if you put the Martin building in, it's a $3 billion building. The reality is what we're talking about is the Eccles building and the East building, for which, bring that up higher, Jack, you're a tall guy so people can see it. These are the overruns. And these overruns occurred in part because the cost of inputs went up 69% since the original estimate. Asbestos was identified. Remediation was required. Pylons had to be built underneath the building because it turns out they used it as a landfill, and they had a water table issue. There were a variety of reasons why this building went over budget. And as a matter of fact, if we put everybody in prison in federal government that had a budget go over, we'd have to reserve an area roughly the size of Texas for a penal colony because of the way government projects work. And the reality is the overage of inflation adjusted was about $730 million, the majority of which seems to be legitimate. Next slide. Not acceptable, unfortunate, but legitimate. Now, what I've really got a problem with, and we're talking about Fed independence. By the way, I think you're going to be independent. You have to be. You got to convince 11 other people to vote with you, at least the majority. It's a consensus organization. You try to get the majority to. Most of these votes are 11-1. So if anybody thinks the president can appoint somebody and you unilaterally can control things, you're going to be an unsuccessful chair if history is any guide, and you've served under some of the best. So I know you're going to do it right. The problem that I have here is that we had some U.S. attorney with a dream, or assistant U.S. attorney, thinking it would be cute to bring Chair Powell under an investigation just a few months before the position was going to be open. This happened this year. Normal course and speed. Here's how it works at the Fed. May the 15th, the term would have expired. We'd be having this hearing. You'd be getting confirmed. Custom also suggests that the sitting chair, even though he has 2 years left on his term, would have exited. But instead, we have somebody who thinks a building project that went over by about $700 million with a lot of what seemed to be justifications for it are holding up this whole process. It sounds like to me somebody over in the DOJ didn't even check with the boss. The boss said on the same night that I said I can't go forward until this bogus investigation is done with, said he didn't know anything about it. So we've got people in DOJ over in the DC circuit or the DC district doing these investigations. We have got to end this investigation. Big DOJ didn't know about it. The president didn't know about it. Let's get rid of this investigation so I can support your confirmation. Mr. Warsh, the only thing I've found the least bit odd about you is you've never watched an episode of Seinfeld. You've spent so much time at being a rock-solid economist that you're not even taking time away for a little laugh like that. I look forward to supporting your nomination, and I look forward to this investigation being taken down. If the chair wants to have all of our subcommittees start looking at capital expenditure projects for the agencies that we're overseeing, I think that's a great idea. And I'd like to be on a committee specifically drilling down on this analysis.
Session
If
lows
somebody
indeed.
can prove me wrong, I'd be happy to make a criminal referral. But I don't have the D.C. Circuit tell me a crime was committed when 7 members on this committee said it wasn't, including the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome.
All right.
Only one question.
All right. Let's get that. I've been watching this.
Down a little bit.
Yeah.
That's the crux of the issue for the nomination right there, is that Tillis is a Republican, but he's holding out to vote, or so he says, until the investigation into Powell is closed. So there we are.
All right, let's bring in Ted. Ted, come on in. Where you at? Ted, how's it going?
What's going on, guys?
What's going on, man?
Bloomberg terminals are down. Right now, Bloomberg is showing the ES future at 71.60. We are at 71.25. Pricing issues on futures, stocks, and options on Bloomberg right now.
Really?
Goodness.
All right, well,
We're
we're
stepping
seeing
in right there.
Yeah.
40, 50 point pop in the Nasdaq.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
71.35 was the level down. Andre, come out of retirement on the shorts. We want to short down to 71.21.
71.21. Okay, we're getting short. Right down. What do we got here? Initial balance high, initial balance. Hogue, what do we got for initial balance high, initial balance low?
All right. S&P's initial bounce high, 71, 72 half. Initial bounce low, 71, 47 even.
Okay.
We are below. Nasdaq, initial bounce high, 26,885 quarter. Initial balance low, 26,726 in the orders.
Okay. Down to 21. Any trade ideas here, fellas? Dakota, Jack, Ted? I think short.
It's tricky.
I would short 35 in the ES.
Okay, I'm in.
Hold, please.
That's equal to 7,100 in the SPX. So kind of right here, right now.
35s? Okay.
35s, 37s if you want to be about that.
I like these markets staying as close to settlement.
Yes. So at the same time, we had a little turnaround in the 10-year, or at least found high in yields for now. We're back right around 4.3. Let's see.
Yeah, we're about 15 points off the lows in the ES. We bottomed out. We saw some pretty decent selling here about the last 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's quite the hourly candle to start with.
Look at this reversal.
Yeah, that's a big wick on the hourly side to the downside. We seen that Sunday at open, and again, about the same time yesterday. Buyers stepping in. Yeah, this is when those buyers stepped in yesterday. Very similar.
These prices?
We had that big sell-off. We got down to these 600s. Buyers stepped in. This was a Sunday night open, and we're starting to see that again right now. So
yeah,
is this the turnaround?
Turnaround to the upside.
Nasdaq is definitely screaming buy.
There you go. What do you like about
Potential
Nasdaq?
failed
Hope?
downside auction.
Okay.
It's a potential failed downside auction. We looked below the
Yeah.
initial balance low,
Sure did.
and we're back above it. And that is, it's preemptive, but it is a failed downside auction.
Look at this thing.
Problem is, S&Ps are saying something else. S&Ps are screaming sell. Why?
What do we have for?
Well, initial balance low, 71.47. We just opened the next 30-minute bar below that. That turns the initial balance low into resistance.
Resistance. Okay, that's 47s. What do you got for Delta?
Which one wins? Negative 7,800 in the S&Ps, negative 4,800 in the Nasdaq.
Jeez.
Yeah, it was like a
Crude
100
turning around a little bit too.
Yep.
Trading above 88 though. 88.44. Topped out at 89 bucks.
Okay. Again, you've seen the video we're bringing in from Washington, D.C. This is Fed Chair nominee Warsh going through the confirmation hearing. Any takeaways, Jack? Anything that caught your ear?
The Tilla stuff was known, so really where you saw the sell-off happening was some of the stuff said during the exchange with Warren. And let's see. It's also, if we start selling off, obviously we've been on quite the heater lately. It's been a while since we've had a good sell. We're hanging around 7,100 in the SPX.
Sweet.
Waiting.
All right. Okay. I might dip a toe in. Again, we got about in the hour, 18 minutes. We will have the London close. Ted, we're gonna be watching. We're just tuning into this war. You said Bloomberg terminals are down. That's wild.
They were down. Yeah, they about. Let's see.
I don't know how that affects us. Just interesting to know.
At 11:08, Bloomberg terminal was showing the ES future at 71.60, and we were at 71.25.
All right.
Gold turning around as well.
All right. So let's check back in. Let's check back in with Fed Chair nominee Warsh.
Somebody will do what somebody else tells them to do.
I think that's what the senator was trying to suggest. I think that was the innuendo.
Are you going to be the president's human sock puppet?
Senator, absolutely not.
Are you going to be anybody's human sock puppet?
No, I'm honored the president nominated me for the position, and I'll be an independent actor if confirmed as chairman of the Federal Reserve.
My friend, Senator Warren, and she, as my friend, suggested that, I wrote it down, you will use your power. You might use your power to bail out your friends if they get in trouble, kind of like President Biden did with Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. She didn't say the last part. I just did. Are you going to do that?
No, Senator.
Okay. The ethics folks, they've cleared you, but they said you got to sell some assets. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these assets that you have, you can't just hold a yard sale, can you?
No, not for most of them. Sir.
Okay, so it takes a reasonable period of time, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've promised to sell them, right?
I did.
And if you don't sell them, we'll know, and the ethics folks will know, right?
Yes, I'd be in violation of the ethics agreement if I refuse to sell them.
But you're going to sell them, right?
Yes, Senator, I will.
Okay. Can we agree that politicians have the right to offer you advice about what to do with interest rates?
Senator, we can agree, and it's not something that I would shy away from. I've heard many senators from this very committee in years past express strong views on interest rates.
Okay.
Humble central bankers should be listening and then making their own decisions.
Some politicians matter more than others. And generally speaking, presidents matter, their opinion matters more than, say, a senator. President Trump has offered his opinion about what you ought to do with interest rates. Is that right?
Senator, he has not made his opinion on that a secret to anybody.
Yeah. And
All All right. If we'll keep that on, but the audio, turn it down. Ted watching this ES grinding higher here. 71.39, but buyers stepping back in. Also, click subscribe, click like. We got Ted in the house, Dakota as well, Jack Hogue on the close bottom of the hour. Buyer stepping 700 lot upside. Yes, 71.43 offered 700 times. Anyone catch along? Hogue, that the NQ 3-bar or failed downside. It's cooking.
Yeah, man, that's a thing of beauty.
Yes, we bounced right off the Monday New York session low, almost
kidding.
to the tick. Yeah.
Gold up. Gold catching a bid as well, about $27 off the lows. $27 off the lows. Trading 47.66. Looks like crude might be pushing higher here. Crude up $2.30 in the last hour and a half or so. Crude topped out at $89. Here comes a short. You gonna head fake this thing?
Maybe.
I'm in.
Yes, selling coming in.
What do you get? 35. Crude caught a bid. 10-year. I'm watching the 10-year here. 10-year selling off. Prices going lower. Rates going higher. Starting to see some sensitivity in the equities in terms of the 10-year. What's gold doing? Gold staying bid?
Yeah, gold's turned around as well. Maybe we could rally back up to 4,800.
Okay.
Seeing on the downside now, seeing some more activity in the options. 70.70 in the SPX. I just drew it down here. It would be 71.07.
Okay.
If you're still short the ES, it's the thing to be short.
I'm still short for now. What do I get short from? 35.25.
The implied move was 36 points. Low end
Yep.
is 7,115. High end is 7,151.
5.7151.
Based on yesterday's close.
Okay.
I'd be a seller at 5.1. I'd be a buyer at 1.5.
All right. Ooh, that just turned around. Something changed.
Actually bought puts.
Delta negative 7,700 in the ES.
Oh, they Delta
Negative 5,000 in the Nasdaq.
5,000
Buyers in
NQ,
gold
man.
trying to hold it up.
Yeah, it's not looking 10 years going back to bid. It looks like prices going back bid. For now. Yeah, catching a bid here. What's going on, gold? Gold pushing a little
It's
bit higher.
popping.
Yeah, it is. Oh, sellers stepped in on the gold.
I saw some.
What would be that inflation?
1 second.
Okay.
I saw some people commenting, and I thought it was some sort of joke I didn't understand, but I guess that is Larry Fitzgerald, the wide receiver, sitting behind him.
Is that
What's
true?
up with that?
He backed him.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are they buds?
Is
he
that true?
backed him.
Right there. Right there. That's him.
No kidding.
Yeah.
On his right.
Buyer's gonna take this thing. Shorts ain't cooking. Is that true? Over his shoulder? Interesting. Doesn't look like he wants to go lower. Yeah.
Buyers coming back in for the Nasdaq.
Yes, they are. What will that mean for the ES? Process inflation. You might be talking a little dovish. Orsh might be talking dovish.
Only you get consistent signals.
Yeah,
but they don't often do that.
All right, we can bring Warsh back in. He's talking inflation right now, so see what
risks and the inflation damage the last several years is improving somewhat. It has improved somewhat in the last year. The measures I prefer are looking at things that are called trimmed averages, where we take out all of the tail risks, all of the one-off items, and we ask ourselves, whether the generalized change in prices is having second order effects on the economy. Again, they're not where they should be, but I think that the trend is quite favorable.
And these trend averages and the data that you're looking at now, it's not traditionally the norm that economists would use in this position. Is that correct?
Some in economics profession are increasingly looking to these median type measures, but among the projects I would hope to undertake as one of the first reforms at the Fed is a data project where we would go off and we would evaluate with the public sector and the private sector, including the Bureau of Labor Statistics, a survey of 1 billion prices. And what I'm really most interested, Senator, is what's the change of that 500 millionth and one price? Because that's inflation. That's a change in the generalized level. In a market economy, prices change all the time, and I don't want to be confused by that. I want to know what inflation really is, and I still think there's some work to do.
And I respect, listen, I'm listening to you today and talking with you. I respect you truly believe as an economist and a theorist in this theory, in what you are talking to us today about, which is traditionally not the norm. And many are disagreeing with you on that and publicly disagreeing. And so I understand that. But I guess the position I have is I hope you're right. But at the end of the day, my concern is people are suffering right now with high costs and we need to address it. And I don't know how long it's going to take for your economic theory to gain traction or to be proven that it's going to benefit so many people in this country right now. And here's one other thing, because I don't have that much time. And this is what is also a concern of mine. So I want you to address it. Earlier, you've been on the Federal Reserve Board and you were there during the financial crisis of 2008. You and I talked about this. I was the Attorney General.
Right, well,
it hit Nevada so hard.
Well, all right.
Here's what I do know.
Being a little region specific here. You take a trade, Ted? I heard it going off.
Yeah, I actually bought 706 puts in the SPY, 40 of them at 40 cents. Just sold them at 66 cents.
Okay. Bullish or bearish? Is that bullish or bearish?
I'm bearish. I'm bearish.
Okay, same.
Yeah. Still dancing around that 7,100 SPX. Maybe we found our happy place for now.
Yeah, gold caught a bid off that. Gold caught a bid. Buyers stepping in, holding in Nasdaq, these equities. I like the settlement price back and forth.
I'm short also. Back to being short. All right, we got again on the close bottom of the hour in about 7 minutes. Crude continued to grind higher here. Market's a bit. ES trading 71.35.5 right now. NQ trading 26,764.
We got a wiggle.
Gold
2-1
right there.
A little bit. Yeah, what's about to come? What we got?
2-1, buddy. Come on.
What we got? Looks like some more.
Busy
Outside.
puts.
Yeah, what's cooking here?
Those puts are cooking.
Be careful up here in gold. Dakota at 47.77. That's the initial bounce low, and it just traded right to it and bounced off. If you're looking for longs,
Really?
be careful.
What was
Think
that?
you hooked?
Yeah. Okay. Well, looks like volatility's about crude continue to grind higher here. New session highs $89.16. Crude up about $2.5 over the last 2 hours or so. We should do again. We got the Warsh nomination confirmation hearing going on right now. See the video for that. We got crude continuing to push higher here. 10-year prices selling off. We do have announcements. Let's bring in some announcements here. James, come on in. Let's get these announcements in here for what we got on Topstep TV for the rest of the day. James, come on in. Dr. Volatility.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? I will keep this short and sweet. I know we got a lot going on. First, I want to talk to you guys about Instagram. If you didn't know, Topstep TV, we got one. Go ahead and follow us on Instagram and take us wherever you go. And if you're wondering, James, why would I follow you guys on Instagram? Well, I'll tell you why. Because you're going to get market breakdowns, smart setups, and real trader talk about what it takes to succeed in these markets. Plus, if we have any going-ons, such as sweepstakes, special guest drop-ins, or more, you can be sure that you're going to hear about it first on our Instagram page. And actually, that's true of all of our social accounts. So be sure to follow us wherever you can. So click on the link that's in chat now and be sure to follow us on Instagram today. While you're there, go ahead and follow the core Topstep account as well and make sure you never miss a moment of any news, updates, or more from Topstep. So click on the link. We got it in chat for you. Then today at 12 p.m., it's group coaching time. And a lot of you hear me say this every day, but it's important. Group coaching, it's the point in the show where you get the chance to ask questions live on air. Now, if you're wondering how do you get your question asked on air, well, I'll tell you how. Click on the link that's going to be dropped in the chat, and then you will fill out your question there. That question gets in front of our panel of experts, and today we are joined by JD, Hogue, and Hoop. So if you have a question for JD, a question for Hogue, or a question for Hoop, you're going to want to click on that link, fill out your question, and then be back in your seat at 12 p.m. Central Time for group coaching. Bring a pencil and a notebook because you never know what you might learn during group coaching. And also, if you are someone that exits through messages pretty quickly when you open the platform, you may have missed this. We've released Trading Tones on Topstep X. Trading Tones, they're a new way to personalize your Topstep X trading platform. If you're not happy with the sounds that your platform makes when you enter the market, get stopped out, or when the market reopens, well, you're in luck. You can customize any of those sounds by going to the gear icon, clicking on the miscellaneous tab, and then messing with the panel on your right. Upload your own custom noises and make the platform yours. To celebrate, we're releasing a promo code, so you can use the code TONES to save $20 on up to 5 no activation fee trading combines. Again, that's the code TONES to save $20 on up to 5 no activation fee trading combines. This code is good until April 24th, so get to it. Let's go ahead and get back to the charts and more of our Q&A from our good friends in Washington.
Thank you, James. Crude pushing higher here. Ted, did you take the short in the ES? ES looking to close in on mixed new session lows here.
Yeah, new lows coming.
Yeah, you nailed those.
Sent Jack my my options trade, so
Who's are winning?
Yeah,
They are.
yeah. I'm letting this one ride. We got Crude.
How was that, Jack? Pretty good.
Make it riveting TV, but looking pretty good. Nice trade, Ted.
Thank you.
Crude. What are we getting headlines out of the Middle East as well? Because we're watching Crude. Is this a dollar thing? Dollar play here was what we're seeing with crude oil. Crude continuing to push higher. Crude up. Crude up $3. $3 in the last 2 hours. Hour and a half. Crude up $3.
Are you saying just the dollar's strengthening?
Yeah.
Or weakening? I mean,
Dollar's getting stronger. Yeah, prices should go lower.
Correct.
Crude. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, I was gonna say gold's being more affected by the dollar right now, I think, than crude.
Yep.
Yeah.
The last thing I see on the wire is back at 9:46. Pakistan information minister says the ceasefire ends at 4:50 a.m. Pacific Central Time. Decision from Iran to attend the talks before the end of the 2 weeks is critical.
Okay. All right, I got short another one. Yes. 10-year continue to see some downside pressure.
If crude could get back above 90.
It's closing in. 25 cents to go. London close in about 60 seconds. Short 2 from 71.30 in the orders here. Yes, what's going on in the NQ? NQ selling off as well. 26,712 last trade, about 50 points off.
Turned into a sell signal.
NQ?
Yep. The failed downside auction would have been preemptive. We still have not closed this 30-minute bar back above the IB low. So if we open this next bar below it and we leave single prints, that's a sell signal. We're right on it right now. Of course, it's probably going to complicate things.
What's this 10-year doing?
I mean, you still like just back and forth around settlement today.
Hey, Ted, turn on those notifications. Turn on those notifications. You got me thinking that I got trades to take. Thank you, Ted. Appreciate it. We're watching Crude. London close here, 5 seconds. Let's see what this has to bring. this goes so.
Give me flashbacks of being in the office.
I might know. Just cashing on those puts. Let me go. Where's the moment of truth? Crude closing in on.
Closed right on the initial bounce low.
Yep.
So that's a little complicated now.
Yeah, it is.
I think that's the kind of day we're gonna have, Hogue. I think we could just see back and forth around settlement, consolidation type price action.
Yeah.
Stalling out here, stalling out. You're doing truth here for and Q bid right now. So about 60 points off the low. 60 points off the lows.
Watch for a bounce.
Yeah. Why? What'd you see? What'd you see? What changed? It did bounce.
SPY. Little bounce.
There's your little bounce.
Maybe
Nice
like
catch.
3-2.
Yeah, got me.
Not much volume, but this CLK that we were trading before we rolled is at 93.44 as we approach 90 in the June contracts, which we're trading right now on Topstep.
All right. Again, nice. Thanks for the heads up there, Ted. Thanks for the heads up.
Yeah.
I think got that little bounce. I was short. It's flat now. All right. Very
It's
good.
almost got to 20.
London closed. Oh, London's closing. Oh, that being said, Hogue, my guy, another fascinating session there in Washington, D.C. We're going to see you in morning highlights. We're going to see you in group coaching. Got questions form pinned to the top of the chat. Hogue, couple words. Lord knows you love when our elected officials hit the mic. But go ahead, Hogue. We'll see you in morning recaps. Couple words. What's Delta?
Yeah, that's entertainment, isn't it, folks? Andre, Dakota, Ted, Jack, always a pleasure. Looking forward to seeing everybody for morning highlights as well as group coaching. Get your questions in. Make sure you get those questions in and trade well. Keep it light, folks. Who knows what's going to happen here? We'll see in a bit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hogue. All right, let's go around here. Dakota got a position on?
No, we're right back at settlement again here in the Nasdaq. So it's a little bit choppy right now for me. See if we could make some better market structure for a trade.
All right, Ted.
Agreed.
Ted, anything in the future, sir? Nice catch. Nice.
Well, no. I agree with Dakota. I'm long SPY. I'm actually long SPY. So not a yes.
All good. Well, no.
We'll see.
Jack, anything? What have we seen here? What do you got for the options? What did Ted send you? What did Ted send
for
you?
all this movement? Gentleman never tells. I'll take a look at it. I'm not looking at my phone right now, Andre, but I am looking at the Mag 7. With all this movement, we're still just down 0.25% in the ES. Apple's down nearly 2%. Amazon's up 1.5%. Microsoft's up 1.7%. Nvidia down a little. Tesla down a little. Still hanging 4.3 in the 10-year. Anything big moving around here?
Nothing.
Trying to figure out what the theme is for today.
What's 10? You got 10-year rates handy by any chance?
4.3%.
Oh,
I'm a little shocked. I mean, the Russell's only down 1/3%. That the Russell isn't getting rocked a little harder, given the rise in yields.
It's gonna be a head fake downside. If we want really quick, we can tune back into Warsh. Not sure how many Warsh. We're talking about employment and the economy and confirmation hearing taking place in Washington, D.C. See what the nominee has to say regarding employment, the dual mandate.
The Honorable.
Can you hear me, Kevin Warsh?
Mm-hmm.
They got spicy. They got spicy right off the bat. Crude is continuing to cook.
Yeah. Crude above 90, it looks like here soon, maybe.
Oof.
Nasdaq still holding settlement.
Here's the big one.
Very close there.
Yeah, it is. It is.
With the options, I still see below maybe some support.
There we go.
7107.
I am I'm worried that because of the pressure that you are going to be under from the president to lower interest rates, that this inflationary pressure that my constituents are feeling is going to get worse and not better. And so I don't have time to ask my last question, but it is literally this. The president has said that he demands that the next Fed chair will lower interest rates. And I take him at his word at that, and that is what causes me such grave concern here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Lomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Warsh, and congratulations on your nomination. And thanks for appearing before this committee, taking both positive questions and some of the hostility. I apologize for my colleagues' behavior when it strays outside of decorum. My first question is about the balance sheet of the Fed. What is your view about the size of the balance sheet currently?
Thank you, Senator. As we talked about in your office, the Fed balance sheet has played a particularly, I think, unhelpful role in helping the Fed achieve its dual mandate. The senator had just mentioned what she described as the increase for financial assets relative to real assets. Well, part of that is the Federal Reserve. The Fed is not blameless in that as it's grown the Fed's balance sheet, grown its imprimatur on the economy, those with financial assets have benefited from it. The reason why I prefer monetary policy to use interest rates as the dominant force is interest rates affect a far broader cross-section of the economy. Interest rates get in the cracks. If we were to cut rates, then broader number of people will benefit from it versus quantitative easing, which tends to move through financial assets first. Half of our fellow Americans don't own any financial assets, so they're wondering what's in it for them. Broadly speaking, Senator, on the balance sheet, I was involved in 2008 and 9 in response to the global financial crisis that Senator Warren referenced, and we used extraordinary measures and created a bigger balance sheet. But we agreed to do that only in the times of emergencies, only when interest rates were pinned to zero. The big balance sheet has become an ordinary recurring force, and I think has been quite unhelpful, and is part of the reason why the Fed is in the business of politics. Slowly and deliberatively, I believe we need a smaller central bank balance sheet. It took us 18 years to create this big balance sheet that's done quite a bit of harm, it strikes me, to the Fed's credibility. Working with the Treasury Secretary, we're going to have to find out a way in which we can take the balance sheet and make it smaller, because a large balance sheet where the Fed owns more outstanding debt than many parts of the financial markets, that's fiscal policy in disguise. Fed needs to get out of the fiscal business, focus on the monetary business, so the Fed can deliver on the remit you gave us.
Thanks for that response, because some of us don't appreciate the connection between the size of the Fed's balance sheet and interest rates. With regard to interest rates, can you tell us a little bit about your conversations with President Trump about interest rates?
Oh, here we go.
I don't want to put words in the president's mouth, but I think he has said loudly and clearly his view on interest rates. Don't think I'm breaking any news here. But I can tell you what I said. And what I said to the president is what I've said to this committee and what I've frankly been writing about for more than a decade. Interest rates are the much better way to be using monetary policy than buying bonds and mortgages, some of which are issued from the United States Treasury Department. That is a confusion of roles. That leads to a set of mission creep. So interest rates are the dominant tool, and interest rates, as I mentioned, get in the cracks. My broad view on the conduct of policy from here is that too many Fed officials, past and present, opine in advance about where they think interest rates should be next meeting, next quarter, and next year. I think that's quite unhelpful. As we've heard today from many of your colleagues, we don't know the state of AI. We can't be certain about the state of geopolitics. the economy is going to change. You need central bankers that are humble, that are nimble, that are open-minded, that can react when we have good data, when events strike us. My broad view is that interest rates need to be forward-looking, need to be based on better data, and we should have a big, robust deliberation inside the FOMC. I tend to favor messier meetings than some, where people don't show up with rehearsed scripts, but we can have a good family fight. If the central bank has that good family fight, I think that they're going to make better decisions. And if they happen to make mistakes, they'll correct them sooner. So I'm not one for pre-deciding what interest rates should be. I never said to the president where I think rates should be. I never committed any such thing, and I wouldn't have even thought about doing so.
Quick yes or no. Do you believe that digital assets should be incorporated into our financial industry so Americans have new investment opportunities and consumer protections?
Senator, digital assets are already part of the fabric of our financial services industry in the United States. Yes.
Thanks,
Really?
Mr. Walsh.
Senator Warnock.
All right.
Thank you, Brother Chair. Mr. Walsh, congratulations.
All right. Did print some new lows there in the ES, bottoming out at 71.19 quarter. Crude above 90 bucks. Yeah.
We're right at $90. Right at 90.
Right at 90. 10-year right at 4.3. VIX 1985 now, getting close to 20.
What did MBT, micro Bitcoin, anything happen over there? Too much. Hovering right around the lows. All right, Ted, what's the play?
So why would crude, when Iran is building up, they can't ship any oil, they're going to eventually flood the market. Why would it go up?
We'll find out.
I was asking the same
More
question.
buyers and sellers.
Yeah, I was asking this. I was wondering why crude is rallying right now. Crude trading
why would
$90.
crude go up when they're not shipping anything and they're going to absolutely flood the market?
Well, that makes sense. Lack of supply right now that they're not shipping right now. However, this $3 rally in the last hour and a half.
Right.
Based on what's going on in the other markets, especially with the dollar. I was wondering, we're in the same thing, Ted. Same thing. Chat wants you to know, Ted, it's because there's more buyers than sellers, Ted. That's what the chat wants you to know.
Agreed. I agree.
You're
right. They are right.
We have an elastic conversation.
Perhaps something with a little pop in the 10-year price. Yeah, uncertainty with negotiations. Thing I could see. Anyways, all right. Hovering around the lows right now. What do we got on tilt? 50-50 on the tilt. We did see that negative delta. Negative delta in the ES and NQ. Gold sold off about 20. Gold sold off about $40 since the beginning of this Warsh hearing. Again, pin to the top of the chat. Group coaching questions. Get those in.
Bounced in the ES again right around the Monday session, New York session lows. We tested a little bit below. Are there any bears left?
I want to get long.
There's always bears left. I still think settlement's the price. The price here in the Nasdaq today, just back and forth, inside consolidation.
What do you got for price?
750s is a price I'm liking in the Nasdaq.
I'm getting in. I'm getting long. If I get filled. Sure. No, I just 29. All right, then. Long one from 29.5. 71.29.5. 10-year popped. Gold popped. Crude pulling back.
Along the Nasdaq.
Yes. NQ.
Yes.
Doing its own. NQ's doing its own thing today. Can't really.
Totally.
Night or a lot. Oh yeah, we got 900 lot up at 71.34. Great job in the chat. Peter Pan using that level 2 data. Topstep X 900 offered 71.34. Or that is 7 points higher from where we're at right now.
Crude trying to retake 90. Struggling though. VIX hasn't moved though. VIX has not moved. We're not going down or up. We're at 90,
What is it
1977.
1977.
Actually,
Okay.
VIX spiked up 30 cents.
Just now?
Oh, 4 hour. Nope. Sorry.
Okay. Nope. The reason
Yeah,
I
it
asked
depends
is
on the
when
time frame. Still below 20 though. That's when the party gets started. Looks like we topped out just below 20 during that sell off.
Oh, Dakota, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask.
Oof.
Start slow markets, 7 p.m. Central Time on Topstep TV. It is Tuesday. Who will be joining you on slow markets today?
Are you guys ready for this?
Ooh, hit me.
I seen him in the chat. He was up. He was up today asking about the lockout and see if he should lock out. Braden.
Let's go.
Braden is going to be joining me tonight, Andre.
Really?
Oh, there he is. There he is.
EPC trades. What's up?
Yeah, there he is.
Nice.
Joining me
What was that
Tuesday.
runner? I heard he had some incredible runner on. Was it yesterday? Some amazing trade. Oh, we're just hanging out here. Fantastic stuff. Again, at 7 p.m.
Yep. And
Central Topstep TV.
I've been saying it this month. I said supply and demand, not only in these markets, but with the community, showing support, giving likes, showing up, hashtag slow markets, all that fun stuff.
Let's go.
Gives that inclination of having Braden and maybe getting Coach Jay on at the same time.
Wow, chat. Make sure you tune in. Show some love for that. Ted, did I see you in the chat, by the way? Did I see you have a chat name now?
Yes,
I
did.
saw it. Do you want to tell folks what it is? I'm not gonna out you here, but I did see it. Or you want to leave it? You can leave it as a surprise if you want. Where is it? Hi, T-Man. Hey, T-Man. What's up, T-Man?
There you go, buddy. There you go. Finally.
Oh, man. Moving in the can of worms. 4 minutes here on fast markets.
There's just some buying. You're still long.
From 29.5. Long one from 29.5.
Yeah, it's looking well. Back to settlement here in Nasdaq. Crude selling off just a little bit.
Yep. 50 tilt. You got your bid here. Oh, yeah. What's up?
I think there's a good chance that the low of days in.
Think so?
Yeah, we're trying to make a higher low. We made that low at these 670s, 660s, and looking for this to be a higher
2,000
low.
on the bid. 2,000 on the bid. 71.30 bid 2,000 times right here. Right, it's about a point off where we're trading. 71.30 bid. Sorry. Yeah.
They're listening. They know it. Buyer stepping in
on 2,000. Holy moly! I got you, James. Last trade. What is it? 71.30. Is that? And the market's going to run away from this.
Fuck yeah!
We'll come up. We'll come up. We'll chase again. You see that? Using that level 2. This came in right in. It was about a tick under.
That long is looking good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see Nasdaq retesting these 780s. Maybe make it another higher high. Maybe we can make a higher high, break through these 780s, and retest 800s.
2,000 lot on the bid. About point and a half lower, and looks like a little pop. What was that?
Of course, pending news event.
What was that?
Zoom.
What was that? 2,000 lot just comes in. It's just going to casually. Okay, it just get filled like that. This one's sticking. Why are they selling into this?
Let's get above.
Pulled. So lame.
Hold.
Pull.
It's pulled
See
back a
if
little
something's
bit.
coming. Yeah, something's coming. Something's coming. I knew it. Something's
Well,
coming.
that'll throw a
All
wrench.
right. Yeah, I
So
cute there.
we can
Something's
see if
coming.
you zoom out to like the
Sold in.
4-hour chart on the ES, I can
There's
see
some news
why
coming.
we're building that level there in the options down at 70.70.
Oh,
Where
here's
is
your
that?
headline. Here's your headline. Vance is
What we
still in
got?
the U.S. Vance is still in the U.S.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Good Shay says
That's why they
filled.
pulled.
Gonna be a
It was not.
really
1,000 lot
start
on the bid.
selling.
61.26 bid 1,000 times. ES.
Here we go.
Yep.
70.86 in the futures, big level.
Build
21.
They're selling right through this again.
Oh,
Yeah, it was filled.
Good.
It was filled. It was filled. The 700 lot. Starting to see some size come in on the bids. Oh, I peeked that long. All right. Well, oh shoot, we have a couple more minutes here in fast markets. What we should do, let's take a look at some of our live funded leaders. What's going on over there at the leaderboard? We got some numbers. Okay, let's go. Sahib up 20,000 plus. Yeaton up 17. Roy up 16. Yusuf. Awesome. Up almost 16. Mario up almost $13,000. Fantastic stuff. We'll check in with those names and those P&Ls throughout the day. All through. And morning highlights coming up after this. Starting to see some big size coming in on the bid. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, absolutely. That 2,000 lot was filled. They pulled it down to 71.27. Good job, Chess. That was filled. On the bid, they got a better price. There's another 2,000 lot. 71.24 bid 2,000 times. 2 points lower. Bids coming in on the in the ES size. Size is just starting to come in.
There to be whacked.
Look, you see it. Yeah, it's getting filled too, Ted. Look at that.
There
Most
to be
importantly,
whacked.
Avis is selling off.
Oof.
My apologies. Such my apologies. Thank you for helping. Again, we are there is some big size coming on these ES bids. First one was filled.
Yeah, if this higher low doesn't hold, it could start to get ugly.
Yeah, down to like 15 in ES.
So 2,000 filled on 27. So 1,000 filled on 26 is all on the bid. And now we're about a point, couple ticks away from this 2,000 lot. Just beneath here. 71.24 bid 2,000 times.
Crude's pulling back still.
If they move it over, they're pulling market, not trying to get filled, says Shapeshift. Well, Shapeshift, it did get filled, so they got a better price. Delta minus 11,000 ES. Minus 11,000 ES. We'll get Hoag's take on it also with morning highlights here in just a few, about 90 seconds. And after that, we do have, oh man, got a packed lineup today. We also have Diamond Hands joining Jay and Dolby after that. Group coaching. Got Jack. Jack, when will we see you again? Today.
I will be on at 1 p.m. today.
Very good.
And we'll check in on perhaps if I get greedy on this Avis trade, because it's a lot less than 250 for that June 18th call now.
Oh, let's go. Dakota, when will we see you again today? Do you know when we'll see you again?
Yeah, I'm going to join you for Power Hour today.
Nice job. Nice job. Oh, this 2,000 lot. Ted, I believe we'll be seeing you in a couple days.
Yes.
Oh,
yes, I'll see you in 2 days.
Shoot. Okay, we got 2,000 lot off on the offer. Using this level 2 data, 2,000 lot was filled on the bid. In the 24s, we got 2,000 lot offered at 71.29 now on the ladder. Are they scalping 2,000 lots, folks? Are we scalping 2,000 lots in the ES?
Why aren't we, Andre? Why aren't we?
Wow, things have really spiced up. We got the confirmation hearing going on. Morning highlights coming up. We got size trading now in the ES. They're just slinging 2,000 lots like it's no big deal. Topstep TV, let's go. Get that money. Come on.
Pushing back on that comment that the president had about.
All right. Good stuff, Andre. He took his headphones out.
More in gas during the first month of this war. Fertilizer, 70% of respondents to the Farm Bureau survey said that fertilizer is unable to be afforded right now, just given the price increases. Are you concerned that there could be real long-term effects of this war in Iran, especially if we're continuing to see these challenges when it comes to fuel and fertilizer?
Senator, if my reform agenda, if confirmed, stands for anything, it's for the central bank, especially the Fed chairman, to stay in its lane.
I know that, but you also
I wouldn't
have
want
to
to wander outside of it. I'm happy.
But you're also charged with forecasting in terms of understanding where our economy is going. So does an impact of that magnitude rise to something that the Fed should keep an eye on and be concerned about?
The Fed should have an open mind towards all sorts of data, but the things that central banks can affect are things that are not one-off in nature, but are persistent and find their way into the generalized price level.
And that's something I wanted to ask you about that, because you talked about a fundamental policy change when it comes to the Fed. And I guess I wanted to just get a little bit more clarity on that. Senator Lummis mentioned about the balance sheet and the concern you have about that. What level do you think the balance should be at? If it's 6.7 trillion now, where do you think the goal is in your mind?
So I haven't fixed a particular number, but any changes, Senator, in the balance sheet would be part of a public discussion, debated rigorously. And if and when the central bank comes to a judgment about a new balance sheet policy, which I hope the central bank would, it would be described well in advance. As I mentioned, it took 18 years to create this balance sheet problem, and we won't be able to fix it in 18 minutes. And so that's why I think deliberation here is important. But it suffices to say it should be smaller, and at least as important, it should not be holding long-term treasury assets as if it's the fiscal authority. That's when it gets into politics.
I appreciate you saying that it's important to be able to have that public discussion. I mean, one thing that's come up as I've been engaged with different experts is concern about rapid reduction. If you are moving in that speed, it could generate a number of concerns, including upward pressure on long-term interest rates. So I guess I just wanted to check, do you share that concern? As you are thinking about how to reduce it, do you also understand, though, that there are concerns about rapid reduction in the speed with which you're trying to go down?
Yes, Senator, and that kind of regime change would have to be deliberate, well orchestrated, well choreographed, and well described so that unnecessary upset are not done to financial markets as we go to a policy regime change much more focused on interest rates.
With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, sir. Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. It was great to see you in my office. Thanks for coming by. I want to continue to talk about inflation because it is something that is incredibly important. I think you share the view that inflation is a silent tax on American households. Is that accurate?
Senator, it's accurate. It's the most regressive tax that anyone in Washington could come up with. If you were trying to do the most harm to the least well-off among us, inflation would be the way to do it.
Yeah, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have been talking about that. And I note, at least I don't recall, that they ever talked about that during the Biden administration. Because it was during the Biden administration that we saw this record inflation, this 40-year-old high inflation. And yet my Democrat colleagues were silent about it back then. Now they want to talk about it. But of course, American households were hurting back then as well. Inflation was caused by President Biden's reckless policies and reckless spending. Let's look at ARPA, a partisan bill that was passed by the Democrats, which cost taxpayers $1.9 trillion. When ARPA was passed in March of 2021, inflation was at 2.6%. Inflation quickly accelerated. It was over 5% by May, June, and July. And by the end of the year, December, it was 7%. Does federal government spending have anything to do with inflation, Mr. Warsh?
Senator, as we talked about in your office, my view of inflation is a bit different from some. I don't think inflation comes about when the economy grows too much or hardworking Americans get an increase in their wages. I think inflation comes about when the government prints too much, by which I mean the central bank, and broadly speaking, the government spends too much.
And so we're spending too much money, and now we've been cleaning up their mess ever since. I will also note the Republicans have been taking efforts to reduce the deficit. I think year to date it's down about 10.6%.
All right. Good morning, friends. Welcome to the morning highlights. Hopefully, as always, you're seeing a lot of green on your screen. We've got some interesting things going on in the markets, the interesting things going in politics, interesting things going on all over the place. The big orders that were kind of piling into the S&Ps seem to have stopped, at least for the time being. We do have about 400 on the bid down here at 71.22. A couple of offers much higher if they're still even there. Nope, they are not there anymore. So lots going on. No trades were taken today for the opening range trade or during fast markets. A lot of kind of focus on the Warsh committee. And we're going to take a look at these markets in context and see if we can't kind of dissect what some of the things and some of the opportunities that were here for us today. We'll start, as always, in gold. Gold is the first one to open in regular trading hours, and always in context. You know, we've been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days pretty much in range, and as we talked about in the opening call, when we start to break out of that range, the first targets were either going to be weekly kickoff high and the naked point of control up here at 48.8590, 48.86 even, or the naked point of control lower, and that is the one that has been targeted. That naked point of control comes in right here at 47.6050. Market has really decided to kind of sit there and wait for new information. Apparently, the opening range trade, would it have played for us? No, it would not have. I believe the gold opening range trade, let's take a really close look at this and go right down to the 1 minute chart. It was a little while before that we had a close outside of the opening range, and it would have triggered us into a long. Obviously, that did not play out. We wouldn't have been in that one for very long. Let's take a look at crude oil now. Crude has found some buys, some bidders in this market. Apparently, Vice President Vance is still in the U.S. We're supposed to be possibly meeting in Pakistan for some ceasefire talks. Nobody's even sure if anybody is going to be there. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. We have the island bottom. That is a reversal pattern. If this is, market generated information, technical move to the upside, or news, doesn't really matter. The market, kind of a smaller initial balance, but once the initial balance broke, we saw buyers bringing price back up to $90. We do have a visual target just above there, 90.30, in the form of a naked point of control. What is a point of control? These are basically volume point of controls. This is the highest volume single price from back here on the 16th. As Coach Jack says, the market likes to go back to areas where high volume occurred, and those naked points of control are the center of high volume. All right, let's take a look at the opening range trade. Let's get down to the minute chart, see how this would have played out for us. All right. It was a little while before we probably would have been triggered into a short. Let's just call it around here, 67.06. And initially, it did kind of come against us, but would have never taken out our stop, which would be on the other side of the opening range. High of the opening range was 87.36. The market did push lower. It did give us an opportunity to take some profits, but eventually it would have stopped us out. Well, let's take another look at context. We were just looking at that. Let's see. We'll see if we can get up and check this naked point of control at 90.30. But things have settled in a little bit. Everybody seems to be watching the Warsh confirmation hearing committee, whatever you want to call it. Let's take a look at the E-mini S&Ps. So the ES initially left the opening range at the dead high. It did not put in a new all-time high in the extended trading hour session last night, where the Nasdaq did. First thing the market did was trade right down to the value area high from yesterday and checked into settlement being 71.48. We saw a pretty good push. We took out the high of the opening range. Looked like we were going to come and take out the overnight high, perhaps, maybe put in a new all-time high, which, by the way, in the S&Ps remains in the regular trading hour session. That's right about when the hearings began, and some of the things that Warsh was saying to some of his more hostile questioners, well, it looks like they kind of put a little bit of a chill into this move to the upside that has been so strong over the past couple of weeks. All right. Well, we didn't really see any snakes in the woodpile as in changes in possible structure in the S&Ps. We did, however, in the Nasdaq. So here we are. Market opens, initial balance breaks, closes below it. It's still kind of in sell mode, but with the equities, you do have to remember we are still in a BTFD by the freaking dip market right now. Okay, here's the Nasdaq. Again, the market opened, leaving the opening range at the high of the regular trading hour session, traded back into and rejected value from yesterday, also rejected initially below the point below settlement, which was 26,748.75. We put in the high, we took out the high of the opening range. We did put in a new all-time high in extended trading hours. And those of you that have been around for a while know that I don't expect those all-time highs that occur in extended trading hours to last very long. So we do have that looming above us. The Nasdaq is holding up better than the S&Ps today. S&Ps traded all the way down to the low of yesterday's session. Nasdaq traded into but did not complete the value acceptance play. Once price reaccepts inside value from the previous day, the opposite side of the value area becomes the target. Well, sometimes what doesn't happen is equally important, if not more important, than what does. The Nasdaq never really gave a true sell signal where the S&Ps did. We had a potential for a failed downside auction. The market closed just below the initial balance low. It looked lower, but wasn't able to continue this move to the downside and is now holding price back above the initial balance low. This is going to be a tricky day if it hasn't been already. The one thing that might have been a little bit of a snake in the woodpile, while in extended trading hours, we did not trade below Friday's low. We did, however, yesterday trade below. We didn't trade yesterday below Friday's extended trading hour low. We did, however, trade below the regular trading hours of Friday, where the S&Ps did not. All of this information, is it going to be impactful? Well, we never really know until we know. Looks like we're really kind of holding bids here in the Nasdaq for now. Of course, as we know, ACH, folks, anything can happen. Let's take a look at today's quotable quote. I like this one. This is Epictetus. From this instant on, vow to stop disappointing yourself. Separate yourself from the mob. Decide to be extraordinary and do what you need to do now. Trading is hard, man. We all make mistakes. We all make mistakes over and over again. But we can continue to work on stopping making those same mistakes over and over again. Yes, we all have a tendency to put our hand on the hot stove a few times before we decide it's a bad idea. But when you decide to make the moves that you can make to improve yourself as a trader and in life and as a person, start now. Start now. Hopefully that is going to make a difference to you in your trading and in your life. We got power players coming up. We got Jay, we got Dolby, And a fan favorite, Diamond Hands, is with us today. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Stick around. Topstep TV, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you tell your friends. Make sure you stick around. Lots more to come today on Topstep TV. Stick around. We'll be right back. Let's go.
Responsibilities in overseeing it and supervising it. There are risks to the U.S. position in the world, including economic. The economic statecraft agenda led by Secretary Bessent and Secretary Rubio is an important one. On that, the Fed will play a supporting role in ensuring that the financial system is as safe as it can be, and work with them, because it's outside of the conduct of monetary policy, to ensure the U.S. is on its front foot and in a position of strength during this period of rivalry between the U.S. and another nation around the world.
What are some of those? I understand the role of the Treasury Department versus the Fed, but what are the most important steps that the Fed can take to reinforce confidence in the U.S. dollar?
Deliver stable prices, Senator. Deliver an economy that improves from here even further, where real take-home pay moves up, where inflation falls, and the U.S. economic growth potential is the best in the world. I mentioned earlier, Senator, something that I really do believe. AI is a testament to American ingenuity. The United States is the best positioned country in the world to take advantage of it so that the U.S. economy, U.S. workers benefit from it. That the U.S. is in a better position than anyone else, but it's filled with challenges, geopolitical challenges, technology challenges. So the sooner that we can hit the ground running on reform agenda, the better.
You wrote in an op-ed in 2021 in the Wall Street Journal that I recommend everyone reads. It's one of the reasons that I wholeheartedly support you, because of it says a lot about you in this op-ed. But you talked about how the PRC is actively promoting its digital yuan currency with the explicit goal of creating an alternative payment system that sidesteps U.S. sanctions. You've been very clear that China's not playing by the rules. China is buying over 80% of Iran's sanctioned oil in Chinese currency through Chinese banks, completely outside SWIFT. The Iranian government says it is charging ships to transit the Strait of Hormuz and collects payments via crypto and Chinese currency. What tools does the Federal Reserve have to defend the dollar's role as countries route payments through the Chinese financial systems to do business with Iran and other adversaries?
Yeah, Senator, thank you. As we talked about before, monetary policy is independent. But outside of monetary policy, the Federal Reserve can be working hand in hand with the rest of the government. The Federal Reserve is independent inside of government, not independent of government. What the U.S. can do with respect to the dollar is have a more robust payment system. The Fed has a number of payment systems that most financial participants in the world use. I would say they all are in need of substantial reform. There's a system called Fed Now, which some describe as Fed Yesterday. There's a series of new technologies that the Fed needs to oversee and needs to architect so that the payment system in the U.S. is the safest, most efficient, most capable in the world. Otherwise, we'll be losing to adversaries around the world in being the linchpin of the global economy.
Thank you. Your leadership is so important, and it's important right now. We need you on the job right now, not later, right now. So I look forward to voting for you quickly and seeing you confirmed and getting you on the job. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, sir. Senator Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Ranking Member Warren. Also, thank you, Mr. Morse, for taking the time also to meet with me earlier this week. I share many of the concerns of different committee members about us kind of putting the cart before the horse. And in one regard, it is the whole issue of independence of the Fed. And I know you have made commitments both in your testimony and here today with us in the process of watching the president try to fire Chairman Powell as well as Governor Lisa Cook. It really raises a lot of red flags for us. Even Justice Kavanaugh said that no president has fired a sitting governor in the 112-year history of the Fed, which was structured to be independent of day-to-day politics, and that it would weaken, if not shatter, the independence of the Federal Reserve. There are a lot of questions here today as well about both ethics and whether or not all the paperwork is in, and even Senator Warren's.
Welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. That's Dolby Time to the far right and in the middle. Welcome back to Topstep TV, Mr. Diamond Hands. Diamond Hands, how we doing today?
We're doing pretty good. Can't complain. I mean, I did get shaken up in the beginning of open New York session. So I took one L, then I took another trade. That was a win. I am kind of hurt though. I did have some longs on crude oil last night. 86.5. My target was 88.15, and it did end up hitting. I just got out.
The markets will never leave you satisfied, right? We got crude oil trading $90 right now. 86.50 is a hell of an entry price, but if you look at that price action in the overnight, that was a tough market to hold through. A lot of back and forth. It gave you profits, it took it away. But nice eye there. Looking
That would have been that would have been a 7-hour trade for me.
So that is Diamond Hands for sure. I don't know the last time I held a trade for 7 hours.
Maybe accidentally.
Right. Dolby Time, what's going on today? How we doing?
Doing good. I too have had some frustrations with crude. We just got wicked out of a nice crude long there, but it is what it is. You know, just don't press less buttons. That's it. That's my motto. Press less buttons. Let the market do its thing. You know, Jay, it's 11 o'clock segment. You know, we've seen some sell-offs recently, but I kind of wonder if that ship has sailed now, and we're kind of just chilling. I mean, Nasdaq is minus 0.05% on the day. There is nothing moving the Nasdaq right now. Crude is
right below settlement
pretty well. Trying to get some ranges up here. So we are kind of getting to the top of some crude ranges, which is kind of interesting. Maybe at least on the daily, anything over like 90.38 or like 91.85 is pretty major. 4 hours not going to load, but we did break out of the hourly range, which was between 87.70s and 86.58. So we're just living in that post breakout world for crude. Maybe we get some resistance around those 38s. There's been a great bid in crude. Nasdaq has been all over the place and actually is forming a very nice range for kind of short-term range traders between 780s and 710s. So about a 70-point range. I mean, that's pretty solid for some scalpadoodles. So we'll see if we can participate in that.
There's more than enough opportunity. 70 points here. Nasdaq trading 26,747s right now, so somewhere in the middle of that range. Settlement price 26,748.75. So we are unchanged on the day in the Nasdaq here. We got the S&P trading below settlement right now, 71.29, 71.30 last trade in S&P. Settlement is 71.48. I heard Hogue mention that the S&P is probably the leader to the downside in the equities right now. Diamond Hands, I know you took that short from the low of the opening range. You got short from 730s down to kind of 670s here. Anything you're seeing for potential opportunities? We're right back at that 15-minute opening range low here.
Maybe if we break 725, somewhere in that area, I'll probably take it. I'll take the trade again. Back to 670.
So short below 725-ish area.
Yeah.
Right back down to 670s. Good stuff. This is all right. What are we offering, Dolby?
778 in the Nasdaq, so top of range. Nice little dip in the volume profile. Double distribution today. So we're going to see if we can get short around the low in that little valley in the volume profile.
778s. We got a regular trading hour view up 772s. 26,788 is the full session view up. This area right here is where I was getting along this morning in the Nasdaq. 747s, where we talked about it during the opening call. A push into settlement with failed selling looked like a great opportunity to long, but I don't know. Just time it doesn't feel the same. We're kind of hanging out here.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going to move these markets, Jay, to be honest. I mean, I think it's going to be, that the ceasefire talks. I think that's going to happen tomorrow, I believe. We got Tesla tomorrow. What else? Some more news on the 23rd. We got S&P services, PMI flash, manufacturing, composite. So there's like a couple things kind of maybe keeping a bracket on this market.
Okay.
Crude still bidding.
George, did I just hear you say you took a trade?
No. I was going to ask if you guys got any Tesla shares.
No, I do not.
Nah.
I
do not.
I like the guy.
I do too.
I like the guy. I'm just in it for him, though. I'm not in it for I don't really care that much about the cars, but I just want to, whatever he's doing, I'm in on. That's kind of my theory.
I've been holding for like 3 years, I think.
Oh well, yeah. Then yeah, right. That's a great trade right there. That's not a trade. That's an investment.
Yeah.
Great investment there. 725s. Just get a little bit of a test there in the Nasdaq. All right. So George, you would be looking for a candle close below the 725s, right? Not just a test.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Dolby full porting the SpaceX IPO. I would buy some shares. SpaceX IPO. Why not?
Why not? I mean, he's doing cool stuff. He's the only person doing cool stuff. It's cooler than Amazon. What's he done? Price rigging? F that guy.
Right.
Yeah, Walmart CEO, dynamic pricing. Yeah, they F that guy too. I mean, Elon's trying to like make robots.
Oh man.
Dolby
came in hot. Yeah, he's hot today.
He's tough, man. He's the coolest guy. He's good on stage. He's doing cool stuff. He's doing like Neuralink. I mean, that's like changing people's lives, man. He's doing good billionaire stuff.
Who else is on that house? On that list, Dolby? I know Sam Altman's on that list.
Oh, bro, don't even get me started on AI, man. Don't even get me started.
You're already going. Kevin says,
Yeah,
I like
might
this
as
Dolby.
well.
Me too. Hot take Dolby.
It's fine.
F that guy list. Let's see. Gold right now, 47.50 half. Last trade there in gold trading below its prior day low, 47.52 evens. Gold with a pretty nice sell-off today. Down over 1.5%, 1.6% on the day in gold here. Are we finding some support? This has been a market that is pretty range bound. My last trade of the day today was in gold, trying to get long. Stopped me out before it was ready to go, but we'll see what happens here. Taking a look at the tilt, 57% long ES, 50-50 in the Nasdaq, 60% long crude oil, and 56% long in gold here. I actually don't hate crude shorts here, as crazy as that sounds.
Yeah, there's a. I was thinking about it too, but I'm actually gonna bid 89.25 instead. But that would have been a really cheap short, Jay. Would have been a really cheap short. Also, Nasdaq is starting to sell off a little bit.
Yes, it is. See if we can get below these 725s. Something definitely there, George. The market's responding to these 725s right now. See if we get some selling.
Dude, we're talking about Zuckerberg. What's he doing, dude? He blew 70 billion on the shittiest like
the metaverse.
The metaverse. Are we being serious
right
now? Selling your
I forgot
data?
about that.
Sucks.
Here we go. Seeing some selling coming in here.
I'm gonna start with one right now.
Start with one, you said?
Yeah.
Short one, micro. What price you get there, George?
720.
720. Short one, micro, 720s.
Dude, the Zuckerberg glow up was so lame. He started wearing white t-shirts and gold chains and got into MMA.
Oh yeah.
It was like least authentic thing I've ever seen.
He's from Westchester. He's from Westchester, New York, and he looked like a guy from Westchester, New York. If anyone knows, you know. But yeah, he looked like you could see him somewhere in White Plains.
Who signed an NDA to do his blow up?
Hey, if you had that much money that young, Dolby, you would do it too.
No, I was just wearing tuxedos.
You just try shit.
Just tuxedos every day, like some 1920s baron, a top hat and everything. And I'd build a train station, just cause.
Just because.
$200 million
George,
yacht.
short for 720s. We're looking for 670s here, downside target.
Yeah, which is the 0.5 pretty much. If you guys look at this,
Gotcha. So
0.5 deviation,
0.5 extension. Yeah,
extension.
Looking good so far.
I think YouTube just timed me out, just making me sign back into chat.
Like he said enough. He said enough.
You can't type in chat anymore.
The S&P really interesting here. So we had those bids, those 2,000 lots right at the end of fast markets here, right in this area, 7125s. One of them got filled right here. That is the delta point of control for the day. So the heaviest negative delta, I have them as 2-point zones right here in the S&P. Negative 4,300 delta in this 2-point range from 7123 up to 7125. Below that, this thing could flush. Above it, if they can't hold those, if those sellers can't gain any traction, maybe we see a pop. But interesting spot here for sure.
I mean, I like the longs. Or you're short, sorry. You're short, diamond hands. Longs could be interesting around 660s, 665s, just for a discounted long. Nothing's
Say
really.
some things about the Google folks.
What, Sergey Brin? Oh yeah. What they do? 23andMe. That was tight.
Yeah.
Sell your genetic data. Some random companies.
Dolly versus tech. I think we got a new segment.
Whatever, dude. Give me a farm somewhere. Give me a tiny house on a farm somewhere. Some golden retrievers. I'm good to go. Me and my dogs.
Starlink.
Ted said buy 7115s. Low of the day in the S&P, 71.19 quarter. 71.19 quarter. Pretty quiet right now, which is kind of to be expected. This is normally that lower volume session of the day. There is no Iranian decision yet on attending talks, so it seems like things are going great with that.
Okay.
We do have that war hearing is still going on right now. He just mentioned Powell. That might have been the first time he mentioned Powell today. He said my differences with Powell are about policy, not personality.
Might get your shorts if you want them, Jay. What do you got now, Jay?
Good shorts. Oh, just some meta news. Meta news, if you want. Meta to install tracking software on U.S. employee computers to capture workflow data for AI training. That was from an internal memo from Meta.
Yeah, let's all hate on Elon, but praise Musk or praise Zuckerberg for war tracking. Great. Yeah, I think Musk is building a spaceship.
Good here.
He's trying to leave.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
I think he's just trying to leave Earth. He's like, I'm done here.
That's what it seems like. New lows there in gold, 47.3760. We just did have a ton of volume traded right at that low in gold. About 287 contracts traded in a second. Got George short 1 micro from 720 right now, 707 last trade here in the Nasdaq. See if we get some follow through here. George, would you add to this? I know you said you started with 1, but at this point, would you add, or is it too far from your entry?
Too far from my entry, unless it comes back.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll start adding another one. Probably it's another one more. I'm already up 420, 426, not 420.
That was yesterday.
Yeah,
420 was yesterday. Meta's tracking tool to capture mouse movements, keystrokes, and snapshots of what employees see on their screens. Who would use something like that in your trading? If you could train an AI to capture what you see how you move your mouse and then just trade like you, who would use that?
You're gonna
Would
need
you,
like a
Dolby?
velocity tracker on my laptop as I frisbee it 3 blocks away from my house. Track this, bro.
Right. Here we go. Seeing some more selling coming in here. 2,000 lot. Oh, there it goes. Another one. 2,000 lot in the S&P on the bid. 7120s. Another 1,000 right below that. 7119s. So about 3,000 contracts in a 2-point range. In 1-point range in the S&P here. What's that?
7120 has 2,000.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. 7120, 2100, and then another 1,000 right below that. And we've seen a couple of those recently. The others got filled in that 25 range and then the 28 range. Let's see if the market wants to continue to fill these, or is it going to run away from it? Someone wants to play hoop. This is an area where sellers really got to keep their foot on the gas here.
What's going to drive? What's the driving motivator of this market right now with basically no news?
Tomorrow,
Yeah,
right? What happens with that ceasefire? And that, dude, is there a time on that? I know the last time it was like 8 p.m. Eastern time, and we got the comments before. But that was a very interesting day, right? Where the deadline was 8 p.m. Eastern. We were getting ready for slow markets, and then 2 hours before, the comments came out and said we're going to extend it. So whatever that time is, I would push your clocks up a little bit. Don't expect a response to come out exactly at that time.
I also expect it to be headline city tomorrow, the day of talks.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
yep.
Headlines are going to be flying, absolutely flying.
They will.
Wow, what a change in market state, y'all. Huge change in market state. I mean, we were like vibing last week, and we have just been very, very chill. Power hour yesterday, my goodness. Was that a slow power hour? And this kind of feels similar, too.
You know what it seems like? As we get closer to deadlines, markets slow down, and then we had what, 2 weeks of ceasefire, and as we get closer, the market's a little uncertain again. How do we approach this? So after tomorrow, I think we can probably get directional again here. Is the big size hedging in the markets? It's kind of hard to tell what they do. I'm sure there's a little bit of hedging. It's probably not just an outright directional play with those with that amount of size. But who knows? To me, once I start to think about, are they hedging? Are they building a position? They're buying, right? And you buy something, why? Because you expect it to go up. So either you expect it to go up because you're hedging a short, or you expect it to go up because you're getting in long. Either way, there's volume at that low. We'll see what happens there. Imagine if Kanye won the election. That would be nuts. That would be nice. What were you going to say there, Dolby?
Well, if the ceasefire is off, are we just going to undo like a 3,000 point rally in Nasdaq?
Doubt it. I doubt the ceasefire is going to be off. That's my opinion, but
no, I mean, I don't think we're close.
I think they're going to figure something out.
I don't think so. So honestly, it seems like the U.S. is the only one who really wants to chill. Iran is, they want like $20 billion. I don't know if they're going to get that to rebuild all their stuff. Israel's not going to chill. So you got two countries that don't want to chill and one that does. That sounds like war to me. But we'll see what happens.
Definitely does.
Not a professional
700's held there. Just play one on TV, Dolby. We just play one on TV.
Just reading headlines, man. Just reading what the headlines say. Trump wants peace. Iran's talking about, blowing up ships and locking up the strait.
At 2,000 lots down there. At 2,000 lot down there in the S&P. Shook the market up a little bit. Okay, man. There is about 4,000 contracts on the bid between 71.19 and 71.20 half in the S&P. There's a 1,000 lot, another 2,100, and another 1,000 below that. They put the brakes on the selling for now. Yeah.
That's interesting. We've seen a lot of size in the ES. I mean, what's Jay? What's that mean to you for a market that's not really all that volatile right now?
Somebody's
Are they doing it because they
accumulating.
can?
Yeah,
is slow?
I think somebody's accumulating a position here for whatever the next move is.
Yeah.
Markets move from
I got out.
balance to imbalance. You're flat there, George. Yeah, nice out.
Yeah.
Nice out. This thing's starting to pop a little bit. Yeah, I mean, markets move from balance to imbalance, and right now we are imbalanced over the last 2 days. So there is definitely still some volume trading in this range. Yesterday, I told you I get those volume alerts on Quant Tower Dolby. In the S&P yesterday, 1,000 contracts or more in a second is the filter that I use. There were 15 of those yesterday. On a normal day, there's maybe 4.
Whoa.
So someone's conducting a bunch of business in this zone, and when they're done, then we'll get the next move. But for now, and we could see it with that 2,000 lot there, right? They're just conducting a bunch of business here, and whenever that next move happens, it'll happen. But
1,000
until they're done. Yeah, and again, there were about 15 of those yesterday, when normally it's about 4 or 5.
Okay, that's some pretty interesting info right there. We're offering 90-38 in crude.
90-38 was that price?
90-38 in the crude. It was 2 days ago, daily high. So I would consider it maybe the high of the daily range. We'll see if we can even get filled on it. Might just be like a short-term see profit, take profit sort of thing. Dip a toe in the water.
No, Courtney asking were those orders filled on the bid or the offer? Both. It was mixed. But if I can draw a box around the range, it was 71.42s down to 71.34. That entire range, there was just, it's probably the volume point and control or something from yesterday, because there was just a ton of volume traded in that range. What it means, we'll see whenever they're done conducting their business. Crude popping a little bit here. 90.12s last trade here in crude. Can I share that screen? If I share the screen, it's going to be a white screen, and I don't want to blind anybody in the chat. So
avert your eyes, chat.
Right.
Get on your shades.
Yeah,
man, those shorts had to wiggle you out there, Diamond Hands. That's very Nasdaq. That is very Nasdaq.
Yeah. She might go now.
Taking it again?
New highs crude.
No. It's too late.
Yeah.
I would love to get over here. Unless we come and retest. But
let's see here. New highs crude, 90.22s.
Mm-hmm.
Tilt still pretty much 50-50, 59% long in gold. Gold on its lows, 47, 37, 60 low of the day, 47, 42 last trade, so about 5 points off the low there in gold.
We're going to bid 665 in Nasdaq.
Coach Hoop watching those 1,000 lots. One of them did get pulled. The second one got pulled as well. So now we just have the 2,100 at 71.20s. Let's see if those do get filled. And those got pulled. Yeah.
Yep.
They just give us some room here. Did they just give us some room to go now? In the S&P. Again, this would be the first red day. If the S&P closed right here, right now, this would be the first red day outside of Good Friday in 16 trading days. Pretty significant.
That's a stat.
Yeah.
They just came back with 3,000.
Yeah. You see, we're not gonna get directional if they keep doing that shit. Like it's like the market looks like it's gonna go, and then they nope. Excuse my language, but it's funny how that happens. All right, now they gave us the room.
Then.
Yeah.
And they're like, all right, let's put it all together.
These are,
they want to sell it.
Right No.
Sell us 3,000. Then you can keep going lower. It does keep moving lower, Dan Emmons. You're right. It does keep moving lower. We did see some filled at 71.25, but let's see if it keeps moving lower, then that gives us the room to drop. But as soon as we get to within a couple of points of that area, they're throwing a 3,000 lot again. So let's see.
Are there any trending markets right now?
Good question. Good question. Let's take a look
Cattle? Cattle trending?
That's exactly where
First
I
thing
went.
you went to.
No. First thing I went to was cattle. No, cattle's holding its 200 moving average on the 30-minute. Silver might be trending to the downside here. Silver down. Yeah, silver, the metals are kind of trending lower. Silver down 4.15% on the day.
Damn.
Pretty nice trend there. And it looks like the 20 moving average on the daily is the target, 74.84s. Still got a little way to go, but that's probably the one trend. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. How's everybody doing out there? Are you up on the day, down on the day? Anything that you learned from today? Are you staying out of this chop? How are we trading out there? Reminder to everyone, we do have group coaching coming up after this. And who is on for group coaching? I have the answer for you. That is going to be, today is Tuesday. We got JD Hogue and Hoop for group coaching. Again, that form is pinned to the top of the chat, so get your questions in there for them. Coach Vince short from 71.3650 in the S&P. What's your target, Vince? I love that trade.
Lower.
Lower.
Nasdaq, what are you gonna do? You gonna blow out these 700s?
It's looking ready here. The 3,000 lot moved down again. 71.18s now.
Almost got
Still
filled
got that
on
offering.
Crude.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask that 38s.
Yep.
There it is. Is this the sell?
Got my trader tones loaded up.
Wow. What do you got, Dobie?
Drums.
Are we gonna? Nice. Are we gonna hear it on air if you get filled here?
You will not. You'll hear it in the green room, but not on air.
Okay, got you. Got you. I got a couple. I have one for a profitable order filled.
Yeah. What is it? Like
Just
cha-ching or
one.
something?
No, it's
A
so
lyric?
I'm a basketball fan, right? I'm a basketball fan. So it's Mike Breen after Steph
Mhm.
Curry hits a 3 to tie the game on Christmas Day. And it's the double bang. It goes bang, bang, he ties the game with 6 seconds to go. Yeah. So I'm using song lyrics and basketball announcers.
What about Boom Goes to Dynamite? You got that one queued up?
That's a good one.
It's a legendary call.
That's a good one. Get some NBA Jam in there.
Yep.
New highs Crude.
Yep. Almost got filled those
And
38s.
Equities. They pulled that 3,000 lot as soon as the S&P got to it. 71.18s. It is no longer on the books.
That's spoofing.
No, they left it there. They left it there for a while.
All
It did get pulled. New lows in the S&P 71.1850s. Nasdaq looks like George. Nice read, man. That was just the Nasdaq being difficult.
Yeah.
As always.
I would've
Nasdaq
kept
has to
my
go up
original
to go
stop.
down.
I would have been okay, but there it is. Pretty close.
These 70s new lows, S&P 71.1650. And this would be the first red day if we closed lower than settlement price, which is up at 71.48. First red day. We're back to the weekly open here, getting close to the weekly open here in the S&P. 71.02s, which is that sod buster I saw you in the chat. What is that white line, chat, for all of our At the Buzzer viewers on my chart? 71.04, 200 moving average on the 30-minute. Looks like a pretty nice target here for the S&P. How close is the Nasdaq? We still got a little room to go. 26.570s. Coach Vince in a beautiful short here. Diamond Hands, you had a question in the chat from another George, VWAP George, in the chat. He says, how many people have you coached to this point? Lost count. He lost count.
Yeah,
Too many.
well, like, yeah, I would have to count.
Yeah, I mean, if it's that many.
I was part of other 2 discords as well too.
Got you. Anne Marie getting in long here, 71.14s. We that 3,000 lot did move down now, 71.13s.
Cheap longs.
Cheap longs.
I don't know if it's gonna get the bounce. Yeah, the NQ
or Nasdaq. Yeah.
Yeah. You just take a look at the volume profile, right? You got that kind of standard distribution. Not a lot of volume is traded down here. Also, I think there's like a midpoint from the overnight session of the range. Okay. So I just take my fib and kind of just bracket that range, and that midpoint gets you to right around 26,665.
They moved the orders now to 71.13.
Yeah, they moved them down. Those 70s, George, whatever you saw there, that was a target. The market just bounced off of 70s, 670, 75. A little bit of a bounce there. Everyone flat right now. Dolby Time maybe getting tagged into a crude oil short here in just a minute. We got some news we can bring in. We had a retail sales number post this morning, the biggest spike in years for March retail sales. Let's bring that in, Gabe.
A record spike in gas prices appears to be driving up the cost of other products. A new Commerce Department report shows retail sales jumped 1.7% in March. That's a percentage point higher than in February, and the fastest monthly rise since January of 2023. The retail numbers aren't adjusted for inflation. That means they reflect both spending and price increases. The cost of gas and oil are up as the war with Iran impacts the Strait of Hormuz.
Costs going up. People are still spending money. Thanks for that, Gabe. 90.29's last trade here in crude. Dolby has a offer in at 90.38. Speaking about the ceasefire and when that deadline is, Trump said earlier today the ceasefire expires Wednesday evening U.S. time. The White House didn't respond to requests for confirmation. That is from the New York Post coming out a couple minutes ago. So no one knows. No one knows what time it is. Guess they got to make sure they get all their bids filled before, and then we'll figure it out. I didn't say that out loud. 26,703's last trade here in the Nasdaq. 7122's last trade in the S&P. Gold hanging out at its lows. New lows there, gold.
New lows gold. Okay. We've seen a decent correlation between gold and Nasdaq. I can pull up the MRCI correlation matrix, which is a pretty cool tool. 35 positive 35. So nothing crazy. For reference, anything in the 90s is highlighted in green, and anything in the negatives is highlighted in red. I'll post that in chat. Pretty cool if we're into correlation trading. So I would consider that pretty neutral.
Neutral. It's like that correlation plays out when there's a big move, right? When we see the correlation in oil right now, it's like at 60. So it's not going to play out every day, but when we see a $10 move in oil, it's going to show up in other places also, right?
Yeah. For example, like what is it? The Euro FX and the dollar index, that's like negative 97. So it's like obviously that's going to be, negatively correlated or inversely
tick for tick.
Correlated. Yeah, practically.
Tick for tick.
Yeah,
you want to trade the dollar, trade the euro currency. Just flip it.
Yeah,
because it's not going the same way.
Well, there's some different. Because it's on CBOT. There's some different tickers here. Different product things like the BOK is soybeans, but that's on the CBOT. It's soybean oil. Got it. Learn to read.
Okay. Yeah, Joe Black, I see that. What I'm seeing here from New York Post, ceasefire is set to end at 4:50 a.m. Wednesday, Pakistan time, which is 7:50 p.m. tonight.
Tonight.
7:50
Oh, okay.
p.m. Eastern time. 7:50 p.m. Eastern time tonight.
Okay. So we don't have to wait like the whole trading session.
It's yeah. Oh man, I'm
Overnight
supposed to
session.
go to a comedy. I'm supposed to go to a comedy show tonight. I might have to cancel it.
Ooh, who are you seeing? Just trade from your phone, Jay. What's the problem?
Yeah.
I'm going to a comedy show in the city. Going to the stand.
Jay,
It's a late show.
front row, trade on your
Just
phone,
trade.
and then just get roasted to oblivion by whoever's the comedian.
Right. And then, but hopefully I win a trade so then I can show them why I wasn't paying attention. If I lose a trade, that's just double embarrassment. So
Yeah.
not a not a bad idea.
No
Guys
pressure.
just sitting in the front row losing money. Yeah, that I don't want that to be clipped up. I don't want that to be clipped up anywhere. Right. I'm actually doing it right now.
I see you in my feed.
Right. 26,706 last trade here in the Nasdaq. 71.24 last trade in the S&P. We are just kind of chopping around here. Oil did not get up to that offer.
Nope, barely. A little stingy there, but it really hasn't sold off all that much. But we had a nice bounce in Nasdaq. We're still making higher lows. We might be forming a Dorito formation in the Nasdaq. Haven't said that word in a while. It's because we haven't had them in a while. But we just made potentially a higher low, series of lower highs. And honestly, it would make sense given the market state to Dorito around a little bit. Nothing's really pushing price right now.
Here we go. Seeing some more selling. George, you got a question in the chat. Would you get back into this Nasdaq short? Even if you're not going to take it, what would get you back into this short, if anything?
Probably a retest of the 15-minute. Other than that, probably would not.
Gotcha.
All right, done enough.
A retest of what price here?
Probably 725.
Got you.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That
Yeah,
was pretty
gold
much
new
the original
lows.
plan.
Little wiggle in crude. Wiggle in crude.
Both bounces been up from here, 670 right there. Here.
Gold in trouble again. Okay.
Gold new lows, 47.3220. New low there in gold.
We're gonna get filled.
GFU up, George. If I end up on somebody's YouTube or Instagram, getting clipped up in their comedy roast, I want everybody who sees it to just comment Topstep TV on it. Just do me a favor. I appreciate that. Tag me in the post and comment Topstep TV. Let's get this thing going.
That's right.
I'll go viral for you all, chat. Right. We are just chopping here. Emery, you still in that long? Emery got long from 71.15.5, I believe. Coach Vince, I know, is still short. We're going to see Coach Vince on in a little bit for trade with Topstep after group coaching. Again, group coaching form is pinned to the top of the chat. We have. Oh, there we go.
Bam. There it is.
There we go. So the chat couldn't hear that, but I did.
Nice little drum fill. We are in crude short.
90.38s.
90.38s to the tick.
Chat, you did hear that?
Really?
You said they heard.
Oh,
it.
okay. Okay, cool.
That's a pretty intense order filled right there.
Just a little something, something. Just a little something, something. Pretty easy.
Like
a little linear fill for y'all. Superior drummer. Great application.
Always in a trade. Short crude 90.38s here. Gold continuing to sell off here. 47.28.40. Last trade here in gold, making new lows of the day as we speak. Again, for me, downside target here in gold, if I was short, which at one point in the day I was short, would be the 20-day moving average, 47.04.50. 47.0450 looks like a very reasonable target for gold here. We got Hogue's weekly kickoff low below that, 46.80s. I don't know how aggressive we're going to get, but if silver continues to sell, which silver seems like it has been the leader in the metals, we could see more room to the downside in gold. Diamond Hands, nice read on that trade. Nice idea. The markets sometimes are going to do what the markets do. Come and stop us out before it confirms what we're seeing, but you're ending the day green. Anything you want to say before we head out of here?
That's it. Shout out to the Diamond trading team. That's it.
Diamonds in the sky. Dolby time, keep us up to date on this trade.
Will do.
Short crude right now. Crude bacon highs of the day, 90.41, but I don't hate this short. We got group coaching coming up next. Stay tuned. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button, and we will be right back. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Smiles.
Thanks, Hogue. Everybody remember to smile. Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. Dolby just got out of a trade, I think. Did everybody hear the drums?
You think?
Sound off in the chat if you heard the drums. Way to go, Dolby. I hope it was a winner. All right. Welcome back to Topstep. Uh-oh, Dolby's flipping him. Dolby's flipping him.
He just said flat. I know he was short.
It was great.
He's Buddy Rich flat.
Dolby's revenge trading off air right now. We'll let him have his moment, right? Welcome back to Topstep TV. It's everybody's favorite time of day. It is group coaching time. It's that time of day where we take your questions. That's right, you from the chat, and we answer them live right here on Topstep TV. I am JD. You guys know John the Goat Hoagland in the middle, and down below we got Coach Hoop. Here we go. Dolby, sound off your position in the chat. Everybody's curious. What just happened? Did you get out and back in? Get in and back out. What's the P&L now? There was quite a lot of action in just a couple of seconds. All right, let's get into it. First off, let's check in on the tilt before we get started. A little flat across the board, 56% short in the S&P, 55% short in the Nasdaq, 57% long in crude, and 54% long in gold. Again, like I said, a little flat on the tilt across the board. That's all right, though. Hoop, what is going on in your world today? What markets are you looking at? What's moving? What's shaking? Are you doing anything at all? Tell us everything.
Yeah, I just got swiped into gold on the lows here on a long. Man, gold can't hold a rally. You know, when Warsh came on board, the sentiment really seemed to change with gold, like holding a bounce. Yeah, I mean, you know, we're really extended from VWAP. Yeah, it's just gold has been, you know, I think Hoga used it, kerfuffling.
Yeah.
You know, it tries to hold a bid and then rolls over. Tries to hold a bid, rolls over. It's just, I think part of it has to do with silver being in rollover, and it just seems to keep it, you know, from really holding a rally right now. So, and once again, when Warsh came on, if anybody watched, it leaned a lot of pressure just on sentiment inside of gold right now, and it just every bounce gets sold off. So why am I long? I just had a zone down here at 47.28, and we'll see. I'm risking, you know, about $80 on this one. So, and cattle's all over the map today. It can't figure out what it wants to do. So
I was just going to ask you, what alternate markets are you looking at? What's cattle doing? What are hogs doing?
Well,
what's lumber up to today?
The big thing I talked about in Discord yesterday, I attached a VWAP to one of the biggest volume candles from 2 days ago. And once the market broke through it, it stayed below it now. And it sold off through it. So you can see that kind of magenta looking VWAP. And, you know, once we've got through it, we've sold off. If we come up here again, would I look to take a short again? Potentially, yes. So, yeah. And once again, the equities have been kind of tough. You know, they've been straight up. Today's one of the first days we've gotten a pullback. So, yeah, kind of mixed. You know, once again, the cattle day is so short, you know, in 51 minutes, it's closed. So, and crude is cooking right now, guys.
Do we have some like 14 consecutive green days in the NQ? Is that what it was?
That's correct. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And that's only happened 4 times. And we had a guest on yesterday. The first time guest on Topstep TV. His name was, hang on a second. Michael B. That was it. I don't know why that escaped me. It was so easy to remember. Michael B. Yeah, he was talking about that same stat, that exact stat. 14 green days in a row has only happened 4 times in the history of the Nasdaq. Is it a sustainable streak? How many days could it possibly keep going higher? Were those weak shorts fueling the rally the entire way up? A lot of questions. A lot
They're
of
coming
questions.
back in now.
You think buyers are coming back in now? Yeah.
Oh, the shorts
Makes
are
sense.
piling in now.
Oh, shorts are piling in. Yep.
Yes.
What's we got a read on Delta? What's Delta looking like today?
S&P is
negative.
negative 21,000. Nasdaq negative 5,500.
There you go. Negative Delta on the lows, which means aggressive selling coming into the market. We're making new lows right now. Look at this.
We've seen some considerable, huge bids getting filled on the way down here in the S&Ps.
Just running right through them, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, we will continue to look at that. I'm actually going to change my tape over to the ES. I was looking at the micro contract. I like looking at the ladder on the mini. You see the
It's
real
flat.
volume, you know. Oop is flat. How did it go?
Oh,
Just cut it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I don't trust gold here.
Gold
Could
on
be
the
more
lows,
downside.
47.24, 47.22. Oh man, gold is moving. 47.22, half, 21, 22. It's bouncing all over the place. Gold is moving right now. On the lows in gold also. Crude making a run for the highs. Can't believe the tilt is so flat with all these moves we're making. Not much action on the tilt at all. Who's on the sidelines? Raise your hand in chat. Are you in the market or are you waiting around? The tilt hog? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
You think when we start moving one directionally, people would be loading on to one side or the other, right? Doesn't quite seem to be the case today.
Like deep shorts right now, but it ain't happening.
Hmm. Oh, Hogue, you know, I just remember what today is. We talked about it during the opening call. It is officially Turnaround Tuesday. It happened. We got our Turnaround Tuesday.
Yep.
Oop, I know you're familiar with Turnaround Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
They used to say, it's an old trading floor superstition. If you're going to have a counter trend day, it was likely to happen on a Tuesday. And we're seeing that today, right? Oh, yes, Mr. Emmons, don't forget about Taco Tuesday. We have not forgotten about Taco Tuesday.
The one snake in the wood pile we talked about on opening call today was regular trading hour session yesterday, and the Nasdaq took out the regular trading hour low from Friday. Not the extended trading hours, just the regular trading hours. So that was our first overlapping to lower regular trading session in weeks, probably.
Mm-hmm.
So that was our one little snake in the wood pile we talked about on opening call. I think this probably has more to do with some of the answers that Warsh was coming up with. You know, I think he's a smart guy, and he will be in the chair, but I don't think he handled being attacked very well. But who does?
Who does? Yeah.
I know I don't like being attacked, so we'll see.
Do you remember those Justice Kavanaugh hearings? Those were tough to watch.
Oh,
I didn't get that. I didn't get that same vibe from Warsh, but yeah.
No.
I loved your I loved your Mark Twain quote earlier today too. Like, politicians are like diapers; they need to be changed often and for the same reason. It was perfect. It was perfect.
Perfect.
Exactly.
All right, guys. Well, we've got some questions from the chat. Actually, everybody in the chat, that forum is still pinned to the top of the chat right now. If you got a question for Hogue, Hoop, or me, grab that form, fill it out. We will do our best to answer it live right here on Topstep TV. First up, we got a question for Hogue about guitar players. This is just a fluff piece. Fat Elvis 65. Great name, by the way. Let us know in the chat if you are indeed Fat Elvis 65. Wants to know Danny Gatton, James Burton, John 5. Who's the better teleplayer? I assume that means Telecaster, and there's only one name on that list that I recognize. And I don't even know if I recognize for the right reason. I know the name James Burton because I believe that he played the guitar for Elvis like throughout the 70s, right? I'm going to look him up right now. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment. Everybody vote. Who's a better guitar player? And then we'll get back to the markets.
Oh, man. Well,
2,000 lot.
I don't
71
know.
even.
There it is. They're back, huh?
They're back.
2,300. Wow. Some big numbers flying around. Big numbers. Swinging them around like nothing. I don't know, but most of Led Zeppelin's 4 albums were recorded on a Telecaster, the Dragon, that was given to Jimmy Page by Jeff Beck back in the Yardbirds days. And so I'm going to add another one to that list. Jimmy Page. I don't know who's the best. Interesting question, though.
Fair enough.
Depends on the era. Yeah.
This James Burton guy was a pretty interesting character. Yeah, he was Elvis's guitar player from 1969 to 1977. He also played with John Denver and Emmylou Harris. I'm gonna have to look up on this guy a little more. But thanks for the trip down memory lane there, Fat Elvis 65. Love the name. Thanks for the question. All right, here's a question about trading and charting. Which chart do you consider is more accurate for trade analysis? ES futures, SPX 500, NQ futures, or Nasdaq 100? Thank you. They're kind of two different animals. So the SPX is the cash market. We're trading the E-mini S&P 500, which is a derivative of the cash market, right? We're not betting on what the cash market is today. We're betting on what the cash market is going to be months from now, or where it's going to close out. That's why you get different price. That's why you're trading at different prices between the cash and the futures. So there's nuance in there. But if you're really looking for the most accurate as to the value of the index, then you should look to the cash market. Because again, futures, not just a clever name. We're taking a bet on what it's going to be in the future, right?
Has an expiration.
It has every contract has an expiration and a delivery date. Equities are cash settled, but what we are doing is making very educated guesses on what the price of the index will be in the near future. Hogue, anything you want to add to that? Is there some clarity that we could give Justin, just in case? And as to which market is better to chart, probably the market that you're trading, but it's always good to know what the underlying product is doing too, right?
Yes, for sure. It's always been my suggestion, and what in my history is, if I'm trading the ES, I'm going to be looking at the ES chart. Will I keep an eye on the cash market? Yes, of course. Of course. I mean, even in like the S&P pit, there was a ticker that would show everybody what the cash price was at that time. And as cash moved, futures tended to move as well. But as far as like analysis and charting, I'm always looking at the product, the exact product that I'm trading. I'm looking at the exact contract month that I'm trading. And even when I look back, I like to look at information from the actual contract month. So, in my opinion, Justin, if you're trading ES futures, look at the ES futures. If you're trading NQ futures, look at the NQ futures. Keep an eye on the cash as well. Is it going to be a great help to you? Maybe, maybe not. You can also, kind of keep an eye on some of the options levels.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are doing that. Jack is on here talking about those option levels all the time based off of, the SPX, any of the options levels really that people are looking at. But for me, for analysis, I'm doing the analysis on the contract that I'm trading.
Yep. Yeah. Catrick Swayze, another great name in the chat. Catrick Swayze 99 says, but why is price action between futures and the cash the same then? Just the prices are different. Noted they're not always trading at the same price, but you could sort of make a prediction on the future of cash market prices based on what the futures are doing, right? So right now we've got futures prices trading above cash prices, but sometimes the futures price comes below the cash price. And what do you think that is an indicator of? I'm not going to give you any answers here, folks. Take a guess. When futures prices move below cash prices, what is imminent, do you think? Sound off in the chat if you think you can answer this question correctly. Hoop, what do you think? What's your story behind it?
That's changed so much, Hope. I just remember when you're on the floor and you could look at the board and you'd see cash get updated, right? And the futures would react to it, on the board itself. And now it's so much faster. And I think now, because options are such a bigger component of all this, that those gamma levels almost become, once again, they become more magnetic or resistant, however, they react around them. So I remember, looking at the S&P and just seeing that cash and watching the futures react to it. And now at times it's just different. I think ultimately, so you don't get paralyzed what one's doing and the other, like Hogue said, you just trade what you're trading. Maybe I'm aware of it, but if I keep looking at, this is doing that and the futures is doing that, and from a guy who traded ags, I have to be very careful of, what cash is doing and what the futures, because I'm trading futures, not the cash. So am I aware of it? Yes. But ultimately, if I'm watching, live cattle, do I like to know especially if I'm trading the front month, I want to know what's going on. But ultimately, I'm trading the future, and I'm aware of cash. I think that's the easiest way I can put it for me.
And day trading is a completely different animal from fund management, right? We are not. We're not managing long-term portfolios here, right? I'm sorry, say again, Hogue?
1,400 on the bid. 70.95 for 1,400.
Musical chairs.
There it is, just below the market. Yes, managing funds is completely different than day trading, folks. So it's good to be aware of where the cash market is, but on a short-term basis for the purposes of what we do here as day traders, does it hold a lot of sway? We could have a debate on that. Obviously,
there's
subjective.
a whole lot of arbitraging going on in all of these products against all other products. That's how they move together, is because if they get out of line, there are people that are going to arbitrage it and they're going to put it right back into inline. So, and all of these products are being traded by so many different people and so many different arbitrages and so many different hedges against other products. It just keeps things in lockstep that way. It just, and as we get closer to expiration in futures, the futures price will kind of converge eventually with the cash price.
Hey, Hogue, you looking at the ladder? 70.92, another 1,500 lot popped up. So we got 1,400 in the 95 bid, 1,500 in the 92 bid. Are those outright? What do you suppose the odds are that those are outright futures orders? Somebody is either covering 3,000 or getting long 3,000. What do you think the odds of that are? When you see an order that size, do you think it's an outright futures trader? Or is that a hedge or some type of arbitrage?
It's an arb.
Got to keep these things in mind.
Yeah.
when you think about the minis, they're 1/5 of the big contract on the floor. So 1,000 lot is like a 200 lot in the pit. Are there speculators out there trading that kind of size? Yes, there are. Odds are, though, these bids that keep coming in are part of a huge inventory adjustment in some huge hedge in some fund somewhere.
Yeah.
Most likely, they're not just outright positions.
George Williams says it's the plunge protection team coming in. Didn't we print a new all-time high today? Why would they pull out the PPT at all-time highs? We got to make a move before that happens, right? The plunge protection team. Can't have one red day. Every day's got to be green around here, right?
Yep.
Green on the screen. All right. We got another question from Kevin. We've been getting this question every single day for a while. And we always give reference to resources that we already have on how to do it. But Kevin wants to know, how do I enable a trailing stop on the Topstep X platform? That's why I happen to have this practice account up here, so I can demonstrate it for you. First, I'm going to demonstrate to you how to get to the section in our platform on Topstep X in 5 minutes or less tutorial videos. You click on the question mark over in the left side navigation menu. All the way down at the bottom, there's a question mark. You click on it, it says support. And the third button down on the list is Topstep 5-minute tutorials. Click on that. I encourage you to click on that. Then you're going to scroll down to trailing stop. Look at this. There's a video. There is a video already in existence on how to trail a stop on the Topstep X platform. All right. I'm still going to show you how to do it because I know you're going to ask again tomorrow. So let's just get it over with. But this is how you yourself can use your platform to educate yourself on the trading platform, everybody. All right. Let's get back to it. So I'm going to practice count, as you can see. I'm going to zoom in on the Micro E-mini S&P 500 future. So one of the key components, one of the first things you got to do here when you're going to trail a stop, go into your settings menu. It's the just above the TV symbol on your platform. Click on it. Under your risk settings, you want to activate your OCO brackets. I put this in arbitrarily. I have a risk max of 150 ticks and a profit target of 150 ticks. Make sure the checkbox is clicked to automatically apply risk, right? So make sure you have your bracket orders on, your passenger brackets and your profit brackets. Make sure those are activated if you want to trail a stop. All right, go back into your platform. We're going to maximize the E-mini S&P 500 future. Now, another component that you need for this on your platform, which I don't typically have active, is your order book. So you want to add a component here. The $ here, that is your order book. We're going to put this on our platform for just a couple of minutes so I can demonstrate this. So some of the key items on your order book, you'll see you have the contract you're trading, the order type, the number of contracts, and then buy market, sell market, very similar to your ladder, except you're typing in what prices you want to buy and sell at, correct? Or that's right. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a one lot in this practice account, and I'm just going to sell it at the market. All right, we are in the market. Oh, I did that in the ES. Let me switch my chart. Okay, there is my bracket order. I'm going to move that away just a little bit. So you see, I sold one contract at the market in the E-mini S&P 500 future. I've got a stop order in the red up top. I've got my profit target in the green on the bottom. Now, if you want to activate a trailing stop, this is how you do it, right? First thing we're going to do is cancel our stop order. When you hover over, you'll see the X here on the right side. When you hover over it, it says cancel order. So what we're going to do is cancel that order. Boom, it's gone. All right. Now we're going to go over to our order book. We're going to make sure we're trading the correct contract on our order book. We're in the ESM26. That is a current E-mini S&P 500 contract. We're going to go to order type. Down at the bottom here, you see trailing stop. We're going to click on that. Next thing you're going to do is trail distance in ticks. How many ticks away do you want to trail the stop? So this thing's already coming for us. We're in a practice account. So I'm going to say 50 ticks. I'm going to trail a 50 tick stop on this trade. Number of contracts, 1, and it's a buy stop. So I'm going to click on buy, the green button here. Buy 1 trailing stop. Click. There is my order. I now have a 50 tick trailing stop working in the market following my open position. It's as simple as that. Just a couple of clicks on the order book. Make sure your brackets are active. And that's all you got to do. And again, if you want to see this tutorial, Blackthorn, I'm about to mute you. Again, if you want to see this tutorial, click on the support button here in your Topstep X platform. Navigate to Topstep 5-minute tutorials and get to know your platform. Coach Robert has spent quality time putting all of these videos together for each and every one of you so you can get familiar with your trading platform. Please put them to good use because he worked very hard on them and they're very, very educational.
Yep, great little videos.
They're awesome.
There you have it. All right, now
Chad
we got
is
that
all
out of
one.
the air. We're never going to answer that question again during group coaching. Please don't ask it again because we don't want to go through it. The answers are there for you, right? Simple as that. Soundbuster, love you, brother. All right. Josh, next question says, what is the best way to handle greed? Greed, guys. That's the other guy's problem, right? No, I didn't. That was the
make
wrong
a
quote.
boatload of money. That's one way.
Yeah.
Not the answer you're looking for, I know.
I was trying to quote Scarface, but it was the wrong quote. It'll come to me in a second.
Gordon Gekko,
Anyway.
greed is good, right?
Greed is good, yes. But getting out of a trade, learning how to take a loss, greed. It's a very, very, very common thing in this business. You get up a little bit of money and you start thinking you're the smartest man on earth or smartest person on earth. Next thing you know, you've blown your account. You're hitting that reset button. Greed, greed, greed. Are you really trying to pass accounts in a single day? Are you trying to go from trading combine to funded overnight? Or are you taking it easy and actually putting your process to work for you? Guys, you're both great trading coaches, great trading mentors. Hogue, I've said this before many times. You've taken traders from evaluation to payout, thousands of traders from evaluation to payout. How do you overcome that greed? How do you overcome the itchy palms? I need money in my hands right now. How do you not sabotage yourself, I guess is the question. How do you avoid self-sabotage?
Well, you stop self-sabotaging by sabotaging yourself a lot. Dan Evans in the chat, he's not wrong. He says, how do you handle greed? Lose more money than you could possibly imagine and get humbled. And, I don't suggest that is a good thing to do for anybody. But when you have a good trade on and you start to see dollar signs in your eyes, like, okay, you know what, this trade I put on, I was looking for 40 ticks and I got 40 ticks in it, but how much more can I get? That's when greed starts to kind of take over and you stop thinking about what the market may be telling you and you start thinking about how much you can make on it. And anytime you start thinking about how much you can make on anything, you're falling into greed. The ego, fear, greed. Those are the triumvirate of evil when it comes to trading. You have to learn to accept what the market is going to give you. There's a lot of traders that demand things from the market, and they are very often disappointed. And we're always going to be disappointed because we're never going to get out at the high tick, or we're never going to get out at the low tick. We're always going to be leaving something on. The market doesn't owe you anything. It doesn't. It doesn't owe you anything. It's up to you to be, a good risk manager, to manage your risk, and to recognize when the opportunity is maybe greater than another opportunity. What's the market state? If you're in a trending market state, the opportunities for a trade are going to be much bigger than if you're in a range bound market state. So keep your expectations reasonable. Take your profits at your profit targets if that is the plan at the beginning of the trade. There are going to be trades that you're going to take that you're going to say, you know what, I'm getting in, and if this doesn't come and hit my stop, I think this market could go this way all day long. And if that's part of your plan, then that's not necessarily greed to try and stay in that trade. Greed also is the one that gets you out of the trade early, because you've made money in this trade and you don't want to give any of it back. That's the green-eyed monster. That's greed keeping you from possibly getting a lot more out of the trade. One of the best quotes I've seen came in the chat, and I think it was Dan Emmons. It might have been somebody else. You guys can tell me who it was. But the quote is, gratitude turns to greed at break even. When you're down, you're hoping that the market comes back, and when you bring it back to break even, it changes from gratitude that you got that money back to greed. How much can I make on this? It is so true. It looks like it was Dan Emmons. He's saying it right now. It is so true. So the market doesn't owe you anything. It doesn't know you. It doesn't dislike you. It doesn't like you. It has no emotion or no feeling or whatever for you, bad or good. It's up to you how much you can pay yourself. One of the old traders on the floor, I walked on the floor with my shiny new badge, and they said, "Hey, congratulations. Just remember, you can make anything you think you are worth." Now, where's the line between I think I'm worth a lot and having an ego that can be detrimental to your trading? It's all a balancing act. But take what the market gives you, look for the next trade. Greed, that's the other guy's problem. I hope that's going to help. I don't know what you guys think, but how do you feel about it?
I think the big thing, Hogue, was, we always talk about, the noise of the pit and all that, and, how it was very, a lot of audio, but it was very visual when guys would have a lot of success and when guys would have not so much success. And when you're staring at traders and they get uncomfortable, once again, what that feeling's like of, trading P&L, getting greedy, over leveraging, all those things were very visual in the world there were days where, you would trade with a guy for a period of time and then he was gone. So it was very visual to see when traders would get overextended,
guys.
too greedy.
Sorry, Hoop, we got a rip happening here. We got some action in these markets, guys. S&P is off to the races. We just shot up about
20 handles.
Almost 20 handles in about 2 seconds. We got to move here. I'm looking for news.
News.
This is
Headline risk is on, folks.
Yeah.
Close out this
Only
order
one of
book.
those bids below the lows. It's still sitting there, 70.95 for 1,300.
What if somebody banged him?
Still there.
Banged him out.
They pulled the 92. How much volume we got traded here?
Vance is going to depart for Islamabad.
He is going to go. All right, there he
Yep.
goes. Vance is going now. We're back to normal.
Yep, he's dead.
All right.
Yep. All good.
That was
All right, you
that
can
was
buy
the
him again, I
headline.
guess.
It's
Not
incredible
financial
that was the
advice.
headline. That was the headline that started the break. Vice President Vance is still in the United States. He hasn't left for Pakistan yet, and now he's leaving for Pakistan for the meeting
Crude.
tomorrow. So we could buy him again.
Yeah, Crude just broke $1.50.
Does anybody in the chat feel like headline risk is not a thing still? Do we need to explain this again? Headline risk is very, very real.
Nice trade, Anne-Marie.
That's leverage for you.
There you go. Very nice. All right, guys. Oh, you know what? Let's take a short break. We never got into trader stats earlier today. We got some payouts and P&Ls to share with everybody. And I'm going to share them with you right now. Here are yesterday's top 5 live funded payouts and P&Ls. Let's start with the P&Ls. Up at the top, Tyler, we've been talking about this guy for quite a while now. I'm clicking it. There it is. Tyler's on a run. He's got a 2-day running total of just over $58,000 in this 150K live funded account. He's at 40 winning days, so he's eligible for daily payouts. He's taken almost just over $260,000 in payouts so far this year. Tyler having the year of years in that live funded account. Big shout out to this guy. Great trader. Kingway is back. We all know our buddy Kingway. $19,564 in the live funded account. Trading the Nasdaq and the micro Nasdaq. Took a $36,000 payout just last week. Welcome back to the live funded account, Kingway. Chris G, $17,686 in a 50K live funded account. Trading the Nasdaq and micro Nasdaq. $26,000 in payouts so far this year for Chris. Blake H, 10,901. First or one winning day away from Blake's next payout. Go get that money, Blake. Brandon L rounds out the top 5 P&Ls, $10,093 in a 50K live funded account, trading the Nasdaq and micro Nasdaq. 7 total winning days in the live funded account for Brandon. Excellent job. Big shout out to all of these live funded traders. These guys know what they're doing. All right, let's take a look at some P&Ls next. Another day. 5-figure territory for our top 5 live funded payouts. Nigel T, 14,144. Juifan, 13,470. Eddie G, 12,570. Philip S, 11,477. And Alexander L rounds out the top 5 live funded payouts at 10,800. We had quite a few more in 5-figure territory also. But we're only showing you the top 5. Anyway, big shout out to all these live funded traders showing everybody what's possible in the live markets. Pulling money out of the live markets and lining their pockets with it. An inspiration to us all. All right, let's get back to this rip. These markets are still moving. I thought it was going to die down for a second, but we got a legitimate rally here, guys.
Yeah. No rest.
Is this the start? Is this the beginning of a treasure map formation? Are we going to get a total V bounce off that low?
15th green day incoming, right, JD?
15 in a row. Off the top of your head, does anybody know when the last time we had 15 green days in a row?
I don't think we even had it.
I don't know if this is right, but on the 1
it's still ripping
chart in the ES, when that came out, the biggest bar had about almost 10,000 contracts traded. The next bar had even more, 12,000. So we're looking at 22,000 contracts traded in about 2 seconds there.
Mm-hmm.
That's right, but that's what it says. Holy smokles.
Holy smokles.
I think that was
you got a
all
little
those
shift
bids
in
down
the
below. Going to the market.
Those bids down below, did they know something? Very interesting. Very interesting. We got 65% long in the ES tilt now, 54% long in the NQ, 52% short in crude, 70% long in gold at the moment. Gold tilt ticking above 70 as we speak. Oh, I am what I am. Thanks for looking that up. I was just about to do it. Last time we had 15 green days in a row was in November 1977.
I remember that.
50 years ago. Do you really?
I'm just
Were
kidding.
you in there?
No, I wasn't. No, I was in. Yeah, I was in 8th grade.
Yeah, my dad would probably remember that. He was in the trading pits in 77. I wasn't born until 79, so I wasn't even a twinkle in my father's eye at that moment. But all right. 12:45. We got time for one more question, guys.
Okay.
Michelle. Awesome. Michelle from the chat. Answered this question while we're just getting started with group coaching. Says, I'm a little bit nervous because I'm about $250 away from passing my 50K combine. I've passed combines before, but it's been a little while. The last combine I was in, I only needed a few $100s to pass, and I went from having a lot of profit to blowing the whole thing in that one day on a 100K account. That was pretty traumatic for me. I'm kind of scared to trade my account to get that last little bit. How do you cope with the fear? This is what we're talking about now. We're getting into the nitty gritty. This is a very common theme. We get this question quite a bit. You're so close to passing your combine, going from eval to funded, $100 away, and you blow the account that day. Why? Why do we do that to ourselves, huh? Why do we get so convicted in a position that we can't get out of it? Why do we overtrade to the point where we blow our accounts and have to reset when we're so close to the finish line? Why do we have these self-destructive tendencies? What's the point of even doing this if we only do it to be miserable? How do we overcome these tendencies and start making real money in the markets, guys? Hope you want to start.
Yeah, I think one of the things I talk about a lot is mental preparation going into a day. It's the afterthought for a lot of us, and it's the biggest. To me, it's still the biggest, destroyer or catalyst of snowballing into bad trades. So how you prepare and how you, emotional journal, and once again, some of us do it by writing on a legal pad, going into a trade. Hey, why are you taking it? I think when you get close to the goal, you start trading the P&L, and all those things that got you to that point, just all disappear because I'm $200 away. All I need that. Then I get the XFA. Then I can start making it real. So I just think and I catch myself in this every day, is walking into a trading session or into a trade. Why am I taking this? The other thing we talk about is taking a trade in an XFA once you get there and what it's like when you take it in a combine. I've really tried to get to the point where I'm only taking my, the best setup. If I have to wait for it, then I wait for it in my XFA. So just once again, we've seen people do this on air. I'm $40 away, and then we've 100%. Seen them almost, that one guy almost get there, and he didn't get it, and he did get it, and it's this roller coaster of emotion. So you've just got to, kudos to Coach Paul. Plan your trade, trade your plan, and if it rolls that way, and you make it by $50 or $75 or whatever it is, that's the way you've got to treat it. And I think, more screen time. Andre talks about it. Those hours of screen time of seeing it happen where you can snowball the other direction. Man, it can come quick, right, Hogue? I mean, you can be that close, and all of a sudden, whoa, what just happened, right?
Yep. You can.
I mean, I'd say
it can happen before you even realize it.
Yeah.
Those are the times you gotta,
So
you really gotta check in on your emotions during times like that too. Because a big part of this question is, I'm nervous, I'm scared, I want to pass this evaluation. You got that itchy trigger finger. Maybe that's not the best time to be trading either.
Right.
Folk put together a very decent emotional trading journal. Maybe you should take advantage of that. If you're not in the right mindset to be in the market, you should probably stay away from the market. If you're coming in there just to make $100 to pass an evaluation, things happen, right? And you can turn that tiny little profit that you need to hit the finish line and just turn it into total disaster. And it's the worst feeling on earth. It's happened to everybody, right? It's a mindset
Michelle,
issue.
first off, take a deep breath. Everybody, take a deep breath. Michelle, what you're dealing with is something I dealt with a lot. You've got $250 away from getting through your 50K combine. That's your goal. But putting profit goals in front of you sometimes has kind of a reverse effect, and it had a big reverse effect on me. For a while in the S&Ps, I was trying to make 40 ticks a day. 40 ticks. And I demanded that I made those 40 ticks. I could be up 37 ticks. My clerk would say, hey, you're 37 ticks. It's close enough. Let's go. And I said, let me just get these last 3 ticks. And if that next trade is a loss, instantly revenge. I got to get that back. I got to get my 40 ticks. Next trade's a loss. Got to get that back. Next trade's a loss. Got to get that back. So you've got $900 in profits as standing in the trading pit, and you end the day down $3,000. It's absolutely disastrous. It's so bad for your mental capital and everything. So, Michelle, again, take a breath. Forget that you have that goal. Your only goal in every trade that you take is find the next good trade. Actually, don't even look for it. Let it come to you. If you start getting nervous, walk away. Come back the next day. Come back the next day. If you're nervous about it, if you're focusing on getting to that goal, 8 times out of 10, 9 times out of 10, it's been detrimental to me. I would imagine it might be detrimental to you. Just forget about the fact that you've got that goal, that you're trying to get to that combine. Wait for the next good trade to come your way. Wait for the next good trade to come your way. Breathe in and out. Stay cool. Breathe in and out. Look for the next good trade. Look for the next good trade. If it doesn't come that day, fine. There's always tomorrow. If you're in a rush, you're going to rush it. If your focus is on that profit and getting to that goal, you're no longer focusing on looking for that next good trade, waiting for the next good line setup, waiting for the next good trade. That really needs to be your goal. You got to be in process. You got to have your strategy, and you got to stick to that process and that strategy. And if you start thinking about other things, you're not thinking about looking for the next good trade. That's what you need to do. Breathe in and out.
That's why we say things like
wait for the next good
go
trade.
ahead. That's exactly why we say things like process over profits, right? Avoid trading the P&L. It's not fun. It's not sexy. We like to see the huge numbers on the screen, but your profits are they're directly related to the trading decisions that you make, right? If you have a set process and you train yourself to make good trading decisions, profits will follow. That's why we say things like that. For the exact purpose of this, you're $100 away. Yeah. $100 away and you blow the account because you threw everything else out the window to make $100. And that's what happens when you do that, right?
Yep.
But
breathe in and out.
Breathe. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Yep.
Look for the next.
Well, I think that move we saw in equities has come to an end. There was a bit of excitement that we got. We are just about out of time here for group coaching. I'd say we take another question, but we only got about 10 seconds left, 30 seconds left. Michelle, if you're listening, I hope you took that to heart. Hogue and Hoop have been coaching traders for a very long time. They know what they're talking about. They've seen it all. And their wise words should not be passed up, right? So thank you, Hogue. Thank you, Hoop. Always appreciate your time, your trading wisdom, your trading insights, your trading experience, and sharing it all with us live right here on Topstep TV. That's what we're all about here, folks. All right, we are going to step aside. We got a Trade with Topstep segment coming up. We got Coach Vince. We got Jack. I'm going to stick around for another hour. So don't you go nowhere. We're going to take a short break. Topstep TV will be right back with Trade with Topstep. Here we go.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Welcome to Trade with Topstep. Got Vince and JD back in the house. We just got news last hour that Vance is at Dulles. He's getting his shoes back on. He's going to Islamabad. Vince, you covered a short. You in anything now, or what's up? You're on mute, Vince.
Oh, that's a mute fine.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe not. Can you hear us, Vince?
Yeah,
Well,
I hear you. I don't know what happened there. All right, sorry about that, but that was weird. Yeah, so I'm currently flat, Jack. I did have a nice little short on in the ES earlier. Got short around 30, I think it was 36s. I covered at 10. So I'm up about 573 in the XFA today so far. And we're going to look for some more opportunities here. My ultimate target was 70-90s, but I covered it at 10s, which was my first target. And good thing I did, because we kind of got this tape bomb here. So kind of lucked out a little bit here on that short. If I would have held it to full target, I would end up with, giving back a little bit right now. So how about you guys? What's going on?
JD, you've been on for the last hour. You'll be handling any trades we make this hour. Anything you're looking at right now?
Well, we just came off a very educational hour in group coaching, and I'm still looking at the S&P 500. I got the micro ES up right now. Looks like we just put in a higher low, doesn't it? Is this a reversal? Do we have the beginnings? Do we have the makings of a V-shaped formation or a treasure map, as the trader-in-chief would put it?
Possibly.
I guess we'll
There's
see.
a nice V there.
I guess we'll see.
Weird day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we did. It worked out pretty well. The only I wasn't on air. We did punch below the 77 or 70 SPX level at like 106. Got about 9 points through it, and then got helped out by the news. Trying to see, that's still there to the downside if we want to manage some risk. So it sounds like you're looking for a long, maybe.
I certainly am. I think it's kind of running away from us now, but I'm not going to chase it. But I do like the long side at the moment. We just bounced off of a 9-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, which I have at 71.18. It was a good area. Maybe we'll get a retest of that. But buyers are looking pretty decent right now.
Yeah. Well, my own narrative going right now, I'm having quite the back and forth day here, trying to tame some Avis right now. Yeah, say a prayer for Jackie. We're up, but we were up a lot more. Watch out. Don't attempt it home. So I'll keep one eye on that, but we're trading futures for now. Anything else we're looking at besides you guys are both trading ES, it looks like, for the rest of the day?
Yeah, we can go around the horn, though.
Yeah.
Bitcoin's kind of settled down, coming off the highs of the day, or the session, I should say. 75,655 last in the micro Bitcoin. That looks like
Still
a pretty
got
decent structure, actually.
The only thing for me working against like a full V bounce is we still got to contend with those yields that went up since the war sharing this morning. We're still at about 4.3 in the 10-year. What's Crude doing? Crude is back below $90 in the June contract, trading 89.37. The VIX is back below 20. We topped out at around 20.7.
Kind of like a short in gold.
You like a short in gold?
Yeah. I really do.
Correlation between gold and equities has been pretty close, too. So a short in gold would equate to a short in the S&P, too. We're sitting right on top of this 9-period EMA and the 5-minute chart again. Got a nice cheap long opportunity here. We know our risk. Those minor 5-minute swing low at 71.16,
Whoa.
75,
We're
71.7. Call it.
jumping.
Let's see here.
Just juking a little bit in the dome there. Iran has not informed Pakistan whether it would attend talks. The New York Post, citing sources.
Man, these guys.
So,
how do you trade around
yeah,
this stuff?
Right.
Couldn't this be a Zoom? Make it a Zoom.
Can't these guys
send a JD.
get on an email thread or something? We're sending Vance to Pakistan, and we don't even know if a meeting's going to happen. Does that make any sense at all?
Mm-mm.
Or at least,
Very interesting, right?
Figure this stuff out behind the scenes.
And stop
one
tweeting
announcement
about it. Yeah.
instead of 14 every day. Treasury Secretary Bezant, Treasury will continue to follow the money and will target the Iranian regime's recklessness and those who enable it. That's from a Twitter post.
Mm-hmm. Oil.
I mean, how does the
pretty
process?
good.
Has the process of verifying news changed at all in recent years, Jack? Like, I feel like some of the headlines we see, the people that post them should know better, right? Or
Well, because what's happening is it's changed over the last 10, 15 years as people that are newsmakers by default have social media, right? So if or even if they don't tweet it, if the president calls the New York Post or something, what the president says is inherently newsworthy, so they can certainly report that right away. So we see a lot more of that.
Yeah.
Definitely interesting, right?
Yeah, and we
And
noticed
so
that we
much
were talking earlier
information.
about the Onion too, with the InfoWars stuff, but this is a separate story. You also don't want to get poached, and it happens so much quicker because everyone on planet Earth right now fancies themselves a journalist or comedian. So I can't tell you how many times you would write a headline, and you had to get it out right away because there's a million people trying to crack jokes on Twitter, and if they're kind of close to yours, you have to kill it. So there is a
gotcha.
race to get it out.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
That crude oil though, it sold off $2 off that tape bomb.
It did.
Yeah. We were at 91.50, 40s. Yeah.
We got about 90 seconds till
nice
this
little
5-minute candle closes. I'm going to dip a toe in the water. I'm going to get on the long side. We got a cheap long here.
All right.
Where would you CYA be?
Just below this little swing low here at
12s.
Got a swing low, yeah, 12. So just below there. Not taking a whole lot of risk.
Nice cheap trade. We love cheap, right?
I want to see where this candle closes though. If we continue a little bit lower, if we close below this previous candle, I might not get in, but I kind of like it right here. I like it because it's cheap, is what I'm saying.
Yep. Me too. I like
I
cheap.
assume we'll get some probably clarification on this tomorrow, but to my knowledge, and if someone in the chat or otherwise, is it clear when this ceasefire deal is with a time, or is it just tomorrow evening, Washington time?
I can't answer that. Honestly, I don't know if they have a set time.
Well, if that remains the case, definitely be very careful if you're trading the overnight session tomorrow.
And we closed right on the low of that candle.
Yeah.
Always throwing you for a loop, right?
Isn't that the truth?
A little more selling coming in. Nothing done yet. Working nothing done.
Sodbuster. They call me JD Vince.
Hey-o.
Let's go. Let's go.
All right, selling off a little.
I think it was a good no trade there.
Yeah.
I held off.
I should have
Nothing
got
done.
short that gold. I didn't want
Reset
to
my bias now.
caveman into it. I didn't want to caveman into that gold, but see here. Got gold cooking downside. I like gold down to 4,700.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at it. $25. Not out of the question.
Yes. I would like the entry back up there around 34s. But I'm not going to chase it.
No.
I'm not a chaser
No chasing
either.
allowed. No chasing allowed. On to the next, right?
Yeah, Dan Evans at 70.95 bids there. Bid has been there for a while. Let me check back in on the mini dome. Maximize my charts. 795 bid is still there. There was actually a 792 bid also for another 1,500 that pulled right at about the time that we spiked about an hour ago.
See, somebody posted in chat. Trump said it earlier. Ceasefire expires Wednesday evening.
That was my understanding.
Yeah, no time though. No specific time. That's what we were curious about.
Is it Wednesday in 2027 or?
It would be tomorrow. Tomorrow would be the day.
It'll get really confusing.
Remember when Russia Ukraine broke out, he was like, "Oh yeah, this should only take 6 weeks to 2 months." It's 5 years later, 4 years later, they're still at it.
Yeah, I was saying yesterday that the last Iran deal took like a year or like 18 months or something to hammer out. Hope that is not the case this time.
I agree with you on that. That's for sure.
Fred Zanowick says RJ O'Brien told him the ceasefire ends tonight. No, my first job on the trading floor was with RJO. This was their hand signal, RJO. It's like the hang time sign. Clever.
What were you doing? Just
I had my first job as a runner on the green room floor at the Chicago Board of Trade was for RJ O'Brien.
Nice.
685. Oop knows it. 685. RJO 685. And I worked for the phones. I worked the phones for him for a couple of years while I was in college before moving over to the Treasury complex. Back in the late 90s. Back when weed was grass, right?
It's a matter of time before they have a futures contract for that, though. I'm waiting for that to come out.
Imagine how they'd have to like grade the specifics.
Grade A.
Deliverable to Eddie Horn's house in Lyons, Illinois.
Oh man, miss you, Eddie. If you're watching.
Well, 1 o'clock. Sometimes you can't avoid being 1 o'clock. We're kind of hanging around here right now in the ES.
Yeah,
we sure are.
The only trade I really like right now is this
71.18.
short and gold. That's really the only thing I'm really interested in at the moment. I don't know. I do like that V bottom though.
We are still sitting on top of this 9-period EMA.
Yeah, I mean,
in the ES. It's flattened out. It's going to be a little inflection point for the next, for the foreseeable future, I guess.
Yeah, I do think at some point that we're going to take out 1350s in the ES. kind of have some a little bit of weak structure there.
Producer
between
Andrea. Producer
Yeah,
Andrea
Dave.
saying 7:50 p.m. Eastern today per CNN and NBC. That's good enough for me.
Sounds precise.
Here's the deal, though. We got to be out of these positions by the end of the day anyway, so we're good.
Doesn't matter.
Don't matter. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Little bit of buying coming in here.
Yeah, a little bit.
Switch back over to the micro contract. Maybe I'll put a couple on. I feel like this is.
Wow. Man, I missed that gold. Oh,
Oof.
guys.
Look at that.
I
Look at
should've
that.
just
I was.
took that
Here
short,
we go. We're
man.
moving.
Oh, man.
Can you imagine if I.
Short.
Yeah.
Can you
that
imagine if
would've been
I
bad
clicked the
beat.
buy button as soon as that happened?
You know what, JD? No BS. I did that with a Dow. I placed an entry the other day for a long, and no joke, within 5 seconds, something tape bombed me. I got filled and stopped out, and literally like 1 second flat.
Mm-hmm.
Like the timing is just, I don't even know how you can time it. If you tried, you couldn't
That was
do it.
interesting. We had a 3K ES down move in a second, and then 3 seconds after that, we got another one for 2.8K. It's an interesting. You see this?
Mm-hmm.
That's an unusual. There's just two of them back to back, but there was a gap between them.
Huh. Interesting.
That gold's printing.
And they went to the market on them.
Well, we don't know if it's one because there's some stops and stuff in there, but it looked like two block orders pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Iran's foreign minister blockading Iranian ports is an act of war and thus a violation of the ceasefire. Comes from a post on X. So more back and forth.
Yeah.
This little
They're trying to wake things up.
Yeah, they've been saying the same thing. Like, oh,
It's like, it's on repeat.
Yeah. We got a couple of 500 lots in the ES just sitting there. Here goes one. 465 at 7. Oh, they moved it down to chase it. 7-111 just took that too. So somebody has sold a bunch there.
Sell them all.
Yeah. Today.
Some excellent quotes from Iran's foreign minister coming across the wire right now. Iran knows how to neutralize restrictions, how to defend its interests, and how to resist bullying. I assume he means us as the bullies.
Yep.
Well,
glad I didn't do anything. What's up, Jack?
Yeah.
I mean, unless you just sold 3K ES, that would have been pretty cool. Now we got 1,000 lot at 7110. There's some inventory in the ES. Somebody's edging up.
Yeah, Dome's pretty light, and then you get these huge orders here and there. I mean, we're at what, a quarter of the volume on the bid and offer right now? I mean, 38.40 on the bid on average. I mean, usually we have 100, 125 in the ES on the bid and offer. So we are in a very thin market right now.
Mm-hmm.
Not too much of a move in oil off of that, though. We're still below $90 in the June contract. The VIX did get back above 24, just barely 20.04 at the moment.
Kicking myself on a short that gold. Down $18 from there. It's down $18 from where I wanted to short it.
Well, looks like Vance will not be renting a car from Avis, and that was helpful there. We got a little bit of a hit on that.
Jack, one time for the people in the back. What got you in the Avis this morning? What were you seeing?
It had like 300% implied volatility. I'm not long. No, I sold a June 16th 700 call for 200. Like, listen to this. June 18th. That's less than 2 months from now. I sold a 700 call for $250. Now,
what's it trading at?
The call itself is trading around 220 right now. So it's actually, we'll find out by the end of the day. We were talking group coaching, right? About the difference between greed and something else.
Yep, I heard that.
I could take this off right here, right now for like $2,800. Earlier in the day, it was like 10K in my favor. It's since rallied $100. And there's no really great way to hedge this. There's expensive ways. I'm not leaving, not for now.
Sticking around? All right.
Hell yeah.
700, huh? 700 calls?
Yeah. You don't need many of them, Vince. It's
like
25 grand in premium on one.
Nice.
And Ava's ticking down. 678.
You want it to go down, right? You want it to go down, right?
Yeah, I would love that.
I'd hold it. I like the downside on it right now. I think you get a nice little sell-off here.
I want to hold it till June. I mean, here's the thing. It's all about the path. Sometimes I like the passive options because they help you. In this case, it doesn't, because I am supremely confident that by June 18th, this will not be trading 700. The question is, how high does it go in the meantime?
I just heard JD Vance was getting his rental from Thrifty.
Oh,
so not Avis. Not Avis.
Does Avis operate in Pakistan?
That's a good question.
What's the other one? Maybe it's Hertz. Maybe he's gonna rent from Hertz.
I think someone heard you, Jack. Avis just popped $7.
No. I got the level 2 up on that one. Somebody else. Hey, Jack, on Friday, I saw a couple of musical theater singers. They flew in from Chicago. Was one of them your wife? Was this? Oh, flew in from Chicago. No, my wife was here, so it wasn't them. But if you know who they are, she might know them.
I like Avis. The 60
motocross nut. That's not how calls work. All right. I sold this morning when the implied volatility was much higher. Like, literally, I'm looking at it right now. You can look up what the price is for a June 18th call, and I have it at about the midpoint at like 218, and I sold it at 250. So even though it's up a little bit, I'm still up money on the trade.
Mm-hmm. That moves around quite a bit there. That's a pretty big range. I mean,
yeah, man. I thought I had it.
Wow.
So Yeah, and for those that do dabble in it too, you need to pay attention to the IV. It's the same thing that kills people when they try and like play options for earnings, right? There's no free lunches. They have an idea, they're going to be more expensive, and that volatility is going to get crushed after.
Gold, 47.14. Gold still drifting lower.
Also
Trader
not
John
trading
from
720.
AZ.
I have a 73. I don't know if you're on a delayed quote or something like that.
What's that?
Say again? For Avis?
They said if Avis is trading 720, but it's trading 672 right now.
I see 673.99.
Yeah, a delayed ticker maybe.
There it is, 672.
All right, back to futures.
That's what we're here for.
Yeah, they all work
yes,
together.
It's just sitting there. The Dow is just sitting there. Nasdaq not doing much.
I still have this lineup. Still seeing some possible support. Looks like we bounced right off that 770 SPX.
This gold is looking nice. Should have cavemaned into it.
Is it too late?
Yeah, I don't want to chase it. I wanted to get in $20 ago. 220 ticks ago was the entry. So, man.
220 ticks ago.
Yep. Anne Marie was in the chat there. I told her I was looking at 4,700s. I don't know if she's short or not, but I hope you are. Hope you got short up there.
Jack, can you do a masterclass on bonds, specifically the 2-year and 10-year, and how they affect the broader market? The TUT spread, the 210, 1002.
Can I? Possibly. Will I? That'll depend on if they give me a lot of time to do it, because I don't know if I'm going to do that in my spare time. But yeah, we'll add it to the list. I think if you know the questions to ask, like going through like one of the paid AIs or something like that, you can learn a lot about things that way. Sort of just keep asking questions and going down the rabbit hole, but I could go over the basics sometime. And I am by no means a like bond knowledge master either. There's like people who have like PhDs in that. Like when I was at a firm, we had one guy whose name, there's a lot of whose name Mike Jackson, if you can believe it. And he's like whole thing. He was just like the bond encyclopedia of like, he would just give out research reports and you would run into things where like, I don't know exactly what this is going to do. Like there's some odd things that happen sometimes in bonds. And, he was definitely a guy who would know the equivalent of like, can the crude go negative? He was on it.
Yeah.
A bondologist. You're right.
Yeah, a friend of mine, his brother used to be a bond trader for Solomon.
Basically, you're looking at a curve, right? They call it the yield curve. And
yep,
yields are based on duration or time to maturity, right? They go all the way down to, you go from a 4-week up to a 30-year. I believe, is that the complete length of the spread? A 4-week to a 30-year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but if you're trading futures, more likely you're trading from the 2 to the 30. I mean, the place to start is just what makes bonds different from like every other thing that we trade futures on. And it's that it has these fixed payments for a fixed time aspect.
Mm-hmm.
And depending on how long the duration of the bond is, like how many years it is, because you're locked in that long, the price can be extremely sensitive to interest rates. So like the 30-year bond can change wildly in price because the discounted value of all your future payments, which are the same, right, takes on wildly different values if the discount rate changes, the interest rate.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how, like, I believe Silicon Valley Bank and some of these other things got into trouble. They were very smart, but couldn't hedge a fixed income book. When interest rates rise, that screws you if you have a lot of like long-term loans out that are not hedged.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember when they went belly up, right?
Yep.
Oil's flirting with 80, just under $90 a barrel in oil, down 89.80 there.
And
That'll
one of the
pop there in gold.
reasons, yeah, that the bond futures, we show the dome sometimes. I can't because I don't have it set up on this live account.
Oh, I can pull
But
that
there's
up.
so much volume. You pull it up, and the reason is CME bond futures are a very cheap way for all businesses, but specifically businesses like, banks, mortgage folks, to hedge interest rate exposure.
So look at the liquidity on this dome. It's pretty thick. 1,200 bid, 1,600 offered.
Oh yeah, a couple thousand, right? Yeah.
The ZN, the 10-year note, is even more dense. 4,500 bid, 5,000 bid, 3,000 offered. That's a thick ladder right there.
Yeah, we tend to quote the 10-year yield because that relates closest to a lot of things that we think about, like mortgages. It's usually got like a term rate, or like it's more the ZN than the ZB.
Yeah.
We got a 30-point move here, potential in the Nasdaq to the upside. I'd like to see Nasdaq get up there around that 26,730 mark. Where are we at here? Nasdaq.
We have Waller talking, saying a few things right now, but
again, wow, he's he's been TV today.
Yeah. I don't imagine anything Waller says is going to move things too much, given the other things going on, but you never know.
Mm-hmm. Got our crude settlement prices. Thanks for posting those in the chat hoop. May crude futures settled at $92.13 a barrel, up $2.52 or 2.81%. I don't know what to make of these markets right now. They just chop until a headline hits.
I'm trying to come up with a game plan here, JD. It's
well, if we go to my screen,
something on it, it'd be worth it.
We missed it, but the 77, I can't say this number, 70-70. It's so weird to say. So like 7107 right here has been pretty good today. Like it went a little bit below it, like 9 points, but then it was support here. So maybe something to look at towards the end of the day.
Watching, waiting, judging.
JD, you still thinking about a long?
Sorta. Look at a 15-minute. Got a little bull flag happening. Still got a higher low at this point.
Maybe. I'm considering a long maybe in the Dow. I might try something here.
5-minute long will be confirmed above 722, 7122. Our risk is at about 7105. We got about 10 points of risk on this trade if we get in right now. I'm going small. It's tough getting in before a confirmation, though. Shot in the dark. And that buying volume doesn't impress me all that much on this 5-minute chart.
Yeah. Looks like we're on my screen. I got the 15-minute open right now.
There you go, Jack. Get a little relief there going for you.
Yep.
Down 20 again. Down 20 again. Crazy. All right. Yeah, I'm getting interested in the Dow. We'll see what happens here. Maybe we'll do something.
Apple's picking back up. Apple's getting a new CEO in September.
Yeah, the head of hardware. Got an engineer running it.
Yep.
I wonder if people are going to peel off Apple and then go into the IPO that's going to be coming out. They're talking about.
What's that?
What's Musk working on?
SpaceX. I mean, I'd
Yeah.
be more worried. I mean, there's a much clearer candidate for where that might suck money out of. They sell electric cars.
Oh yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Try to keep it in the family, right, Jack?
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't want the money going
Pretty
out the back
incredible,
door.
though. You mentioned this morning, Tim Cook's Apple had, it's not like he did this to a micro cap. Apple had a $350 billion market cap when Tim Cook took over as CEO, and he 20 bagged it, 20x.
Wow.
Or trillion. $4 trillion.
Oh my goodness. We do have so much other stuff has been going on. I missed. Today is Tesla earnings. No, tomorrow. Tomorrow is Tesla earnings.
Tomorrow after the bell. Yeah. We'll do the watch party during at the buzzer. Coach Jay and Coach Paul. We'll do Tesla.
That'll be exciting. No position here in Tesla at the moment.
You guys still use Apple products?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I know you're one of those green bubble chads.
We just got long. We're long down 425.
Oh, nice.
Long down. Two MYMs. Cheap trade. Not looking to risk a lot.
I think the last iPhone I bought was the iPhone 5. Gotta be 10 years since I've owned an Apple product.
The computer I use for this is actually a Mac Studio.
Very nice. You like it? Obviously.
Yeah, I love it.
All right, we got
this is
everything.
long. The Dow.
Yeah, it's not looking too good, but I was actually going to short it, but I was like, I like the long. There's some structure up here that needs to be dealt with at some point. We have a 49.530 is the point of control, but I kind of feel like by the end of the day, we're gonna punch through that 49.530 mark and probably try to test the half back in the Dow at some point today, which would be 49.694. So we're going to see what happens here. Let's see if I can capitalize on a little something, something.
All right. All right. Sorry, I got a chuckle from
sitting up there.
Got a little chortle out of a comment in the chat. David Chiluk, we were talking about. Jack, do you like your apple? I love it. Says, why don't you marry it?
That's good. No, there's a good story behind someone says like, yeah, this Mac Studio at a different computer, because this is my work computer too. That early in the days of Topstep TV, I had a different like Mac that I got from Topstep, like an iMac or something, and it wasn't fast enough at like rendering my green screen. And a certain CEO of ours pretty much said that I needed a new computer like right now, like that afternoon. So I was like, okay, it's not going to be cheap. They're like, no, it has to be done now. That is the sort of entrepreneurial. So I ran out the Micro Center and got this computer. Never looked back.
Nice.
Did I go with you that day, or was that a different trip we took?
We made many trips to Micro.
Yes, we did. We did.
What's it called? It's not called Micro Studio. It's called Micro Center.
Micro Center. Yeah.
In the early days, yeah, we ran over there a lot of times.
Looks like we're getting continuation here so far.
ES looks pretty flat.
Yeah, it's just it's in a pennant. The ES here. And this little pennant formation is just chopping around, getting ready to do something. You know, it's just right there. You know, the Dow.
Ooh,
it's kind of doing something similar. You know, it's going to make a
Hezbollah
move
firing
eventually.
rockets. Hezbollah firing
really?
rockets.
Oh, nice.
That just came out.
Maybe the market will go up from that.
That would be, I mean, I'm looking at the 4-hour chart right now. This kind of where your target was, Vince, around like 70.87 looks like a real line in the sand here. It's around the 750 SPX. It's was the dead ass low of the Sunday reopen, which occurred in the first like minute of trading, as I recall. It gets through there. Channel my inner Andre. Oh, who knows?
There you go. Again, where are we going, chat? Where are these markets going?
Up or down? Give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Which way is the market going?
Well, they go up and they go down, right?
Mm-hmm.
To the right. Doom Lord says to the right.
You just get a straight answer from anybody anymore.
I love the chat.
Yeah.
They're saying up. All right. Up, roller coaster. Hit that thumbs up button, everybody.
There's a couple crazy squeeze plays going on too. We talked about all birds becoming new birds.
It's the shoe company turned data mining center or data center.
Yeah, AI cloud computing. Let's check in on all like these are the daily candles. I think what's most shocking to me is that it hasn't come down more yet after that squeeze but once again, just I'll call this some advice. this is something I would never touch with a 50-foot pole because you can see here the market capitalization is only like 80 million. Way too small to play around in.
How could this have happened?
I recognize that with the Avis trade, I'm also venturing into some kind of wacky S, to be quite frank, but at least it has a $25 billion market cap.
There you go. What made you pick that though, Jack? Is it the amount of volatility in it? Because I mean, this thing swung like $200.
One of the
almost.
things I like to do, I did it with quantum too, and may start doing it again with quantum if it gets to, is like once things have blown a lot of folks out and the IV is extremely high, is selling some volatility and just being pretty diligent about. It's like the equivalent of a stop loss of like managing your delta exposure at a certain point.
Right.
I haven't yet on this trade, but I probably will in the last hour if I'm going to hold it. It was the same thing. Yeah. Back when with the GameStop stuff, not the original squeeze, I wasn't even paying attention to that, but like there was like 700 IV on some of those options.
Wow. Wow, these markets are just like they need a jolt. Get the paddles. Just think, everybody, when president's finally out, these are how the markets are going to be, probably just like this.
Yeah, just waiting on the next headline. We're coiling now.
Yeah. Someone's saying that convex is where real money is. Yeah. I mean, you can do both. I don't think the real money is generally in buying 350 IV options on a crowded trade. But no, I'll buy options. They're cheap.
Yeah, we're just wow.
Showing a little teeth today.
MES just a little bit. Looking at it like it's going to do something, the ES here. Let's see. We're just at the inside of this squeeze. So let's see if it makes a move. Probably in power hour. You have a double distribution trend day in both of these markets.
Let's see, just the tease. We still got an hour till close. What do we got in power hour today? Andre will be joined by Mandy and Dakota. Team Utah in the house.
Team Utah.
There you go.
That'll be a good one.
Oh, yeah.
Those guys always bring the goods.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking at the wrong market, I think. We'll move over to the Nasdaq.
All right, so ES broke out of the pennant. Dow is breaking out of its pennant, looks like. Let's see. See what happens here. Maybe we'll wake up now.
Take a look across. Okay, U.S. Secretary of State Rubio and Secretary of War Hegseth have been seen arriving at the White House, as have Witkoff, Kushner. That's from CNN, just coming out in the last few minutes.
What do you think they're going to talk about?
Vance is at the airport still. Gets hammered at the Chili's to go.
I was just gonna say he's at Chili's. Awesome.
Oh man, he's at Avis actually.
Oh. Just to be clear, none of this is funny, but you just gotta laugh sometimes.
Let's see. I am very close to getting stopped out here. Very close. Man, every time it gets close, they kind of perk back up.
I feel like it's just
interesting, guys. Interesting.
Crapshoot right now. So you get a breakout or a breakdown. I don't know.
We need something.
How's your Dow trade looking? Where are you at on this Dow trade?
I mean, it's down. I mean, I'm long from 49,425. So, you know, a little loss going right here, but it's such a cheap trade. I don't know. I think it's like $40 worth of risk. You know, but if we rally here, you know, maybe we'll get ourselves a couple $100. I would love to see this thing start to take off. I do think by the end of the day, though, we're going to come and take out that 49,530 area and keep rallying at some point. But who knows? I could be completely wrong. I want to see his test that half back, which is 49,696. Maybe we'll get it late in the session.
Ooh, Emery thinks we're going to have a sizable MOC later on. About an hour out from that.
I mean, ES Delta, I don't know if this is right. It should be right. Negative 16,800 negative Delta in the ES.
Wow.
I don't know, Hogue, if you're around, if you could confirm that. Oh, wait, hold on. I think that's wrong. Wait a minute. I got to adjust my time frame. Negative 25,000.
Yeah. Well, just this hour, when we looked at those two block trades, that added probably 6,000 to it just in those two trades.
Yeah. Yeah, we're negative 25,000 in the ES, 25,700. The Dow is minus 816. Nasdaq Delta is positive 590.
Say 590 in the Nasdaq?
Yep, positive 590. Yeah, Nasdaq. I'm on the lows, right? So
and S&P is negative 25,000.
Negative 25,800.
Interesting.
Incredible. Yeah.
Is that some selling?
A lot of negative delta. Yeah, that's a little bit of selling, right? Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Oh, someone says it's not correct. What is a correct number?
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there's.
Oh, we came to life.
We got movement.
Let's go.
We got movement.
There it is.
We're popping. We're
Come
popping.
We're going all over the place.
Come on. See if we can...
This is a little ripper. We got a little ripper happening.
All right. I'm going to move this to break even. See what happens here. Up, pulling back.
Still feels strong.
Yeah.
Henry loves this.
Go. Jeez. Last 5 minutes, guys.
Sit around and wait for that 30-second tape bomb. He's back in your chair.
Well-
Wait another hour for the next 30-second tape bomb.
We'll go to fast markets. Not fast markets. Well, we're still pumping here. Power hour.
Yeah, we
Just
are.
watching this thing take off here. Do we have the news? We'll find out really quick what's going on here. We're ripping all over the place, which means the stage is set perfectly for Andre to rip it up with Dakota and Mandy. Yeah. Sorry, he just shrugged and back. Have fun, Andre. Vince, thanks again.
Yo.
Nice
All
little
right,
Dow
guys.
trade. We'll be right back
Yeah.
after this. It's Topstep TV. Let's go.
Look at us. It's just you and me, Dakota.
Look at us.
Just the two of us. Just the two of us. All right, let's welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Power Hour, the last hour of the New York session. Dakota, myself. We got headlines flying. Latest one that just hit. AP News saying Iran is seeing signs that the U.S. is ready to lift the blockade. Let's take a look at the prices right now. NQ trading 26,728, about 130 points off the lows. ES trading 71.23, about 30 points off the lows. Dakota, thoughts coming in this final hour of the New York session. What's up, my man?
Well, like this morning, I'm looking at settlement being the key price of the day. And I mean, we're right there, man. We're 20 points lower. Settlement in the Nasdaq is 26,750, give or take. And yes, that's the price I'm watching. Looks like we got down, almost tapped 600, basically tapped 600, and rallied 140 points. We got that headline stirring things up, which that's been the story of the year, right? Just headline after headline, and it's not going away. VIX still hanging around 1960. Crude did sell off a little bit. The one thing that is on my radar actually is gold's down 2%. Silver's down 4%. So gold's getting hit. The dollar's getting stronger. But that really...
Gold's getting hit, yes it is.
Yeah, that dollar strength has really affected gold. Not so much crude. So I'm curious if the dollar wasn't going up, if crude would be in those 90s. I'd like to see crude in the 90s, to be honest.
Crude in the 90s? Well, let's see. Last trade crude, $88.75. We did top out earlier today at $91.45. We got, what's gold doing? Gold, about 15, 17 bucks off the lows. Gold trading 47.29. 47.29.
I do like the longs, Andre.
You like the longs and gold?
In the equities.
Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, me too.
Looking attractive to see if we could get back up towards these upper 700s. I'm going to jump into 2 right now.
Okay.
Jump into 2.
What do you got? Mandy will be joining us also.
742.
742. Long.
Yeah.
Yes, the Utah connection. We'll have Mandy joining us here shortly on Power Hour. Put along 1 MNQ. 23,742.
Yep. Now in 2. I'm in 2 from 742. Looking for that breakout. Go retest these 760s, maybe 780s. Still working on scaling up.
Okay, along with you. Got a Delta update for you. You heard the fellas talking about those Delta readings in previous segment. Heavy negative Delta, ES and NQ. We're looking at minus 16,000 the ES, minus 4,600 in the NQ. You long 2, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm long 2. I'm still working on scaling up.
Okay.
That's been my my goal going into summer. Scaling my position size.
In this type of market, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Less the headline market, as it was looking like the VIX was going to start going down and things settle down. So we'll see. I still want to scale into these positions.
Long 2 right now. What would the next price be, give or take? We're kind of upticking in the NQ. 736 last trade.
40s. We break through these 40s. I'll look to keep adding to it. Looking for these pivots on this 100-tick chart.
All right.
Now we said we was talking the ceasefires tonight, correct?
The deadline ceasefire ends tentatively scheduled for 6:50 p.m. Central Time. However, there's been a lot of talk. Okay.
Added to a third.
What's your average price, Dakota?
40. 740.
740.
Yeah, that's the deadline. So I wonder if we're going to get like an extension tonight during slow markets.
Well, it depends who you ask. And what side you're listening to. However, that headline did just come out from the AP News saying Iran is seeing signs that the U.S. is ready to lift the blockade.
Right.
Long with you.
Long 4. I'm long 4 now.
Okay.
Long 5 on that break. Let's
Long
see.
5.
That's about the position size that I want on this account. Now I'm going to look to trail this up.
Little downtick in crude. $88.63. Who is at the door? That'd be someone from Utah. Utah Connection. What's up, Mandy? Welcome to Power Hour. What's happening?
Thank you, guys. Excited to hang out with you guys this lovely afternoon. See if we can get some trades in. Looks like Dakota got started already, so we'll see if I can add into any trades too. It'll be fun.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. Any prices, levels of interest here in the NQ that you got your eye on?
Great question. I'd love to see a test again of VWAP on the 5-minute at 761.
Okay.
This is kind of an area I was trading earlier today, and it was kind of a chop fest in this area. So I need a clear break, but where we're going to be getting close to VWAP, it's going to be kind of no trade for me until we can clearly break above it on for sure, like on a 5-minute candle, or if we see signs of like straight rejection, right? Like we come and tag it, and then we get some volume coming in with sellers. So curious to see what happens here, but no trade yet. But I'll let you know if I trigger into one.
Fair enough. Okay. All right. Well, Dakota, in the green room, we talked about it. We're going to play a game around here called Above Below for those that are new. First of all, welcome aboard. But how we play, I'm going to simply ask Dakota what he thinks the price and the close will be. The NQ, and we'll put it to a poll. Will it be above or below said price? Dakota, last trade, NQ 26,734. What will the price be on the close?
I will say 755 here in the Nasdaq. 26,755.
Okay.
That's right there near settlement.
755. All right, so about 18 points higher from where we're at right now. Put the poll up.
Yeah.
I like it. It's a good number.
80. NQ made new all-time highs earlier today. About 8 hours ago or so. NQ 26,901. 3/4.
Wild.
New all-time highs.
27,000s. When will we hit those? That's my question.
Right there. Sites poll is up.
All right.
We just come to a standstill. Waiting for the next headline, perhaps.
Lower right hand buying corner. These dips.
A little bit.
We're getting these dips being bought here in Power Hour.
I'm along with you, Dakota. Along with you.
Right back up into these 40s.
Get those votes in. Lower right-hand corner, we got the countdown clock. 51 minutes till the closing bell. 41 minutes till MOC. Market on close. Imbalance. Also, the president scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. So in about 51 minutes, right around the close. Is this just going to, what's the scarier trade right now? What's the scarier trade? Long or short? The market just comes to a standstill.
You think long's scarier? Both sides are scary with the tape bums.
True. That's true. Yeah. So appropriate risk settings, right?
Absolutely.
For me, I don't love it just in the sense of like, I think longs are the scarier trade in my 2 cents, just because we have been respecting VWAP since about 9:50 this morning. And we've had, you can maybe count, this isn't terribly close, but 1, 2, 3 attempts to get to and past VWAP, and we've rejected pretty clearly off of those. So that's my hesitation, but I'm a bull like through and through. I think I take more longs than I do shorts. I think longs are the scarier trade, but can Can it print and pay for you? Absolutely.
I hope it
All right.
does.
I want to get long.
Hope it
Let's
does.
get
It's not
long.
gonna NQ just kind of grinding higher.
Yeah, these dips are getting bought. So a nice little squeeze play, I feel is afoot.
See if we can keep that going.
There we go.
Get those votes in. Poll is up. Will the NQ close above or below 26,755? About 10 points away from it to the upside. Oh, also saw massive size being traded in the ES earlier today. Both bid and ask side. A couple 2,000 lots on the bid did get filled. One on the bid is 71.27. We're trading pretty much right now, as well as 71.24.
All right.
2,000 times.
If right here at settlement, the Nasdaq.
It's been a lot of algo trading today. A lot of algo trading. You could just see how
I'm going to add to
the
this.
headlines. Yeah.
I'm going to add it.
Dakota?
Yeah, this is just buyers just stepping in every little pullback. So let's see if we get that squeeze through the 50s.
Average price, you long 5 now?
6 from 743.
743. All right.
Yep.
Oh.
Long a pair from in the ES 7126.
Come on. We can do it. Squeeze through these 50s.
Keep
There we go.
in mind this
Nasdaq just turned positive.
How about it?
Yeah, settlement here.
Figure.
Right.
Crude. Taking a peek to the downside.
We're starting to squeeze.
Is there a
There
headline?
you go. Wow,
Is-
Dakota. Let's go.
Okay. Here we go.
We're right on VWAP.
Yes, we
right
are
now.
picking up steam higher, picking up steam to the upside in the NQ. Let's go along 6. Is there a headline right around the corner? What's your average price?
43.
4.3. All
Wow,
right.
Dakota.
70s trade. 4.3. Long 6 from
60s. I'm going to take one there at 64. Tighten up my
Nice.
stop loss.
Oh, we got IB. All right, we're above IB low in the NQ. NQ IB low is 726. 40 points higher from there as we trade. Yep. 26,765.
Fire Dakota. That's awesome.
I'm going to take another one off at 67.
Okay.
Tighten up my stop loss even more.
We're at new highs since 1240.
Yeah, this last time we saw these prices a couple hours ago. On the NQ, what was that?
Not at most.
Anytime you see that, I know just a little. Poll results are back 68% are saying above. I know anytime you see just a hint of wiggle in on the ladder, I will step along, see where they want to take this thing.
Another curious.
Oh,
yeah,
just like
oh,
that.
okay.
Just
flat.
like that. I
Yeah.
will get flat. I will get flat.
Nice, Dakota. Great trade.
Yeah. All right, what's this headline going to be? Saw a
Yep,
turnaround.
it's headline.
Yeah, I saw a turnaround there. You saw the first little flinch there, right, Dakota?
Yeah, we kind of seen that one coming, Andre.
Seller stepping in the equities. So just a casual wow. 30-point sell off.
Any
And
find oh my gosh. What is this volatility?
Look, my goodness. Senior
This
Iranian
is why we have to
official.
stop.
Iran rejects negotiations conducted under pressure or aimed at surrender.
Mm-hmm.
More from the Iranian official. Pakistan efforts to persuade the U.S. to lift naval blockade, release Iranian ship and its crew have not yet yielded results. Okay.
We get short.
Iran could attend talks in Pakistan if the U.S. abandons its policy of pressure and threats. So here come more headlines. Can't really. Are you short, Mandy?
Just about. Printed a green candle on the 1 minute.
Just like that.
Hands off for a second. We came in chest pressure on the 15 and
what's this headline?
The 5. 5 still holding above my EMA. So
I'm short.
it wouldn't be an A++ setup, but yeah, what's the potential for the move? I think if we can break
I'm short
17s, I'll look to get short.
Yeah,
I just need some sort of confirmation. I don't need any head fakes. That's what I'm
a lot of head fakes
trying to avoid.
How about this headline? Here's a headline. Vance pauses trip to Pakistan for talks as ceasefire deadline looms.
Oh. Good trade though, Dakota. Good out.
I got short. We got bottom of the hour, 12 minutes. 12 minutes to the bottom of the hour. We might see another push lower here.
Volatility
Who knows?
Is...
Yeah. Seems as though the
Crude caught a
ceasefire
bid.
is a bit uncertain. What did?
Crude caught a little bit of a bid there, I think.
For a split second.
Just for, yeah.
Short from 7126. 7126 in the ES. Short of pair. What do we got going on the NQ? NQ train 26,731.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth here.
A 5 minute candle close below 724s. I'll get short. Ideally below 717, below settlement on a 1 minute.
724. Okay.
Let me see if I can put some lines so you guys can see where I'm looking at. There's my 5 minute. Oh my gosh.
This market is just it's frozen.
It is.
It's waiting. It's a holding pattern.
Right. There's no follow through. It's just
I mean, if you look at the EMA, or sorry, the VWAP on the 1 minute, even on the 5 minute, they're pretty flat. Like, could that be an argument of like not great trading conditions?
they 100%. 100%.
Absolutely.
Not
Absolutely,
ideal.
right? When you're talking analysis, right? A flat VWAP is hands-off type of scenario. And I would hope for a lot of individuals.
Per the Wall Street
Or range
Journal,
trading.
Trump is privately discussing canceling the trip altogether.
That sounds...
And president scheduled to speak, just all it says here, scheduled to speak in about 40 minutes, right around the close. We're seeing something from the Wall Street Journal again, saying Trump privately discussing canceling the trip altogether. 50-50 on the tilt.
Bearish. That sounds like bearish news, right?
Sometimes,
Why are we doing anything?
That's what's tricky.
Yeah.
Why won't they take it lower? Well, equities, I'm talking. They won't take it lower.
I mean, you say this all the time, Dre. These markets are so resilient. Like this is
it makes me want to get long.
Wild.
I'm getting out of these shorts. If that doesn't, I'm short one. Now.
That doesn't do it. What is
going
going
I'm short one now. I don't. Why won't it go?
Like we're literally not moving. Like
I know.
Like this looks like slow market movement on the DOM, right?
No. Still market. We get a little bit better price action than this.
Okay, better. That's fair.
See why are they bidding
This
it
is-
up? Why are they bidding
This
it
isn't
up?
even
Equities.
slow market level.
I'm getting out of these shorts. Why are they bidding it
Yeah,
up?
they're holding this. Like, this is a headline where we would typically be down like 100 points.
Absolutely.
We did get a 60-point sell off, so just wait.
See, they keep holding the bid. Keep holding the bid. We can't go lower on those headlines.
Headline exhaustion.
Question in the chat for Dakota. You're good to go. Thoughts on trading one instrument, perfecting one instrument as opposed to multiple? There you go. That's why. Right there.
Oh my gosh.
You knew it. You knew it.
Okay, I'm in 2.
I'll answer that in a minute.
Yeah, fair enough. No idea.
This is
long. Mandy, how many?
Just 2.
What price?
Micro, or sorry, yeah, MNQ. Excuse me.
Okay.
755.
Okay.
I was literally about to tag it, and then we got wiki. Reasoning is we had the cross on my 1 minute. We aren't getting that sell-off follow through, and we're uncrossing again on my 5 minute. My EMA, which is set to 5, is still holding really nicely. So for those reasons, with my EMA being on top on both the 5 and the 15, I want to see if we can just snag something with this type of, I mean, we weren't moving, but now we are. So it's, I don't know. Could I classify that as a little FOMO?
They're saying you're long, Mandy, correct? You're long?
Yeah, long. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Did I say short? Oh my gosh, I'm long.
Chet's all over it. Chet all over it.
You guys, you've got, I was on my Discord earlier today.
Yeah.
I'm still playing catch up. I think I'm on some sleep debt right now. My daughter had a dance competition this weekend. We had to leave the house, not get up, leave the house at 5:30 a.m. on Saturday. And I'm still wiped from a weekend convention. So not thinking straight, I guess, apparently. But
I'm not sure if this market is either. Dakota, I'm just going to ask you the question.
I would say it depends. I like the idea of focusing on one market at a time. As a new trader, focusing on one market at a time, you understand its nuances, like when it opens, when it closes, how it reacts, what moves it, what headlines move it, the little tedious nuances, right? And then you could start to expand it. Because definitely we could all be in agreement. Like the Nasdaq definitely moves differently than the ES. That moves different than gold. There's little nuances, especially like gold. It will have different times where it reacts at certain times, like say 11:30, 12:30, when it opens and when it closes. Hopefully that helps or answers that question.
I have TP1 set at 77.
Stay long.
And a quarter. This would test kind of these upper candles and wicks on the 5 minute back at 10:15 and 11. So I'd love to see a retest of those. I have another TP just below 800, just a psychological round number. I'm going to reduce risk to below VWAP on the 1 minute.
Okay.
So if you can get a push and follow through here. Also, George, I saw your comment.
What's George doing? Is he causing trouble? George,
Yes.
your brothers.
About my enunciation a while ago.
Yeah, I have a hard time getting short before Trump gets a mic.
It's fair.
If what he was, I'll keep it to myself.
Crude's selling off a little bit. We're down to 88.30.
Yes, why can't we go lower?
We just can't get this push through.
Yeah.
Yet.
Come on, push through
Yeah.
72s.
Right there.
Yet.
Stay long. Stay long,
Keyword
Mandy.
yet. I'm so impatient.
Stay long. There you go. Stay long.
Not doing what I wanted to
There you
do.
go.
Okay, we're out of one.
Here's a
My
squeeze.
rule is as we continue to push up into these 80s, then I'll move my stop loss to just above break even. No need to make this trade go red. Yeah, that's good for me. Let's see if we can get these 800s. I want to be out just before it. Even though I say short, at least the trade still played out. I meant longs. Sorry.
Man, that headline really puked us out of those longs. Dakota, nice entry there, Mandy. Delta starting on wind. Just a bit. Now it's minus 12,000. Minus 12,000 in the ES. Still minus 4,200 in the NQ. When power hour began, ES was at minus 16,000. So it's paired off by about 4,000. Where do we get long? Where do we get long? Where's the pullback?
I like this. It's a nice bounce off of our moving average on the 1 minute. So still a good trade for me, and I like it more.
Wow.
I was talking with some traders, Dre and Dakota. Have you guys ever talked out loud like your trades like alone, or like I think Dakota, I've seen you record yourself trading, right? Record yourself in a trade and like why you took a position. Does that help you guys at any point in your trading?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean,
Verbalizing
like
it.
you're doing here, right? Like what we do here on Topstep TV, just being able to talk trades out. And sometimes I do go through and watch the recorded segments and like, what was I thinking? What was I talking about? And it helps. It definitely does.
Yeah, for sure.
I talk to myself all the time.
Great. I love that.
No one else listens, Mandy. No one else listens. So figure
Got that expert advice, Andre?
No, it's not the nicest talk, but makes me sit up straight. See, it keeps holding the bid right here. What do you?
There you go. This looks good. I like this still. Dre, I think a lot of people do listen to you. I think they will when you come out with your book with all of your quotes in it. There's going to be some good nuggets in there. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, thanks for putting me on the spot, Mandy. I owe you one. While she's letting
that's a coffee table piece for me in my home, Dre. That is going to be up front and center in my house.
Mandy.
I'm anxious
Check is in
for
the
it.
mail. You can write the foreword if you'd like. I appreciate that. We're grinding higher here.
Yeah, longs look good.
You
until a headline, right?
Yeah.
So we have stops.
I'm about to buy one.
These 80s, man.
Getting along appears to be tricky. Bottom of the hour in about 60 seconds. Let's see what happens here. Top trade in the chat, still clamoring for that limit down days. Limit down days are knocking on the door, man. Almost here. Hey.
Well, technically, we're 1 day closer to whenever it comes.
Edgy invest in the chat. I can't stay away from Topstep TV for long. I think I got an issue. Same.
Buyers still buying these little dips. Every little pullback, buyers are coming into these equities.
If we can get a pullback when the bottom of the hour hits, I perhaps would look for a long entry there. Or if it just goes green and just runs away, then how about that?
And then
Stay long, that? Stay long. All right. Bottom of the hour incoming. 20 minutes done. We'll see.
There we go.
Just going to go green.
780s.
Yeah. Is that all we get? Anything to what? There's a little pullback here. There. in the chat, wins 27,000 in the NQ. Oh, we got within 99 points of it. Making new all-time highs. Pre-open.
I'm gonna reduce my risk back to the my take profit, my stop profit. We're gonna go to 62 quarter, just below these previous wicks on the 1 minute on those red candles. I would think probability of us tagging just below that.
What was
could
that?
see a further pullback. So I'm gonna
I'm out
lock
of
in what I
longs.
have.
Yeah, I might have something
Let's
coming
go,
here. What was
longs.
that?
Let's
Shake me out of these
go.
longs so I get back in. Also, still long, Mandy?
Yeah.
Lucky. All right, I'll get back in. I'm long.
I was having FOMO with Dakota earlier, but it's set up
Nice.
again for
I'm
the
long.
long.
Yeah,
So
we're squeezing here.
go back to the well, right? I didn't get to go on the first trip there. I'll take the second trip to it.
Yep.
Double dip here. So here's another interesting spot. We have a wick here, the wick in the candle. Here at these 80s at what was that? 10, 15, and 11. We might see some hesitation here, like a resistance area.
I just got short, actually.
That's cool.
10-year,
cool with it.
10-year turned around. Prices went lower. Gold went lower, but it does not matter because the buyers are in the house. 18 minutes till MOC. MOC.
Still in dragging these profits up.
Sure. Nice job, Mandy.
72 3/4. Yeah, interesting spot here, Dre.
If we end green, this could be 15 out of 16 green days.
Is that right?
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Nasdaq.
Oh, well, that. Would you look at that? I'll get short on one. We got 17 minutes, MOC. We're going to close. Thank you, Rich, in the chat. We do have a news story regarding the Fed chair and Powell, Senator Tillis, President Trump. You know the characters. What was that? What was that?
I'm probably going to get tagged out here. We'll see.
Touch.
I'm okay. This is like, I'm about as long in a trade as my patience holds. So I'm bored with the trade already. We're out. That's good. Up 80 bucks. 2 contracts. We were green. We'll take it. See if we can get another setup.
Yeah, let's
Now
find
you're
out. Nice
short,
out.
right, Dre?
I am. Yes, I
Let's
am.
go.
From 781. We'll see how long this one lasts. However, you want to get this, run this news story because it's interesting. Tell us, very, very important regarding confirming Fed Chair nominee Warsh. If we want to run it, let's run it because it's good to stay tuned with this news.
If we want to get Mr. Warsh confirmed, we need to drop the investigation, move on. If the president fires Powell, then it's going to extend the process, right? It's going, because undoubtedly, like the Cook termination, last time I checked, she's still on the board. It would just extend the time that we get an eminently qualified person on the board.
That is the key vote right there. Gentleman right there. Dropping the investigation of Powell in order to, for Warsh to get the confirmation votes. So nice exit there, Mandy.
Thanks. Bouncing a little bit off of VWAP on the 5-minute, and we're holding an EMA, so shorts aren't my favorite, but could pay really nicely, Dre.
We'll see how far they can push this thing.
Dakota's above below.
What is it? 7.5. Oh, wait till he declares victory. About 10 minutes.
What? 10 minutes early?
Oh, it's the
I'll
best.
declare victory right now if you give me a chance. We're at 7:55.
Good. I feel like you're a little competitive. Just a
It's
little,
so
right?
amazing.
Hey, you can take profit, right? Whenever you want. This is me taking
So
profit
true.
literally.
On above below, yes.
Yeah, I
Well,
chose at the beginning of the hour, so I got 35 minutes of profit.
Great. Let's go.
Crude picking up some steam to the upside.
Settlement.
$89.27. Really picking up some steam to the upside. In crude, yeah, NQ selling off as well as ES. Gold selling off as well. I'm going to cover one. Something just changed there. 13 minutes MOC.
All right.
What's that delta at, Hogue? What's that delta? Is there more room to the downside? 10-year price is selling off. 10-year price is selling off.
Yeah, we're starting to pick up a little bit of steam. Back
We
to where we
are.
were.
Crude continue to pop. Crude up $1.30 here in the last 5 minutes or so. Negative delta growing. Minus 14,200 in the ES. What was the NQ there? NQ minus 5,200. 12 minutes MOC.
Can crude get above 90?
Yeah.
Brayden. What's the scariest roller coaster in the world? The Nasdaq coaster.
Pretty
Yes.
much. What is the headline? See, still haven't seen the headline. But we're watching NQ sell off right now. We're watching the 10-year prices sell off, watching crude prices pop.
Nice out. Liked my out. Where's your TP1, Dre?
TP1 is when crude stops rallying and gold stops selling off and the 10-year prices stop selling off. As long as those continue, I will stay in. Here we go. Here's your headline. Iran's decision not to attend Wednesday's meeting is final. Look out below.
Well, crude's buying it up.
We get a pull back up to settlement.
I just got it with more. I'm in with more.
I'd love to get short.
Crude
pushing hard.
Got in, yeah.
Dang it.
Oh, picking up steam.
Let's go.
Is this going to be
Let's go.
first red day?
Again, headline just hitting here. We have Iran's decision not to attend Wednesday's meeting is final. Is final. Watching crude pop about $2, closing in on $90. 15 cents to go.
Trade, Dre.
10-year selling off. Prices, that is. That means yields going higher.
Crude almost to 90.
Yes, it is. 10 cents to go. Gold selling off. Where do they want to take this?
There you go.
Where
90.
will this go? We're just going to see a complete waterfall. Lower, $90. $90 Prince. ES picking
I'm
up
going to get
steam
into
to the
one
downside.
short. I'm going to see if
join
I
you.
can add into this.
I joined you. Short, I added.
You added, okay.
Yeah, I think. Watching gold continue to sell off, watching crude continue to rally, 10-year prices selling off. Again, president scheduled to speak in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's up close. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good.
It just means tonight for slow markets is going to be good.
Oh, yeah. Another pop there in crude prices.
Ooh, I think I can watch it tonight. I don't think I have anything on my schedule.
Yeah.
It'll be good.
Brayden's going to be
All right,
joining
I'm
me.
going to get in another one.
See, I'll just
Another two.
Mm-hmm.
90.20. Crude is
We're gonna go
continuing to
3.
Yeah,
catch
it is.
bid.
I mean, where should
I'm in 3.
in 3? Man, he's
Gold's
short
getting
3. Yeah, gold selling off. 10-year prices selling off. See how it stalls right here? I hate when they do this. ES,
let's see.
Push lower. Another push lower here in the ES. 71.18. ES just off about 17 points. What price, Mandy?
11. 7-11.
Okay. Well, again, headline, latest headline coming here. Iran's decision not to attend Wednesday's meeting is final. Let me get out. Short 1.
Okay.
Let me get back in, see what they do that. 10-year still selling off price-wise. I might get back in with you. Ugh. Ceasefire deadline. Ceasefire ends deadline. Again, scheduled for 6:50 p.m. Central Time, so about 4 hours from now.
I'm adding a 4th.
Let's go. I'll join you.
It's a nice rejection.
Yup,
Setting up very nicely.
There you go,
There's
Mandy.
a flash.
EP1 hit.
Oh, we're going.
Oh, we going lower. We're selling off here. Here we go. 10-year selling off hard.
EP2 hits. We're gonna lock in profit.
Wow.
And ultimate target is the 62
below.
or 620s. Holy
Look
shit.
out below.
Crude up
We
$1. $1.50.
I'm out.
Yep.
I'm out.
Are you,
That's a big headline. Something's
big
going on.
That's a 622 is my final out.
Nice job, Mandy.
Wow. Gotta grab that.
Again, yeah. What's going on? Yeah, Iran decision not to attend. Here we go. Vance called off trip to Pakistan. We are seeing these ceasefire talks seeming to unravel. We're watching crude. Crude absolutely on a tear. Crude up about $3, $3.50 since Power Hour began.
Wow.
Gold selling off. Equities selling off.
Yeah. 10-year prices continue south. More
lows.
Look out.
Looking
below.
like it.
What am I short?
Wow.
Well,
only had a runner.
I got one. I got two runners right now.
Let's go. Let's go, Dre.
You'll see. You'll see.
Cooking.
This thing needs to just
market order McHugh.
Gold selling off. Gold selling
New
off
lows?
hard right now. Gold selling off real hard. ES closing now beneath 7,100. It is red in the equities as well as gold. Again, Vance calling off the trip. Iran's decision not to attend Wednesday's meeting is now final.
Just a casual 11 racks.
There's more room, no?
Let's get through these lows.
Should be more room.
Yeah, there's more room.
There you go.
Way more room. It's flushing now.
Should be more room.
Let's go.
Crude rallying.
Should be more room. 50-50 tilts.
Towards 92.
Yeah, this should be.
Love that add-in that I had. That was great. Okay.
Still more. I think
I'm happy.
There might be more room.
I know. I think there's more too,
There's
Dre.
more room to the downside
I just need to be satisfied. I'd be greedy.
Gold absolutely is just falling out of bed here. Gold.
Yeah.
Gold down solid $80 here in the last couple minutes. NQ down 200 points plus. ES down 50, 60 points now. It is just look out below.
More room. There's definitely more room. Nvidia down 1.4, Apple down 2.5, Microsoft and Amazon giving back its gains, Google down 1.5, Tesla down 1.6. It's starting to look ugly here.
Yeah. Again, it seems as though the ceasefire talks are off. President scheduled to speak here in about 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Again, just to recap what we've seen here, Vance called off the trip to Pakistan. Iran's decision not to attend the meeting, Wednesday's meeting, is final. Seeing this reaction.
What a 5-minute candle, almost 200 points.
Yeah, I think there's more room. Here's a new 5 minutes to MOC. What do we sell? Thank you, Hogue. Downside
my
26,000. What? 452.
Dre, I didn't realize you were full minis. Let's.
I'm just short. I'm just short,
What
Mandy.
a
Just
day.
short. Just short.
Oh
I see.
man, Dre.
Not as good as I thought. There's a lot more on the downside. We got crude, $91.54. Just topped out at $91.90. 10-year prices getting sold. Negative delta continuing to grow. We're looking at minus 18,500 in ES, minus 6,000 NQ. Is that headline right? Real?
Wow.
You can sell right here. Why would they not let it go lower all day? Driving me nuts.
No.
You could see this coming. Still is coming. The headlines, that is. The headlines. See, crude catching another
Where's your
trade here.
stop profit, Dre?
I don't know. When crude turns, I just sold another NQ. Crude closing in at $92.
Freaking go.
Closing in at $92, $91.97.
Killer Dre.
Stop. That else you wrote? 3 minutes MOC. I got my cursor over the flatten all. Associated Press. U.S. puts negotiations with Iran on hold as ceasefire deadline nears.
Wow.
Buy the dip. And more buying crude. Crude pulling up. Pull back about 15 cents there. Crude closing in.
If we print another red 1 minute candle, I'd enter short again.
Eesh. I might be time to get out of these shorts.
That's why we need a red candle, Dre.
What was that red candle that we just saw? We just saw massive.
No, I'm saying, I know I snagged a lot of it. I'm just saying, like, it's going back to pressure. It's resetting and could continue for a sell-off. Question is, like, yeah, can we have a... Yeah, this is too green for me.
Yeah, what's this about? 2 minutes MOC. Flat. Again, headlines, basically... U.S. puts negotiations with Iran on hold. Iran saying the same thing.
What a flush.
Crude rallied about $4. And Q, new all-time highs about an hour before the opening bell rang in New York. We are down about not even 400 points. We just bottomed out 26,551. $90 seconds MOC. 90 seconds. Where's Top Trader? Where's Top Trader? What's their name? In the chat looking for that down. Profit taking going into MOC. Let's see here.
In a minute, yeah. MOC in a minute.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if we get the above below.
Oh yeah. Well, we got some work to do.
55.
No,
we got
a lot of work.
We were right there. We were claiming victory. Mandy was
taking profit. All right. I said I could take profit early. Good thing I did.
What if this
wild?
What if this goes negative? If I'm sorry, if there's heavy sell side, MOC.
I know.
Here we go again. Yeah, after this, we're not even down. We're only down 0.5% after all this.
I'm just gonna go 1 just for fun.
30 seconds, man.
I mean, there's a reason before it. I know. There's a reason behind it. We had that red candle. I'm wondering if this is enough to attempt pressure. I think it is. I like to see a retest of
10
pressure.
seconds. MOC, click subscribe, click like in the chat, buckle up. Are we having fun yet? Mandy?
Oh, absolutely, Dre.
Short? Are you short, Mandy?
Yeah, short. I can give this a tight loss. Stop loss.
There's a pop here.
Buy side.
Buy side billion, 1.3 billion buy side ES, 1.1 billion buy side. NQ. Sell right into this thing. There's your nice setup. I'll sell right into it. Again, buy side. 1.3 billion buy side ES. 1.1 billion buy side NQ. And what we got? Dow. 469 million buy side. All right, Manny, what price you short from?
Just below 698.75. A nice tag. As soon as we turn red candle on this 5 minute, I'll add another contract. This 5 minute green candle. See it go red.
Do we flush it to end of the session?
That's what I'm hoping. All right, we're going to attempt a second contract.
Your average price, Mandy?
601.5 now. Because I entered that second contract.
Okay. Short for 611. Again, buy side. Still buy side. However, paring back just a bit. So, Crude looking to find another round of buying. Another round of buying. Oh, what was that? That's the right pew.
We're right at these lows.
10-year prices just sold off. Looking at new lows.
Crude's pumping again.
Yeah, I'm staying short. 10-year prices going lower. Yields going higher. Why aren't equities going lower? Yep. Should be going lower. They're not going lower
Crude
fast
almost
enough.
92. 92 now.
Crude at $92.06. Why aren't we? This drives me nuts. 7 minutes. The closing bell. President scheduled to speak as well. New lows. All right, I'm staying short. Crude up over $4 here since power hour began. Crude new highs $92.20.
Gold and silver got smacked.
Gold and silver, yes, they did. More buying crude. $92.21. Why is it stopping? And I'm about to get flat. I don't like it. I'm freaking out, Mandy. Freaking out.
Okay. I still have faith in these shorts.
Okay.
If we can hit 580, it looks really, really good for a continuation. We just need that push to 580s. Then I can see another leg down.
We're gonna need another round of selling.
Well,
staying beneath NQ staying beneath 26,600. NQ down about 200 points. 200 points since power hour began.
First red day in a few weeks.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Will they allow it? Yeah. Yes. What are we at?
What are we at?
ACH mandate. ACH.
Seriously, I can't wait for slow markets. Also at the buzzer. Slow market is going to be a doozy, Dakota. Again,
it is.
Yes. Must
U.S.-Iran ceasefire ends at 6:50 p.m. Central Time. I'm out. Can't take the heat. Get it out of the kitchen.
Ooh, that's a good out trade.
Mandy staying short. Oh, conviction.
You can live vicariously through me.
We'll see. Well, let you manage that trade. We'll see how this plays out in the next 5.5 minutes. Still buy side light.
I might cut it if this prints a green 5 minute candle. Just FYI.
Okay. All right. Well, let's James, come on in here real quick. Come on in. Let's take a look at hashtag Power Hour goodies because we asked the people to deliver. And Dr. Volatility, what's up?
Absolutely. We did ask the people to deliver, and deliver they did. Earlier in the show, we asked you to go to social media and tag us by tagging us at Topstep TV and sharing your trader wins, your trading setups, and anything else you wanted to genuinely highlight. Here is what you brought for us today, starting with a familiar name, Soeb. Second time on the leaderboards with the same account. Last time was second, this time in first. Congratulations, my friend. We love when our traders are watching the show, and we love seeing the show shouted back out on your profiles. So, more importantly, though, you're putting in the work. You're number one on the live funded leaders, but will you hold that spot? We still have an update on our end of day live funded leaderboard, so stay tuned. But in the meantime, congrats. It takes a lot to get on that board, and you did it. Next up from Malls, NQ Short. I'm up 1,500 on Topstep. Finally out of eval jail. Free all the guys serving time. That's right, all of you still stuck in eval jail. Remember, put in the work, follow your trading plan, and lock it up when you're having a great day. And you too can avoid the evaluation jail and make your way to the Express funded account. But Malls, good on you. Keep it up. I want to see that same discipline going forward. From Rasco, final P&L up $750. If only I held my short today longer than 10 minutes. Tough to hold on to a short on the first red day after a crazy uptrend. And you know what? I think we're all feeling that, especially today. But, you're still ending the day green, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day. There's somebody out there who wishes they were up $5, but you are locking the day up with $750. So, Rasco, here's to you. Trade for tomorrow. Next up, from AR Trades, payout approved and funds sent the same day is crazy. You guys are doing good. Thank you, AR Trades. We are stepping things up around here, and some of you may start noticing that your payouts are getting pretty lightning fast. So stay tuned. More on that to come. And finally, from our good friend Spike Trades, locking it out for the day, up $2,561. Long trade on gold with Topstep. You can see his back-to-back performance stats. 4.8K yesterday, 2.5K today. Not a bad way to spend the days in the market. So Spike Trades, here's to you. Keep it up. Always trade for tomorrow. And everybody out there, keep tagging us all week long on X, Facebook, wherever else you want to. Just make sure you're tagging at Topstep TV. That's what I got for now. Let's go back to you in the charts, Andre.
Thank you, James. Mandy, you still in? Got?
I am right at entry. So
all right.
Came back towards pressure on the 5-minute, which is my EMA. We're kind of still chopping around entry. We were red or green for a second. It's not invalidated yet, and I would just love to see us sell off into close. But ACH, anything can happen. At what point do I cut this? That's kind of the question I'm asking myself.
You have 2 minutes.
Might pull this down, reduce risk. It's that previous wick.
MOC flip sell size, sell side. Okay. This could be some short covering here. What's Crude doing? Again, Crude rallying about $4.5 in power hour. We were trading right around $88, up all the way up to $92.23. We got Dakota.
Buying's not like convincing. So
looks like short covering.
Yeah. So let's see if we get any fun buzzer beater here in the next minute and a half.
Ooh, buzzer beater. Make sure the president's scheduled to speak in about 90 seconds. 90 seconds. Again, it sounds like the ceasefire or the talks are off right now regarding negotiations between Iran and the U.S. Make sure to tune into at the buzzer. Also, see what the president has to say. And then, of course, slow markets, Dakota. We're in for a doozy.
Yeah.
In for an absolute doozy. Mandy, talk to us. We got 60 seconds till the closing bell. We are on sell side $1 billion. Sell side $1 billion in the ES.
No idea. I hate to take the L,
It's
but
so hard. Why they make it so hard?
I know.
1 billion sell side. Delta negative.
1%.
Both. 45 seconds till the close.
0.4%.
How about that? Nice job getting on those longs. It was quiet.
We seen it, man. We seen it happen. We seen it come in.
You see that?
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna pull up that ES ladder. What's going on in the ES ladder? You're in the close.
Yeah,
You saw that volume. Saw
ES
2,000 lots flying around in the bid and the ask earlier today. In the ES, you see market volatility, 100-point range, easy. 10-year selling off.
Wow.
Mandy, you got 15 seconds. Chat. Show some love, Mandy. Show some love to Dakota.
Break
What's gonna
even.
happen? Break even. Just one more puke. Are we gonna close on the lows? And Q.
I don't know, Dre.
There
you
it is.
go.
That's
Yeah,
these
what a
lows.
day. Wow, what a day. What a day.
Now we sell off.
Yeah, I know, right? All right. Fantastic stuff. Oh, we got that is absolute banger of a day. That being said, great job, Mandy. Great job, Dakota. The Utah takeover, always bringing the heat as well. Shout out to all the bell-to-bellers out there. We're grinding this thing every day in, day out. Headlines flying around. Markets are not the easiest by any means. Stay patient. Keep jabbing. Keep jabbing. Now, I'll throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. Great job, Utah.
All right. Chat, on your way out. Before you go, drop it in the chat. Let's hear it again for Andre, Dolby, and Mandy for giving us an incredible power hour. You know, the markets weren't doing a lot at first, but we still made it happen, and you stuck it out with us the whole entire time. So thank you. But now, don't go anywhere, because the trading talk doesn't have to stop just because we're going off air. Coming up next is At the Buzzer with Coach Jay. Yeah, hang out with us a little bit longer. Coach Jay is going to break down everything that happened in today's trading session. Any breaking news, any highlights, any market movements. If it happened, you can be sure that they're going to cover it. And they're also going to let you know what it means for your trading plan moving forward. Because when the markets reopen at 5 p.m., anything can happen. Speaking of, tonight at 7 p.m., slow markets. You heard Andre teasing it here in Power Hour Bull. Come see what all the fuss is about. Tonight is sure to be crazy with all these headlines flying around, so check out Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. That's tonight at 7 p.m. Central Time right here on our YouTube channel. Then, tomorrow morning at 1:30 a.m., Aaron Trades will be back with the London Open. If you caught Aaron Trades this morning on Fast Markets and you liked what you heard, well, be sure to catch Aaron in his very own show, the London Open. That runs Mondays through Friday at 1:30 a.m. Central Time, so be sure to tune in. Then, stay up a little bit longer after that, because if you can make it out, Deanna is coming back at 5:30 a.m. with Metal Markets. Again, that's tomorrow morning at 5:30 a.m. right after the London Open. Join Deanna as she breaks down the metal markets and everything else that Deanna loves to trade and give her expert analysis on. You won't regret it. Then we'll be right back here, starting a whole new episode of Topstep TV for you, bell to bell, at 7:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning. Now, we're going to be halfway through the week. We got a lot of special guests coming on the show the rest of the week, so be sure to set up, lock in with the only channel that's bringing you these headlines and market moves as they happen. And of course, I'm talking about Topstep TV. And as for Topstep TV, I'm James Harden. You're the chat. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Let's go. We'll see you tomorrow.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.